Everyone can think of
Parang 30 seconds.
program of Lunas Pilipinas Coalition, a wholly participatory and interactive forum to discuss and assess what actually happened during the COVID-19 pandemic, processing the wounds and trauma after
Kanino ko yan yung PowerPoint? Sa CDCPh na lang po.
and
Isang
platform to recover solutions and how to prepare for what's coming by acting with discernment and spiritual guidance.
Ito po yung
Good morning. I am your host for this morning. I am the supposedly bigger half of the third Tanya, Andy Morado. Sometimes confused as Mr. I am also the one who between the two of us, he's been myself and I don't want to take his death from him. So I am actually actually about the years. But I find two things against those. And it means that I think possibly but nevertheless, we already know that censorship is alive and well in the whole world. One of our platforms has just recently been censored. But we have solutions. The purpose of this event aims to put the public on notice, illuminating the profound impact the COVID-19 pandemic had on society, public health, and human rights, shedding light on medical martial law and the implications of the WHO and IHR amendments,
national sovereignty, and global dynamics. We seek to facilitate healing from the trauma inflicted by the pandemic while preparing hearts and minds for the challenges ahead. We all aspire to create an empowering environment where participants can connect with a supportive community, aligned with truth and guided by love, ultimately leading them towards God's kingdom.
For those who know what was happening behind the scenes, December pa ho namin pinapangarap ang forum na ito. At ang dami hong pasikot-sikot, ang dami hong mga roadblocks, ang dami hong hirap na pinagdaanan namin maghanap ng naaangkop na venue, naaangkop na panahon. But it's by God's grace that we are here today together on May 18, the eve of Pentecost, because Lunas Pilipinas was actually birthed 2 years ago on the eve of Pentecost weekend. Today also happens to be the luckiest day of the year daw, astrologically. There's a rare conjunction between Venus and Jupiter. And sabi nga nila, a VIP who we will not name was very happy to find out that the forum was today because she said today is the luckiest day of the year. Okay, and hopefully this augurs well for Lunas Pilipinas because this is our public coming out as a movement. So if you are here as an original member of the resistance, if you have been awake to the agenda from day one, or if you are just awakening to the truth, or somehow napadpad kayo dito because someone who cares about you wants to wake you up and you are watching this, it is no coincidence that you are here. It is providential that you are here. And sabi nga ho namin, whether it is 5 or 50 or 500 people who are here today, whoever is meant to be here is meant to be here. So it is on that note that we welcome all of you to this gathering. It's going to be a whole day conversation. It's going to be a time of truth-telling. The fact that Facebook has censored us means that there are a lot of people who don't want to know the truth or who don't want the truth to be revealed. But we know that truth is part of God's will. It is part of God's plan. We are all God's children gathered to do God's will. And so part of our mission is to reveal the truth and to speak our truth so that the people may be led back to God. Who are the people gathered here today? In the 2 years that we have journeyed together as a growing coalition that is now Lunas Pilipinas, we have discovered people like yourselves who are very principled. People who will not bow down to pressure from government or pressure from employers. People who will willingly give up jobs or prestige. People who will willingly be discriminated against rather than compromise their principles. Alam din po namin na kayo ay mga taong mababait. Mga mabubuti ang mga puso. May malasakit sa kapwa. At least yan yung pagkakakilala namin sa mga taong nandun sa aming circles. At sabi nga nila, like attracts like. Yung mga tao na hindi natin kauri, hindi maiiwasang malagas kasi hindi tayo kauri. Ang magandang balita ho dito is may mga nalalagas pero mas marami hong nadadagdag sa atin. Sa bawat araw na lumilipas, mas dumadaming mga tao na sumasama sa ating mga hanay. Yung mga dating super pro-vax, medyo natatauhan na. Yung mga taong tumutuligsa sa atin, bumabanat sa atin dati, medyo nananahimik. At may mga iba nang humihingi ng patawad at nagkukumbaba. So, miracles are possible. And it is our hope that a lot of miracles will take place today as a result of this gathering. You have seen from the lineup, we have gathered a very, very illustrious group of speakers who will talk about different aspects of the pandemic. And as Andy mentioned earlier, our purpose really is healing. The name Lunas was a gift of the Holy Spirit. Actually, nag-away-away po kami dyan. And si Tito Nick Perlas can attest to that. And many of the people here can attest to that. Hindi madaling nakarating sa pangalan ng Lunas, pero nung dumating na yung pangalan, lahat kami, yan na po yan. Yan ang ating pangalan. Kasi ang lahat tayo ay nagsasama-sama dahil naghahanap po tayo ng solusyon at naghahanap po tayo ng ginhawa, healing. And a word that captures both solutions and healing is the word Lunas. Ito po ay sariling atin. It is a Filipino word that resonates across all parts of the country. And hopefully it will touch a chord in all Filipinos, whether here in the Philippines or worldwide. So it is in that spirit that we welcome all of you here. This is an intimate venue for those who are not here. We are at Malayan Plaza. It is an intimate hall. We have exhibits upstairs, actually. We have a freedom wall. We also have a memory wall because we want to pay tribute to those who have died in the battlefield, so to speak. We wish to honor today people like Doc Iggy Agbayani and Dr. Oclarit, who have died under suspicious circumstances, if I might say. There are also other scientists, other truth tellers, whistleblowers who have also died under mysterious circumstances in other parts of the world. And people have died because of the vaccines. People have died because of maltreatment of the hospitals. People who died because the hospitals did not give them any help when it could have been prevented or treated early. Something that Dr. Alan Landrito will speak to because he has so much experience regarding that. And so the hope is that if we tell the truth, somehow yung ating mga saloobin ay mailabas na, ang ating mga sama ng loob, ang ating mga hinagpis, nung tayo ay inapi, nung tayo ay tinuligsa, ay mahilom. At the hope also is that for those of you who have felt alone over the past 2 or 3 years, that you will realize that you are not alone. We are not alone. The fact that pausog ng pausog yung pandemic treaty at yung IHR amendments, something that Tito Nick will update us on later, means that we are making a difference. Ang kabal, ang elite, konti lang sila. Mas marami tayo ng mga anak ng Diyos na lumalaban para sa katotohanan at para sa kabutihan sa mundo. And so it's with that spirit that we welcome all of you here. We hope that you will enjoy this morning and this afternoon's program. We will keep it light because I think this is really a gathering among friends and kindred spirits. So whether you are here or online, please feel free at home. Welcome home to Lunas Pilipinas. Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
I guess it's time to introduce our first speaker. We already know who he is. Isa siya sa mga nakapaggagawa ng alternatibong paraan at protocol para tayo'y maging ligtas sa sakit. Marami na po siyang natulungan para hindi kailangang magpabakuna at marami pa siyang matutulungan. Okay, without further ado, may we call on Doc Alan? Oh, hindi yan pala, sa likod ko. Thank you.
While waiting for my slides, can some people move over here? Kasi marami pang maluwag. Siguro 20 seats pang available dito. Yung mga nandyan sa likuran so you can appreciate the presentation. So, yung slides ko, drama and realities. Marami pa pong bakante dito para mas makinabang po tayo. So this is not working, no? So, okay, before I start, let me quote from the Bible. Balik sa first slide. For man does not know his time, just as fish are caught in an evil net, and birds are caught in a trap. So the sons of men are ensnared in a time of distress, of disaster, when suddenly it overtakes them. That's from Ecclesiastes 9:12. No? Okay, next slide. I'm going to talk about COVID-19 pandemic, the drama and reality. So we will be recalling, ano ba yung mga drama? Alam naman niyo yun, pero parang babalik tanawan natin. And what are the realities na somehow concealed pa sa maraming tao? Ano ba yung talagang nangyari? No? Okay, I'm from CDCPh. So, we were suddenly struck with the pandemic very dramatically. No? And very soon it unfolded, the realities unfold that it is really a deadly plague. But the question is, how deadly is this pandemic? How appropriate are the responses? Are they really appropriate or over-exaggerated? And what were the consequences? No?
Recording in progress.
Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So it all started in China. Kita natin picture. We are still familiar with the sceneries then. Meron pa nga mga scenery. Some people are just walking and then dropping dead. Takot tayo doon. Meron pang mga mass cremations na nakikita natin. Next slide. Like this one sa China. Ano. And then, pretty soon, we were able to know pala. Kasi sabi nila yung pandemic na yan, galing yan sa bat, yung virus. Nagkaroon ng first primary host na pangolins and then secondary host ng humans. And it started in meat market, an animal market in Wuhan, China. But then we came to know, next slide, meron din palang Wuhan Institute of Virology. So there's every possibility. Kasi nung nakita nila, ang nire-research nila doon, coronavirus din, and some other viruses. Could be a leakage from that lab, but who will know? Hindi naman nila i-admit yan eh. No? Anyway, there must be something there. Okay, next slide. So the world started to have the cases. First, yan. December 1, the first case was reported in China. It's a severe acute respiratory syndrome. That's 2019, the first case in China. End of December, total cases, 40 cases, lahat China pa. No? And then, March 10, counting 100 days from December 1, we get into the point of March 10, it was 100 days, nasa 75 countries na siya. Okay? So, ganyan ang pandemic. What is pandemic? Let's first define pandemic. Pandemic, actually, it's an epidemic that has a global impact. Kaya tinawag na siyang pandemic. Pag sinabing pandemic, mayroong contagion of a certain disease. It's spreading to people. Nag-contagious siya. But then this time, they see, in a matter of 100 days, it's in 75 countries, kaya pandemic na. So, next slide. Dineclare ng WHO and called it COVID-19. Before that kasi novel coronavirus. No? Next slide. Counting 4 years from there, March 31. Oh, no. Okay. Nung March 31 pala, hindi 4 years. Just a few days, 20 days after it was declared, nasa 600,000 cases na, 27,500 na ang deaths. Nasa 80 countries na siya. Next slide. So, okay, balik. Napa-advance. A neighboring pandemic like COVID-19, in its natural course, kung natural course lang ang masusunod, no, will pervade the whole planet and infect every individual living in this planet kasi airborne siya eh, in 12 to 18 months. Sabi ng mga expert, in 24 months, it will be over. So there won't be a need for a vaccine. And no matter what kind of measures you take, kakalat at kakalat yan. Airborne kasi eh. So yung hangin dito, mamaya nandyan na eh. Diba? Sa kakalat siya. Okay, next slide. Okay, ito April 13, 2024. That's the last update ng Worldometer. Pag titingnan yung Worldometer, ang top 20 since December 2023 pa. Same countries. Ang Philippines number 37, China is number 92. And look at the numbers. They classify this according to confirmed cases. Pinakamarami sa Amerika. India, then France, then you go down the line. Number 37 ang Philippines. Ang number natin is 4 million confirmed cases. Ang deaths natin 66,000. Ang China, magugulat kayo, it's where the pandemic started. Bakit 500,000 lang sila? At bakit ang deaths niya 5,000 lang? When it is the most populated country in the world, 1.48. Yeah, almost 1.5 billion people. Pero bakit ganyan? So it only, by just looking at that fact, it's telling us something. Na-control nila sa China. So there's a way to control it. Pero I was telling, kakalat, mahahawa lahat ng tao. Everybody will be infected, di ba? Kaya sabi ng mga experts, during that time, no, only 20% will manifest the symptoms. 80% will be asymptomatic. Why? Because they will have a strong immune system to overcome the whole thing. Walang symptoms. Pero tingnan natin ang numbers kung tama sila, okay? So, when you look at the Worldometer, mahaba yung chart na yan. Merong isang column doon. Next slide. Deaths per million. So, for every 1 million population of a certain country, ito yung rate ng death nila. Sabi ko, mas magandang ranking. So, we will know which country was the hardest hit, no? Sino yung mas matindi? Magugulat kayo kung sino yung countries if you rank them according to deaths per million. Kasi if you look in this way, yung ranking yan, may disparity eh. Diba? Like for example, India, number 2 siya, pero ang deaths niya 379 lang. Philippines is 594. So I did an effort to rank them according to deaths per million. And next slide will show us. Ayan. Which country will come first? Peru. Of every 1 million people in Peru, 6,595 died from COVID. And look at US, number 12 na siya, 3,500 lang. Philippines, in-include ko yung Philippines eh. Ang ranking natin noon magiging 127 na. China will be 227. There are only 229 countries in the worldometer. Ang sumunod yata, Burundi and then South Korea. 3 na lang per million. And China, 4 deaths per million. So they are almost not affected at all, di ba? The numbers are revealing so many things. Pag titingnan nyo, ang daming European countries. Bulgaria, Hungary, Bosnia-Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Croatia, Georgia, Czechia, Lithuania, Croatia. Puro European, di ba? Romania, now US comes in, Latvia, Slovenia, UK, then there's Chile and Brazil, Italy, Poland. Karamihan European countries ang hard hit eh, di ba? Okay, next slide. So, this is, ito magiging, magiging synthesis natin. This will be the determinants of outcome of any given country. Ano yan, tatlo na yan. How relentless the virus has impacted on that country. Sa medicine, tawag na virulence of the virus. Gaano ka-relentless? Of course, it is affected by geography kasi, for example, after the Wuhan, lumabas yung Alpha variant in England, and then came the Beta variant in South Africa, and then the Gamma variant in Brazil, and then the Delta variant in India. Palakas ng palakas yan, ano? Pero yan ang natural course ng pandemic. After nyan, pahina na ng pahina. So soon enough, lumabas yung Omicron, mahina na siya. From Botswana and South Africa, dyan nagsimula. Then spread throughout the world. No? Second determinant is how intrinsically strong or weak the immune status of their citizens possess. Kasi magkakaiba tayo ng immune status, mga Pilipino, marami pang close agricultural country tayo eh. So relatively, mas malakas tayo yung US, for example, puro processed food na sila eh. So mahina ang immune response nila eh. Diba? And thirdly, how effective their preventive and therapeutic measures have been in protecting their individuals. So tandaan nyo yung tatlong factors na yan. Kaya magkakaibang impact sa bawat countries eh. Diba? Okay, next slide please. What is this? A very beautiful cruise ship. What's that cruise ship? Next slide. That's the Diamond Princess. Fortunately for the whole world, unfortunately for them, there was that incident. No? Kasi ang tinatanong, every Pinoy will ask pag may epidemic, the first thing they will ask, ano ang case fatality rate? That will measure ganong ka-virulent, ganong ka-tindi ang virus na yan. Okay, next slide. So that boat was cruising from January 20 to March 5, 2022. From Japan, it went to Hong Kong, Vietnam, Taiwan, and back to Japan. Somewhere along the way, maybe in Hong Kong, nakakuha siya ng isang pasyenteng may COVID. There were 3,711 passengers there. 60% were senior citizens. Kasi cruise ship yun eh, mga retirees yung mga yan. They want to move around eh. Namamasyal sila. So, kinuwarantin yan sa Port of Tokyo, hindi sila kagad pinalabas kasi ang dami nagkasakit. Ilan? Of the 3,711, 712 were infected and only 286 were symptomatic. So eventually, may mga namatay. Ilan? 14. So pag in-assess mo, given a certain population, ilan na magkakasakit, that's what you call case infection rate. In the case of the cruise ship, it was 19.18%. So ilan ang nagkasakit, ilan ang mamamatay, yun yung tinatawag na case fatality rate. 1.97 lang. So only 1.97. So sa the epidemiologists in every country could have looked into the data. Hindi pala naman nakakatakot tong virus na ito eh. Before they intensified the giving of measles vaccine, and pandemic din yung endemic yan in every country yung measles eh. Ang case fatality ng measles 1 to 3%. So parang measles lang ito. Pero hindi pa tayo sure na number na yan. Kasi ang population niyan is only 60% senior citizens eh, di ba? Mas mababa pa yan tiyak diyan, ano. Okay, next slide please. After 4 years, March 11 data ito, confirmed cases 703 million, cumulative deaths is 7 million something. You do the mathematics, you'll get case fatality is only 0.99. Lagyan na natin 1%. Napakahinang virus pala nito. Okay? Sana hinayaan na lang nila mahawa lahat. Pero ang maganda, bigyan mo ng protection yung tao para hindi siya masyadong lumala kung mayroon kang alam na protection, di ba? At natapos na kagad pandemic. End of March of 2021, dapat tapos na sana eh. Or in middle of 2022, tapos na sana. Natural course lang, walang vaccine or anything. Okay, tingnan natin ba't nagkagano. Next slide, please. Ang case infection rate is 8.69. Sa Princess Diamond is 19.18. Kalahati lang, 8.69 lang talaga. We're considering the data available na, worldwide data sa Worldometer. Na-arrive natin yung number. Okay? Sabi ng mga expert, 20%. Lumalabas, 8.69 lang. Okay, sa Philippines nga, 3.69 lang. Makita nyo later. Next. So, ito. It was initially known as 19.80 ng case infection rate and 1.97 case based on Princess Diamond. Pero it turned out 8.69 and 0.99 lang case infection rate, case fatality rate. It's not a monstrous virus after all. Contrary to what we were made to believe. Okay, next slide. Now, let's look into the Philippine experience. Okay. First reported cases started March 6. Meron tayong 5 cases. During that time, hindi na numberan patient. 1, 2, 3. May serial number yan. No, okay. March 26, after 20 days, 709 cases, 45 deaths. Pero bakit I marked March 26? It was a very significant day. There was a big headline. 9 doctors died. Do your mathematics. There were 9 out of 45, 20% doctor, and 1 out of 5 persons dying were doctors, and they were frontliners. After another 5 days, nag 4 times na yung death, 2,800 cases na, 88 na ang deaths, 17 were doctors, 8 other doctors were added. Do your mathematics, still 20%, 1 out of 5 were doctors. So how, if you were a doctor at that time, how would you feel? Diba? Okay. Next slide. Okay. 4 years after the pandemic, ito yung numbers natin. 4 million tayo, 66,000 deaths. Next slide. So 3.68 lang case infection natin. What does that mean? Mas malakas ang yung naturalesa natin. Our immune system of Filipinos is faring better than the worldwide kasi 8.69 eh. No? But our case fatality rate is not 0.99, it's 1.61. It reflects about the healthcare system. Mahina ang healthcare system natin as compared to the whole world. Okay, next slide. So ito yung sinasabi ko, lumabas na sa PhilStar and other media, no? 9 doctors, these are prominent doctors, no? Dr. Raul Haro of the Philippine Heart Center, Dr. Sally Gatchalian of the PGH. They were frontliners, they were attending. And they have to, because they're prominent doctors, they have to be there, they have to attend. With all the knowledge that they have, matapang sila, lumaban sila, alam nila. I'll tell you bakit namatay yung mga doctors a little bit later. Next slide. These are the other doctors. Dr. Greg Makasait happened to be yung laging partner ni Dr. Iggy Agbayani, anesthesiologist na sa Manila doctors. And there were other doctors from the Philippine Heart Center, San Juan de Dios, the Provincial Health Officer of Pampanga, husband and wife doctors in Cebu, Dr. and Dr. Tudtud, and from Mandaluyong. Next slide. Several other doctors from Philippine Children's Medical Hospital ng Parañaque and Asian Hospital Medical Center. Next slide. So, we started with a shock when news about frontline doctors dying, attending to COVID patients and contracting the same disease and dying from it. The impact is nagkaroon sila ng internal panic. Hindi lang pinapahata ng mga doktor, nagpapanik mga doktor. Siyempre, they have to show a face of courage para hindi matakot yung mga tao. No? And you know what happened? Sabi nila, hindi ma-comment sa hospital. Ang dahilan, wala rin doktor na uma-attend sa hospital. Maraming ayaw nang ma-attend sa duty. Kasi hindi nila alam paano gagawin. Mamamatay sila kung pipilitin nila sarili nila. Yun ang fear nila. So it was internal panic. So, question sa akin yan bakit namatay mga doktor? When they have double N95, double na yan, naka-PPE na yan, naka-face shield pa yan, naka-gloves na yan, they have all the protection, bakit sila namatay? Okay? It was an extreme physical stress that they underwent. Pero mo, 8 hours, mag-extend ka pa, minsan 10 hours, naka-duty ka, busy ka, puro namamatay mga pasyente mo. Frontliner ka, puro COVID Mga hospital doctors ito, no? And yung psychological stress, namamatay mga pasyente. What will happen physiologically? Mag-shoot up ang kanilang cortisol, adrenaline, cortisol, mag-shoot up. What will be the result of that? Babagsak ang kanilang immune status. So, bagsak. A certain small breach malanghap nila yung virus kasi exposed sila sa virus di ba? Then they will succumb. Mamamatay talaga sila. Immunosuppress sila because of the hypercortisolism nila. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, anong naging response sa Philippines? Sabi nila, tinawag pa nila, 4 pillars. Galing sa government ito. Ito ang kailangan approach natin. We should have contagion control. We should have early home treatment, late stage hospitalization, and the vaccine. So doon nila sila sa vaccine. They were looking at the vaccine to bring about the herd immunity. Mali. It should be the natural exposure to virus which will bring about herd immunity. We should be the natural immunity, not the artificial immunity. I'll tell you later then. Next slide, please. So let's go into contagion control. Nakita ninyo? Distancing. Kasi before they were thinking it's droplet. Tama yan. 2 meters droplet, hindi ka makakahawa. But it's not droplet, it's airborne. There's no sense in distancing 2 meters or 1 meter. Okay, sinusunod nila. Nag-lockdown yung mga ibang village. People have to live, people have to sell somehow. Naka-face mask nga pero nakalabas naman, di ba? Ito, distancing naman. May queue sila on a certain, I don't know what event is that. Pero malalapit din di ba? Ito, may distancing ba dito? Wala naman. Anyway, kahit hindi naman sinunod, pareho lang rin na outcome kung sinunod o hindi kasi airborne nga siya, hindi siya droplet Nalaman lang, dineclare lang ng WHO na airborne siya, July 2020 na. And then, look at what's happening here. Ginuto mo yung mga tao ayaw mong pagtrabahuhin. You close the economy, you close education, you close tourism, you close industry, you close agriculture, you close everything, travel, everything. Saan kukuha ng pagkain tao? Social amelioration. Comes only every 2 weeks. Sa ibang lugar, every month lang dumadating social amelioration. Kaklamor sila. So wala nang sense yung distancing and face mask. Wala nang kaklamor sila. Next slide. So here are, next slide. Face mask. The virus is measuring 0.1 to 0.12 microns. The smallest particle that can be filtered by the N95 is 0.3. Lusot at lusot siya Lulusot siya So, what's the use of that? Facial, sabi nila kasi pwedeng sa conjunctiva ang port of entry niya. Hindi lang sa mouth or hindi lang sa food or kaya nga may sanitizing kasi sa food or sa breath natin, kundi kaya may face mask. Pwede sa conjunctiva. Hand washing, physical distancing, staying at home, confinement in isolation facility. May mga isolation facility para i-confine yung mga nakita lang. Personal protective equipment doon sa mga PPE, sa mga medical personnel. Doors and gateway, antiseptic, quarantines, lockdowns. Itong doors and antiseptic nilagay ko dyan, magkwento lang ako ng konti. Meron akong pamangkin, I have a distant nephew, who studied medicine. Nung nag-aaral pa lang siya, sabi ko, after you finish medicine, work for the government for 2 to 4 years, para you can somehow realize what it takes to be a doctor. Sabi kang pasyente, of course, mahina ang kita, pero magtrabaho ko muna sa gobyerno. So he was a newly graduate doctor when the pandemic strike. Nasa gobyerno siya. Sumunod sa akin. Somewhere na dyan sa Krame, pumunta siya. Ka-install lang nila nung spray. Na-sprayan siya. He contracted pneumonia and he died. So sabi ko, and then of course the general there was going to their place. Pinatahimik sila. Kasi sabi, nakita, they were squatting on sa lake side eh. So hindi na natin gagawin ng issue. Huwag nyo lang gawin issue. Hindi ko na, kasi kung gagawin yung issue, i-issuehin ko rin nag-squat kayo dito eh. So tinahimik na lang. Anyway, I'm just trying to tell you, naging ano pa rin eh, naging problema rin yung ibang measures na in some way may accidents. Next slide please. Next slide. So home treatment, mag-antay ka lang dyan. Pag worse ka na, tsaka ka na pumunta sa hospital. That's what they're telling. So symptom management lang. Kung may sipong ka, inom ka ng propranolol, kung may lagnat ka, inom ka ng paracetamol. Hindi naman lang nila sinasabing vitamin C or the other vitamins. No? Next slide. Or these people are taking tea, taking medicines. Next slide. So ito yung treatment protocol for the non-hospitalized patients. All patients, symptom management. Patients we just have high risk kasi alam mo, relative lang nadala na sa hospital, di high risk sila. They will have to take Paxlovid, Remdesivir, or Molnupiravir. And mind you, Remdesivir is highly toxic. It failed in SARS-CoV-2 of 2002, on MERS-CoV of 2012. Actually, walang utility yung Remdesivir na yan. It has a profile of being very toxic to the liver, to the kidneys, to the bone marrow, and to the lung itself. And it by itself can cause SARS, acute respiratory distress syndrome, or the severe acute respiratory syndrome. So sabi ko, namamatay yung mga naka-COVID sa SARS, papatayin mo rin ng SARS from Remdesivir. Why use it? Pero yun ang ginawa nila. That's the reality. Next slide. Late stage hospitalization. Okay, nasa hospital na. Ito ang nangyari sa mga ospital. Ano sa government, siksikan sila, walang beds. And next slide. Pag mga modern facility naman, okay, may intubation and all that. No? Okay, tingnan natin yung DOH protocol. Next slide. Yan. Merong na-hospitalized who does not require oxygenation. Merong na-hospitalized na kailangan ng oxygenation. Merong kailangan ng high-flow nasal cannula at saka yung non-invasive ventilation. Mask, no? Oxygen delivery through mask. And meron kailangan ng mechanical ventilation and ECMO, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. To make it simple, next slide. Ito siya. So non-hospitalized, sinabi ko na nga. For the hospitalized, Remdesivir agad. And then prophylactic low molecular weight heparin. And those requiring nasal cannula or mask with oxygenation through those means, dexamethasone, heparin, baricitinib, tocilizumab, with or without Remdesivir, depends on the case of patient. And then those who are in mechanical ventilators, yung pa rin, dexamethasone, heparin, and baricitinib or tocilizumab. Hanggang dyan lang naman ang bibigay nila. Okay, next slide. So in conclusion, I say, those who are susceptible will manifest the symptoms. Susceptible ka eh, may comorbidities ka eh, di ba? Depending on their immune status and the efficacy of the intervention will determine whether they will recover or they will succumb. And majority of the individuals will remain asymptomatic and eventually develop natural immunity. And when the 2/3 of the population have developed natural immunity, then herd immunity can be declared. Automatic na yun, mag-herd immunity na yan. Okay, next slide. Vaccination game. Minamadali nila yan. Sa Philippines, we started March 2021, pero sa States, November 2020, yata meron na eh. No? So mass vaccination, and people were even clamoring to the vaccine. Not only the fear, on the idea na binigay nila ng authorities, ito ang magtatapos ng ating pandemic. Matatapos ang pandemic pag nagbakuna na tayo. Okay, next slide. Even those who are vulnerable, no? Mga comorbidities and all elderly, inuuna pa nga nila eh. Di ba? Okay. So, before the vaccination, I was giving my online consultation. Maabot ng 1,000 yung maximum ng Zoom yun eh. No? And before I start the individual consultation, meron akong presentation. Last slide ko lagi tungkol sa vaccine. Sinasabi ko, huwag kayong magpabakuna. Next slide, please. Ito yung vaccination na protocol ng National COVID Vaccination Operation Centers. Next. So ito yung slide na to, pine-present ko to. Pero nung nag-start na yung vaccination sa Amerika, ang aga ng VAERS naglabas ng data. 2 to 5 per million will have anaphylaxis. 3.29 per million vaccinated people will have thrombosis with thrombogenic syndrome, also called VPIT. 16 will have Guillain-Barré. 16 out of 1 million, and 22 out of 1 million will have pericarditis and myocarditis. Pero those were in the early days. Tumas na yung numbers na yan. Next slide, please. So I was telling, meron pang late sequela yan. Early lang yon. Ang late sequela could have immune mitigated enhancement, babalik yung COVID, marire-infect ka, instead na may immunity ka baliktad, no? Or the antibody independent immune enhancement. Autoimmunity, like Guillain-Barré is one, pero marami. And placental cessation trophoblastic depression, which means infertility. Okay? Sally will discuss anong impact niyan sa birth rate natin during these 3 to 4 years of pandemic. Naging infertile ba talaga? Okay. And then this is about cancer. Ang daming magkaka-cancer. And we are seeing it. Next slide. In time, February 23, in report ng FDA, there were 237,000 plus reported adverse events, and there were 2,800 reported deaths from the vaccine. Although sinasabi nila, hindi yan not necessarily related to the vaccine. Lagi silang may ganyan disclaimer, pero these are even underreporting underreported. Next slide. So the vaccine serves as false security. It was instrumental. It was not instrumental in ending the pandemic. Rather, it extended it. It even caused immune dysfunction, and people become susceptible to reinfection, and adverse effects manifest, and people start dying from it, and many other potentially injured people. The late sequela will soon unfold. Pinakita ko. Next slide. Okay. In the Philippine experience, were other viable remedies and cures available? Yes. Merong hydroxychloroquine during, I think, as early as March 2021. Meron pang nabibiling hydroxychloroquine. Soon thereafter, nawala sa market. Artificially, nawala. It has been always there. Biglang nawala. I don't know why. Then may lingua galing sa China. Virgin coconut oil, sabi ng US, gumawa ng study ang Department of Science and Technology. And they were recommending maglagay ka ng BCO dyan, iminom ka ng BCO 2 tablespoons sa gabi, 1 tablespoon sa umaga. And you will be okay. You will be protected to a substantial degree. Then came ivermectin. There were other agents, yung sa Zambales, di ba may doctor na nag-produce rin ng ano niya. At marami, may mga herbal na magagaling . Let's talk about ivermectin. Okay. So early on, in-oppose na ng DOH yan. These are the negative propaganda inspired against ivermectin inspired by DOH. Nagtataka ako, nilabas ko yung ivermectin to July, August, nagsasalita rin si Dr. Vergere. Sabi ko, yung akin ba nakita niya? Maybe not. No? More likely not. Pero sabi niya, meron siyang 2-minute video na kinalat. Sabi niya, I'm warning the doctors you cannot prescribe ivermectin. There are no clinical trials. Number 1. Number 2, naglabas sila talaga ng printed advisory. It's a veterinary medicine, cannot use for COVID. Ipapakita ko sa inyo mamaya yung advisory. Ito naman, causes brain damage. You know what happened when they released this advisory? I had a patient somewhere in Lian, Batangas. The husband was calling me. Sabi sa akin, Dok, yung asawa ko nakikipag-usap na sa tsinelas niya. Nagkakahalusinate yung asawa ko. Akala niya yung tsinelas niya, cellphone. Bakit? We gave her 6 capsules of ivermectin. Ay, 6 lang naman ah. Some patients are even getting higher. Sabi ko, no, she took it 3 times a day, so 18. After 3 days, halusinate na siya. Sabi ko, okay, what are you planning to do? We're going to bring her to the hospital. Yes, you should bring her to the hospital. But I tell you, galit sila sa ivermectin. Hindi ko sinasabing wag mong sabihin na nag-ivermectin. Hindi ko rin sinasabing sabihin ninyo nag-ivermectin. Kayo po mag-decide. Sabi ng husband, no, Doc, hindi ko sasabihin na nag-ivermectin. It's okay. Bahala kayo, sabi ko. I will keep on calling them for 1 week. Hindi sinasagot. Finally, after 1 week, tumawag sa akin. Doc, nakalabas na. Saan mo dinala? Sa Asian. Ano nangyari? Wala. Supportive lang sila, gumaling na. Ano, may deficit ba? Wala po. She's back to normal. Pero, you know, during that time, kalalabas nito, nagkukos daw ng brain damage. So, my heart was pumping. You can't imagine, no? So, next, they came out with it's toxic for the liver and the kidneys. You know what happened? There is a circle of, there's a chat group of mga Ateneans. At doon sa circle nila, lumabas, my dad died from ivermectin. A certain JV, I forgot the name. Kasi nag-liver failure siya, nag-kidney failure siya the moment we gave ivermectin. So I started to investigate. This is a rich banker, yung patient. He's a rich banker. So nakakatakot, mayayaman itong mga to, tapos bibintangan yung ivermectin. So in-investigate ko. Anong nangyari? Kasi talagang may chronic diseases na siya, ICU na siya, remdesivir na and all the things, nothing is working. And then when we gave ivermectin, dun na nasira yung liver tsaka yung kidney. Ha? Sabi ko, bakit ilang ivermectin ba binigay nyo? Total, 2 capsules. Oh, come on. I've been giving to patients 20 capsules, nothing happens. I have given it to a liver cirrhotic patients and stage liver. Nag-improve pa ang liver function and then you're saying, because that. Pero naglabas ng DOH ng ganyan kasi. Kaya they tend to think na yung ivermectin ang sumira eh, di ba? And lastly, it's not effective against SARS-CoV-2. I'll show you later on. Bakit nila sinabing hindi effective? Anong implication nun? Ano? Next. Okay, ito yung advisory lag that is a veterinary product. Okay. It's March 15, 2021. Naglabas sila isa pang advisory, next slide. Directly attacking my ivermectin. May picture pa. Tagalog pa sa lahat ng healthcare professionals at sa publiko. Babala sa publiko tungkol sa pagbili at paggamit ng hindi rehistradong ivermectin. Okay. Next slide. And then, March 25, nilabas ng DOH ito, they will risk the losing their license. Mga doctors na magpre-prescribe. So talagang inaano nila, no? Tawag dito. Tinatakot nila yung mga doctors. No? Pero 5 days thereafter, it so happened I was invited sa Congress. Next slide, please. Ito. Pinag-uusapan dyan kami, yung ivermectin. Later on, pag makikita ninyo, pag tinuloy 3 hours kasi yan, nandiyan pa yung site. Pinag-uusapan na yung remdesivir. Bakit sa mga private umabot ng 8.5 per shot, sa public 3.5? Pinag-uusapan nila doon. Pero kami, next slide please. Presentation namin, Dr. Hellenton happened to be the chairman on the Commission on Health, no? And we invited Dr. Percori also. And there were several congressmen, Defensor, Marcoleta, Pineda were there. Next slide. So, because I mentioned there, wala pa lang registration yung ivermectin mo, Doc. Sabi sa akin, Dr. Tan, I already applied to the FDA. I complied with all the requirements. So nilabas nito, identify my name there. Okay, tatanggapin na raw ng ivermectin ng FDA yung process. Ipo-process daw yung mga application. Next slide. So April 5 yon. Ano? Soon thereafter, labas na naman si Dr. Vergara, April 7. Ano sabi niya? Dispensing ivermectin for COVID patient violates FDA law. May batas ka nang nilalabag pag nag-dispense ka. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. Even the Department of Justice issued this allowing police to arrest distributors. It depends on the police kung arrestuhin niya o hindi. May ganun namang qualification. Next slide. And then DOH urges ivermectin recipients to, okay, bantayan ninyo, sabi ng DOH, kung ano yung adverse effect, i-report nyo sa amin pag nag-ivermectin kayo. No? Hindi lang mapigilan kung makalat ang ivermectin, pero sabi nila, okay, pag may adverse effect, i-report nyo sa amin. Wala naman nag-report kahit isa sa kanila. Kasi it's very safe. Next slide. And suddenly, in May 6, sabi ni President Duterte, ano ba ito? So, tingnan nyo nga yung ivermectin, marami nagsasabing effective yan. So sabi ng DOH, okay, gawa tayo ng clinical trial. May 5, na-meet namin on Zoom si Dr. Duque. After Dr. Iggy Agbayani and myself presented for 45 minutes, I presented the 6 mechanisms of action, our experiences. We have sizable experience already at that time, mga sa 20,000 or more. Sabi ko, it's very safe and very effective. Sabi niya, okay. Tanong ko, sir, are you seeing the possibility of include ivermectin in the treatment protocol of DOH? I mean, of course, sabi ni Dr. Duque. But after we did the clinical trial, soon thereafter, nirelease nila 22 million for the clinical trial. And you know what? January 2022 pa nila sinimulan yung trial. Okay? Pero may budget na, no? And you don't need, you may even need just maybe 100,000 siguro, pwede na eh. 22 million yan, ano? Next slide. So, DOH cautions against ivermectin use after FDA warning. Ang gusto ko, kaya ko pinakita to, Congressman Marcoleta and Defensor, iniinsulto sila, may kabayo sa likuran eh. Unless you're a horse. Yeah? Kasi they were supporting us and they were convinced themselves. No? Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay. Despite DOH advisory in Mindanao to the mayors and the health officers na hindi pwedeng gumamit ng ivermectin, a very brave governor, Misamis Oriental, Evgeny Emano, was fighting for it. He was distributing ivermectin. Next slide. And December 20, lumabas na yung FDA approval ko. Okay, next slide. Soon thereafter, terminate nila yung clinical trial. DOST terminated. It was only 2 weeks ongoing. Terminate nila. Why? Sabi dito, the recommendation is parallel with the statement of WHO. Hindi raw effective sa COVID. So what's the use of continuing the trial? Sabi ko sa sarili ko, sabi nyo, hindi kayo naniniwala sa study ng iba. Kaya kailangan nito ng local. Ngayon sinabi naman nila, hindi effective. Ba't hindi nyo itutuloy? Tinigil nila. 2 weeks. Naubos mo ba yung 22 million? I doubt. Ano nangyari? Anyway, that's the topic. Next slide. Okay. Then, yung ibang hospitals inallow, may compassionate special permit. Yan ang allowance ng FDA. Basta may compassionate special permit nag-apply sila, i-allow namin. Ni-revoke na rin. So they will totally suppressing ivermectin. Next slide. Soon thereafter, Dr. Percore released his book. Hinighlight ko lang to, the ivermectin, the medicine that saved millions and could have ended the pandemic. Everybody is convinced that ivermectin could have ended. Kasi meron siyang, during that time I was lecturing, there are 6 mechanisms of action. Parang warrior ka, meron kang baril, may espada ka, meron kang basuka, meron kang 6 ways to kill your enemy. No? Next slide. Until, ito na, 2022, they reviewed everything. They found out there are 20 mechanisms of action. Next slide. There are 20 mechanisms of actions. So impossible. It could have really ended the pandemic kung kinatira. And it was proven in Uttar Pradesh, 241 million population state in Uttar Pradesh. The case was rising up to 30,000 per day, daily new case, during the height of the Delta. And before that, we were able to have a Zoom meeting with the doctors there. Sabi ko, ikalat nyo, ang dami nyo ivermectin. Ibigay nyo. They were using in India only for early treatment and late treatment. But that for prevention, sabi ko, gamitin sa prevention. So they started realizing, gamitin na nga sa prevention. In 2 weeks' time, their cases were almost plummeted. Mga 95% reduction. After 2 months, totally wala na silang masyadong case. per day sa Uttar Pradesh. Next slide. So things were very clear. For us, it was very clear. We determined that ivermectin is the right molecule that will protect people from COVID-19. Empirical data was showing that its efficacy 95% for prevention, 67% in early treatment, and 33% in late treatment, and the safety is outstanding. We stood firm to our ground. We persisted despite threats and intimidation, and we were able to save many people. Next slide, please. So that's my last slide. Sir Linus Pauling said, "Do not let medical authorities or the politicians mislead you. Find out what the facts are and make your own decisions." Good morning.
Thank you very much, Doc Alan. Oo. Actually, hope we can also sum up in 1 minute kung ano yung sinabi ninyo. Pero mamaya, for those, so that we can have a snapshot of what you talked about also. Our next speaker, will introduce him now. He is our community economist, no? He has an article in Business World, and he's one of the few who have really made sure that our advocacy comes out. So very unique siya. In fact, I was always telling my wife, okay, we have lawyers, we have doctors, saan ang economist? Nasaan si Sir Nonoy? So he's our actually arguably most sought after expert, arguably. Si Sir economist Nonoy Oplas.
Hi, good morning. This will be short, no? But you have to bear because it's all numbers, eh? Numbers. So I focus on Doc Alan, focus on medical. I will focus on the legal people, and I will focus on economic. So the global national economic damage due to the lockdown dictatorship. I don't want to use pandemic is pure dictatorship. Okay, I call the lockdown is based on science. 85% political science, 10% military science, and I think 5% medical science. Science pa rin. And mandatory vaccination. So anyway, take two topics no on lockdown, and the takeaway message is that lockdown dictatorship has caused the Philippines, not only in particular, to a negative 9.5% contraction, the worst in Asia, and it's the worst Philippine performance since World War II, since 1945. Talo pa yung contraction ng panahon ni Marcos, talo pa nung kudita ni Gringo, talo pa yung Asian financial crisis. It was purely the lockdown. Okay, this is the worst. Okay, next slide. So, the lockdown was imposed March 16, 2020. April of 2020, a month after, I already called for this. I think I was the first columnist to say, end the lockdown, no more extension. Okay? Why? Because they were talking already in 2020, the budget was 4 trillion, and the people, we want 1.4 trillion on top. Okay? And Congressman Jose was saying 1.65 trillion on top of 4 trillion. It's so big. Okay? A 4 trillion, the government were borrowing 800 billion. So they want to add it. So anyway, wala na. And by June, the employment data for second quarter release, I called IATF interagency to terminate functional businesses. So, to terminate. The purpose is really not to flatten the curve, but to flatten the economy. And they were really very successful. They really flattened the economy from unemployment rate, for instance, 5.3% in January. By June, 17%. And third, So by end of 2020, the Philippines, the worst performing economy in Asia, and the contraction of 13% industrial contraction. Next. So again, I wrote this in 2022. So by end of 2021, nearly 3 years of economic stagnation, the GDP size of 18.5 trillion, way below the 29 level of 19 trillion. The industrialization, capital formation or investment has declined nearly 1 trillion pesos. Industry sector decreased by 50 billion pesos versus 2018. Next, you can have this. You can copy. Next. So I propose what happened. What if the generals did not do 2 years lockdown. They did not do prohibitions. They did not threaten Doc Alan and others. They did not did not demonize natural immunity, and they did not force mandatory vaccination. And instead, what they did, if they allowed full mobility, especially the young, if they allowed prophylaxis for like ivermectin, recognition natural immunity and voluntary vaccination, only for those who want, then the economic performance may not have been that big, because in 2020, Taiwan and Vietnam, they grew. Okay? They grew. Hindi sila nag-contract. Only very few countries in the world did not contract. And the box procurement, I counted in 2021 alone, the national government alone, because the corporation also bought. So the procurement was 70 billion plus the logistics, the storage, etc. It was 82 billion pesos in 2021 alone. In 2022, I think Vergeri Ordoque wanted 95 billion pesos of additional vaccine procurement, but Congress only gave them 48 billion pesos. But again, Meralco, San Miguel, everything, they also bought their own vaccine. Billions of pesos. So, bakuna pera-pera talaga. Next. So, this is a quote I get from Doc Iggy. We were together in a congressional hearing. He was saying that this pandemic has uncovered a sickness not just of the virus but of our society. A palpable bias with social media platforms, health institutions like the DOH, health experts like Salbania and Liachon, health regulators, and some political leaders against the whole area of means. We have guidelines that are generally ineffective, expensive, and relatively unsafe, such as remdesivir, heavily pushed by Salbania, remdesivir, lockdowns of doing face-to-face schools, irrational quarantines. This nefarious reaction to healthcare is largely driven by profit and undemocratic agenda of the powerful corporations and individuals. It is time to act now for the sake of our country and our children. So may God help us all. It was a very powerful statement by Doc Iggy. Next. This is my column in last year. Yes, the GDP growth, Philippines. So notice here, Vietnam and Taiwan 2020, positive sila. China, tayo parang buang na, lockdown ng lockdown. Marcos did not shut down between barangays, but the lockdown, they even put barriers between barangays. Really idiotic. Next. Ito, because lockdown means government has to expand. The size of government, called government expenditure over GDP, for instance, in the Philippines, increased from, in 2019, 21%, 21.7% of GDP. It rose to 25% last year. So, dumaki ang government expenditure at yung utang. 37% of GDP became 60% in 2020, 56% as of last year. So, yeah, so they're very successful in flattening the economy and raising the public debt. Yeah. Next. So, look, the budget deficit equals revenues minus expenditure. So, the expenditure jumped and the revenues declined. So what happened is that the budget deficit from 86 billion in first quarter of 2020, kasi hindi pa gaano dahil lockdown was imposed March 16, no, towards the end of first quarter. First quarter, almost 4 times, 316 billion pesos. First quarter alone. Oh. And borrowing from, on average, the borrowings in the Philippines until 2018 was about 800 billion pesos. By 2020, 2021, 2022, 2.2 trillion pesos every single year. Halos times 3. Utang na ng utang. No? Next. Next. Ito, earlier, my earlier paper, last night, so, early figures, Sally can explain this more, no? But anyway, this is just my summary. For January to June, to make it comparative, births are declining from 133,000 per month in 19 to only 110,000 in 2023. Yeah, the net population increase is falling from 82,000 in 2019 per month to 54,000 in 2023. We are not yet a depopulation. May growth pa rin. Kaso lang, the growth is declining, no? So, it's not yet depopulation yet, but we may go there. Next. I was alerted by article by Sally. So I look at other countries. Hong Kong, the births are declining. Okay, other countries are declining. Hong Kong, from 52,000 births in 2019 down to only 49,000, in 32,000 in 2022. Can you believe that? 52,000 per month. In 2019, naging 32,000 na lang. Okay? In Thailand, the same. From almost 600,000 in 2019 to only 485,000 in 2022. And the rate, that's rising. Australia, 305,000 births in 2019 to only 300,000. But the debt is rising fast. Next. So, this is complicated. But what is really fun in this data is that pneumonia until 2019 is 10% of all death pneumonia. Pagdating ng 2021, naging 4%. Why? Because they called regular pneumonia death COVID pneumonia. Okay? So it's still pneumonia. So they just relabel things. You cannot scare people unless you really exaggerate data. Next. Ito na. Yeah, my column last April. At January to August, births was falling. No excess death. So sabi nila na pandemic, but there was a lot of cases in 2020. But there was no excess death. So it was not really a pandemic, no? The excess death happened during the lockdown 2021. Next. Ito, this is the decline in life expectancy is a global trend. It's not only in Asia. For instance, in Philippines from 2019, 72 years, naging 69 years na lang last year. So our life expectancy declining by almost 3 years. Dumadami yung patay, kumukunti yung pinapanganak, no? Next. So this is the latest, no? Until for January to September. So ito, 137,000 per month in 2019. But last year, 112,000 na lang per month ang increase. So ano nangyari? Marami nagiging baog o marami na miscarriage, no? Yeah, maybe. And yeah, decline in births on average 6,500 per month from 20 consistently. Okay, next. Deaths. Oh. Ito yung pinakamarami, the most deadly. So March 20, March the mandatory lockdown, mandatory vaccination. So these are the bloody months. Yung August, September, October. So these numbers confirm that there's because of the high incidence of death, the decline in life expectancy of Philippines has declined by 3 years. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I forgot to mention, he is one of our economists who proposes minimalist government, correct? So, less government ang isang advocacy, and he has a couple of books. So, I hope next time we have a community fair scheduled very soon, no? Maybe next month. So, for our speakers, if they also want to promote their publications, we encourage them, and we will support you in our upcoming community fair. No, so since we don't have a wellness break, we will entertain a few questions from the audience. We encourage you to ask your question, and we encourage the first two speakers to when answering these questions, some in English, because I think some of our live audience are not really well versed from in Tagalog or in Filipino. Yeah. So any questions? Just raise your hand if you want to ask questions. Siguro if you have no questions, actually I would like to ask Doc Alan, siguro, and Professor Noy. In 1 minute, what is the situation from your perspective? What is our situation now? As far as your talk, as far as what needs to be done in terms of call to action.
Okay, I was not able to conclude. It was part of my conclusion, but I forgot about it. I was about to say earlier that what about now? What is confronting us now? There is this WHO trying to domineer again and trying to control everything. When our DOH has done nothing but listen to them all throughout the pandemic years, and they went really, no, ang performance nila was really, how do you call that? Disastrous. And now they're going to do the same. So the call for action is, no, Lunas Pilipinas will have to do something to encourage the whole population to realize we have to do something about it, lest we will be facing another tragedy, maybe worse than what we already had.
Thank you. Thank you.
1 minute. If you
We will after his summary, his call to action, we can identify at least two of those who have raised their hands. Sige.
from 1960s up to you hear population crisis, food crisis, hunger crisis, insidious crisis, smoking crisis, garbage crisis, plastic crisis, climate crisis. Bottom line is, there's only one solution: more government. Okay, so if next time we hear another crisis, 90 to 99% is a scam. Okay, especially if it's coming from the UN, it's a racket. So usually they just create. Sabi nga if emergency justifies dictatorship, then they will create an emergency to justify dictatorship. So pag may bagong crisis narrative, 90 to 99% is a scam.
Yes, thank you, Prof. So I will entertain one question at the back and then two questions in the front. So I will have to start with the lady at the back because she was instrumental in securing this venue on short notice. Please, I think I want you to come in front. Okay, nahihiya pa. Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia.
Yeah, I'm Cynthia Gubler. I would like to ask the doctor to comment on the consequences of boosters to cancer, tumors, etc. That's one question. And the other thing for the economists or for the whole group, can we do something about health insurances who discriminate against unvaxxed people? I will name one because I have this health insurance. Pacific Cross does not cover COVID-19. If we can do something about that, okay? They always say, the government cannot impose on the business policies of companies. But maybe we should be able to do this because this is discrimination, okay? Discrimination against people who are unvaxxed. Apparently, in the United States, there's a new COVID, what do you call this? Variant, okay? And I hear from a classmate of mine who has a daughter in Metrobank. They are told to wear masks again because there is a new COVID variant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cynthia, for that question. Doesn't need to take the booster, no, para mag-impact on, so it will have an impact on cancers. Just even the basic ones. Why? Because of the interference of this vaccine in the human genome. I think I'm sure Dr. Quijano will expound on that more, no? So there were plasmids that were inserting. There were, these are messenger RNA. Dr. Oclarit was saying we have reverse transcriptase enzymes in our system. It will just reverse the mRNA into a DNA. And then if it happens to insert into the human genome, then that's it. Cancers will be very common. So the impact is really terrible. That's why I was saying it will be a late sequela. You don't get it right away after getting vaccine. Maybe months thereafter, maybe years thereafter, but it will come. So that's the impact on And what we are observing now, we're getting turbo cancers. You catch them on stage 4 already. They were not aware that they had stage 1, stage 2, or stage 3. Kalat na siya, no? And I've been telling people, if it's cancer, it's a dead end. Napakahirap. So I've been, what I can advise, even non-vaccinated, no, we can, a blessing for us because we came to know about ivermectin. It is one thing, and before ivermectin, there was none. It is one thing that we can do to prevent 80% of cancers developing in our system. Why so? Because 80% of cancers are developing in different pathways, which ivermectin is completely blocking. So there's another utility for ivermectin, a wonder drug that God gave us. No? So yun ang impact po. Talagang dadami ang cancers, and we are seeing it already, and there will be more in the future.
Thank you, Doc.
Insurance. I think that I think the bottom line is, I think if insurance doesn't have to be state monopoly, but I think the important thing is that everyone should have health insurance. No, so what I advocated before to have health voucher. So everyone will be given a voucher, and instead of funding the PhilHealth and government, so practically all government hospitals will be private, but everyone will have money and they can choose. Okay, So instead of going the town, magpila-pila kayo mahaba dahil nagsiksikan kayo, you can go to any hospital and this is the money. So still no money coming out from your pocket because everyone will be given voucher by the government. And I think that will set good competition kasi yung mga buraraan ng mga hospital, they will not get customers because even the poor have money in the form of a voucher. So they will be competing with the best healthcare provision. Yeah, bottom line is that people have money from the government, but this time the money doesn't go to the hospital, but direct to the pocket in the form of a voucher. So I think that it applies not only for COVID but even for other sickness. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very welcome input. Siguro an update regarding our PhilHealth vaccine compensation. For those of you who still do not know, we have that compensation program, although it is a very rigorous process. But at least the PhilHealth CEO approached us during the congressional hearings and they said that, yes, we are willing to sit down and look into those inputs. So we're just going to set the schedule for that meeting. Thank you, Prof. Nonoy.
Thank you. I'm Dodi Lacuna. I'm actually from broadcast media. Well,
Thank you, po. Where are you now? How are you engaging the media these days?
I was with DZRH for 3 years after being with Channel 9 with the News and Public Affairs Department. 3 years for DZRH, 2 years with Far East Broadcasting Company, and 6 months with WIC. I was also a board director of the Kapisanan ng mga broadcaster ng Pilipinas, or the KBP, which is virtually controlled by the government. Wala namang,
Kaya pala long hair na kayo ngayon.
Wala namang
Blondie pa.
wala namang independent media dito sa lipunan natin. Panginoon ko talaga. Oh. I'd like to shake the hand of this very heroic doctor. It is really an honor. Really an honor. The nation, the thousands of lives that he has saved through his very earnest and selfless and courageous efforts. Thousands of lives he has saved. Could never thank him during this lifetime. Amen. This nation owes Dr. Landrito so much. He can never repay him back well. We thank God. We thank the good Lord for Dr. Landrito, for creating him in a time like this, a very difficult time in the history of our country. All right time at the right place. And God is so good. We thank the Lord for Dr. Landrito. Sa totoo lang po. Can we just have this short prayer? Lord, we thank you, Father. Can we just bow our heads in prayer for Dr. Landrito? Thank you, Father, for this heroic doctor. Thank you, Lord, Father, for the honor, Father, of being part of his efforts somehow. Thank you, Panginoon, for his heroic deeds, his selfless and courageous deeds, Father. Thank you for his heart, Father. Thank you for his mighty, loving hand. Salamat po, Panginoon, sa kanyang serbisyo, Panginoon, sa bayan pong ito. You bless him, Father, always, Father, with strength, with vitality. Father, always, Panginoon, with the spirit of compassion and kindness and sympathies for the rest of his countrymen, Panginoon. Make it all come to pass, Father, make it never end, Panginoon, now and for all time, Panginoon. We continue to bless him, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen and amen, 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 amen. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Actually, ang tanong ko lang po is, dapat pala i-mobilize niyo ang media. I mean, media should be really actively be mobilized in this effort. Kasi karamihan naman sa media hindi talaga bukas sa ganitong effort. I mean, ako, kundi lang dahil sa kapatid kong doktora, si Doktora Mara, I would na mas bata. Sasabihin ko nga mas bata ka. Hindi ko masasabihin mas bata ako. no. Anyways, kundi yung dahil sa kanya, I would really have known the extent of the damage the last pandemic has, and the government has wrought our country. Ang suggestion ko lang po is for you to really mobilize and activate or do some extra efforts for media to be part of this current effort. This resistance movement, as it is now being known, di ba? So yun lang po, maging bahagi sana talaga ang media. Salamat po, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon.
Welcome to the community, Sir Lodi. Oo, dumami bigla ang atik. But nauna si Pastor. I will hand him the microphone.
Thank you very much. Gusto ko lang, ako si Pastor Bani Miguel. At gusto ko lang masagot yung tanong niya. I just would like to answer the question, the suggestion of Brother Dodi here. Because actually last week, Dr. Jade and I had a meeting with FFBC. We were able to talk to Bishop Ruben Abante, the Vice Chairman, and the President, si Luis Castillo. And I invited them to come over here. And we showed the report of Sally, Super Sally. She reported to them. We showed to them the statistics that Sally was showing, and that they were really convinced that there's something happening here in the Philippines, and that they told us that they will be convening the board of FEBC, okay, because we had this meeting last week because they were concerned because one of our kasama, si Mr. Imperial, no, that he made a post that they were a little bit agitated kasi sinabi nga, ba't ang FEBC ganito, one way lang. So nabasa ni Dan Cura, former president, and he complained. Medyo nag-complain siya, so nagkausap kami. Sabi ko gano'n, could we have a meeting? So nag-meeting na kami nung last Thursday, last week. We had a meeting. And I invited them to come over, and si Luis Castillo, the current president, told me that he might be able to send somebody, isang beat reporter niya to cover. So sana mangyari. So that's what we're doing already. Okay? And then, Sir Nonoy, kasi I'm a pastor, but I'm very much immersed sa helping mga informal settlers. All of my members are informal settlers. As a matter of fact, I'm also involved sa Baseco. You know, yung problem kasi natin, ganito, no? We're talking that our economy is down. Pero wala sa kanila nagko-complain. Yun ang tataka ko. Okay lang sila yung mga informal settlers ko. Yung informal settlers namin, they have been already informed that the PNR, kasi yung informal settlers ko sa may Santa Mesa, may PUP, they were already been informed that the PNR will rehab already all the riles. And so within 3 years, dapat makaalis na sila. Pero walang problema sa kanila eh. Patuloy. Kasi matter yung member ko, nagpatayo pa ng bahay. Kulang-kulang 1 milyon inutang sa BDO. So medyo may mga pera na sila. Ngayon, I was thinking, kasi yesterday, I went to our barangay. As a senior citizen, I was given 2,000 pesos for 4 months. Tapos, I've also been with the 4-piece program ng government. Tuloy-tuloy. Yung dole out. Kaya pila-pila yan. Basta tumawag ng barangay, nakapila na yung mga tao. No? Pero ngayon, GCash na lang. Wala nang ano. Yeah, GCash na. So I'm just asking, Noy, how could we show to these people na talagang ang Pilipinas talagang nakasadsad? Sabi mo nga, naka-flatline yung ating economy. Yung ating mga masa, nakita ko, hindi sila naniniwala. Hindi sila naniniwala. Kasi nakita ko nga tama ka, more of government.
Basically, how can we explain? How can we explain to the masa that we can do something about it?
Actually, may improvement naman na isang observation kasi yung mga bahay sa mga farming villages. Wala na ako nakita ngayon na bahay na walang ni isang motorsiklo. Before, naka-ano na. So, may improvement naman. But I think that what corrupts people is that education is not parental responsibility, but government responsibility. Healthcare is not parental responsibility. The corrupt people that many of the things that they should be doing for themselves and their household are not parental or personal responsibility, but government responsibility. So maski nag-improve na yung alam nila na may free healthcare for the poor, free housing for the poor, healthcare, education for the poor, cash transfer for the poor, tractor for the poor, etc. Baka ang hingi na nila, cars for the poor na, no? Or yate for the poor, no? Kasi andyan na yung uso eh. So all you have to do is to declare yourself as poor. Maski may ano na. So I think that more than the poverty, I think the corruption in government implementation project, the corruption of our values, no? Na bakit pwede ka nang painom-inom, total, ang edukasyon ng anak mo, hindi mo responsibilidad, no? Ang healthcare ng anak mo, responsibilidad. And I think that some people are abusing it. Nag-improve na yung sitwasyon nila, hingi pa rin ng cash transfer, they don't declare themselves, ano? Total, galing naman sa taxes yan. Without realizing na yung, alam mo ba yung ang interest payment ng utang natin, until about 2020 was about 300 billion pesos. Now, this year, 670 billion pesos interest payment alone. And by next year, it would be about 30 billion pesos, excluding pa yung principal amortization. So you borrow 2 trillion, you have to pay that 2 trillion plus 670 billion of interest. So dapat na rin talaga yung pang-change, hindi lang naman sa government, pati na rin sa tao. Ewan ko. Basta maraming naging corrupt na yung values natin eh.
Okay. Siguro I'll just entertain one last question. Thank you, Prof. The other question, siguro we'll save it after our next set of speakers, no? So I think our next 3 speakers, we can ask them to prep, no? Sige. I will give it to another crucial member of the original member of Lunas Pilipinas.
Okay, hi. I'm Cecilia Ferrer. I'd like to direct the question to Dr. Laudito. Sir, thank you very much for bringing ivermectin to our attention. Okay, very quick question. You mentioned the protocol to cure or to detoxify those who have been vaccinated. Okay, could you go through it again for adults and for children? I'm very concerned about children because in Canada, my 8-year-old apo was vaccinated. The parents are vaccinated too. They didn't listen to me. They're not talking to me now. Thank you.
Okay. What is injuring people from this vaccine is the spike protein. No? Whether it's an attenuated virus like Sinopharm, whether it's mRNA, whether it's adenovirus vector vaccine. It's all about the spike protein. I call it the venom of this virus, but now they don't give the virus, except for the attenuated virus. They just give you a code, a genetic code that your system will keep on producing the spike protein. So on that direction, I'm proposing my detox. You just have to neutralize that spike protein that the body will continually, we don't know for how long, produce. So it's ivermectin because ivermectin is going to attach on the spike protein, be it from the virus or from our system due to the vaccine. It will attach on 4 major areas. Kaya sabi nga nila, pag nag-mutate ba yung virus, hindi na kaya no, it's on 4 major areas of the spike protein. It will never be affected no matter what kind of variation or variant is produced. So I was telling, this is the way to go about it. Give ivermectin daily for 1 month, if you want, even for 2 months, and then every 3 days for the next 5 months. 6 months yan. But you can continue if you want. For example, myself, I've been taking ivermectin daily for 2.5, nearly 3 years now. We have proven that it's very safe. And actually, I'm doing it. I'm also recommending 1 capsule every 3 days for cancer prevention. I'm not taking it because I'm vaccinated. Of course, I'm not vaccinated. I'm taking it for cancer prevention and for other reasons. No? Just to keep my immune system up and strong. So that's my recommendation. As far as the other components of the vaccine, which they have not disclosed anyway, and we don't know anything about it, of course, Dr. Romy Quijano will reveal to us whatever he had discovered. No? I don't have anything to detox that except for the spike protein lang recommendation ko. But then the spike protein will also bring about advanced effects like coagulating the blood and things like that. So I have an intravenous detox like chelation, EDTA with dimethyl sulfoxide. That's the uniqueness of my chelation therapy. Just so the blood will be kept in low viscosity, no, hindi siya wala siyang tendency mag-coagulate pathologically. So I'm giving that. And of course, the recommendation, kasi this vaccine can wreak havoc and damage certain parts of our system. The premier nutrient that the body needs is vitamin C. It is the repair, I call it the repair vitamins. So with vitamin C, our system will repair any injuries there are. So you have to take the recommendation in orthomolecular medicine is 3,000 to 6,000 milligrams every day for every person. 3,000 to 6,000. So you don't do that using ascorbic acid because it's acidic. If you take it orally, magka-hyperacidity because you do it using sodium ascorbate. But not with the zinc because you will be overdosing with the zinc if you do that. No? So get the plain sodium ascorbate. So those are the two things that I use. And the intravenous ones for advanced cases na talagang may injury na, nag-hypercoagulable na yung kanyang blood. The blood is already, producing clots. So we can intervene right away as early as possible. Yan lang pa.
Yes. So actually, for our two speakers, I think, and for the rest of our speakers, we're also going to give them some tokens of appreciation. Doc Alan and Prof. Nonoy from Lunas Pilipinas. These are very special gifts in meaning and in substance. Siguro, i-highlight ko lang. So, these are candles from Our Lady of Candelaria from Iloilo, Haro, for some of you. These are blessed. And these are, Luwak coffee, C VID coffee. This is from the rebel returnees are the ones who are from Sulu. They're the ones who are maintaining this. And then this is a immunity booster. From Attorney Lesaka. Yes. Turmeric based. This is a Himalayan salt. Salt and light po. Yes. More, yan. So this is the manual for anthroposophic medicine. We can I think, kasama ang ivermectin din dito. Yes. Okay. Opo. From pare-pareho po. Thank you very much. So, our next speaker, actually, is from, he's the current Dean of the College of Law from UANP. No? And he's a very well-known international lawyer. He has been interviewed by numerous media outlets, including international media, regarding his views on this matter regarding advocacy. He is also a columnist in Business World. So, without further ado, si Attorney Jemay Gatula, Dean.
So it's a bit difficult to talk kasi after Nonoy and Dr. Landrito. Also a bit more difficult kasi it's already coming up to lunchtime. So, but I'll try to keep my remarks brief. Perhaps just to mention lang mga 4 points. And hopefully, if you still have time, if you want to ask some questions afterwards. The first thing I want to mention is the four misconceptions. One misconception that I'd like to mention is, especially when I'm teaching my law students, I would ask them, if you ever face, for example, with the situation that you're coming up with a law on slavery, for example, or martial law, would you be able to speak up against it and all of that? And most of them will probably raise up their hands and say, yes, of course, we will fight against it. Then you ask them a question, when have you ever had a situation that you spoke up against something that everybody is for it, and then you're the only one against it? And obviously, none of them were able to say that. And I think we saw that with the lockdowns. And one of the things I'd like to point out with regard, particularly for Nonoy, and that's why he's really one of my closest friends here, is essentially, I think by March pa lang yata of 2020, we were already questioning. We were essentially tag team in business world. So he was speaking from the economic background. I was on what day are you? Wednesdays or what day does your column come out? In business world, mga Thursday, Tuesday. No. Tuesday, Thursdays ka. Tuesday, Thursday. I would come out naman every Friday, and I'll be speaking naman on the legal matters. By March, I think we were almost already saying that there's something wrong with it. By April, we were already questioning the implementation of the lockdown. By around May, we were already saying exactly that this is something wrong. This should not be happening already, and that we're actually placed in a situation far worse than martial law. By around August, September of 2020, we were already questioning the possibility of having a mandatory vaccination policy. This was already in around August or September of 2020. At that time, I think we were the only people yata speaking publicly or writing publicly on it. I mean, although of course there were some people sometime in the internet would do patcha coming out. Sally would later on eventually crop up. There was an anonymous blogger who would be speaking on the economic details of the lockdown. I forgot his name already. It was quite a lonely path. I mean, at that time we would get a lot of threats and also mga real harassment. A lot of them actually from the anchors of, I think, SMNI or something at that time, because they were really trying to attack. Do you want to get people killed or something? Which is essentially what we wanted not to happen, and that we didn't really want people to get killed. Which leads me to the second misconception, and the second misconception is that pag may law daw, you don't really apply the law if there's an emergency, because of the fact na hindi siya makatao eh. Why will you apply the law very strictly if, for example, there's an emergency, which should actually allow for more leeway when that happens, which is actually the reverse of what you want. It is exactly when you have an emergency that you want to be able to apply the law. And at that time, we were already questioning whether or not the due process clause was being applied. In order for you kasi to be able to apply, for example, a mandatory vaccination or whatever lockdown you want, you have to be able to prove two things. And number one, the application of police power, and so forth. In order for you to have police power, you need to be able to prove that there is a lawful purpose, lawful means. Nobody could explain what the lawful means were. And nobody could actually ever explain what the lawful purpose was. And I think people have to always remember this one particular fact. Actually, from 2020 to 2021 and near 2022, we were placed under a lockdown that absolutely had no authority under law. Absolutely zero. I'm telling you right now. Zero authority. There is no law out there that will actually justify whatever the IATF did. Now, some people will point to a repertorial law, I think it's 11332, but actually it refers to a quarantine. What quarantine means is that you essentially put someone who's already sick. You do not lock down people who are healthy. And that's essentially what happened for the past 2 or 3 years. Which leads me to the third misconception. And the third misconception is that with regard to mandatory vaccination, would it really be considered as illegal? The answer there is no. I mean, you could probably make an argument that you could probably really impose a mandatory vaccination law, assuming that you can prove the necessity. Unfortunately, again, nobody has ever been able to prove the necessity of it whatsoever. And interestingly enough, when you look back on the history of legislation and jurisprudence and all of that, never has there been a situation, despite what you might have heard in the media, despite what you have may have heard from legal commentaries, there is no situation ever in the history of the world where a person was actually required to be mandatorily vaccinated. Not once. If you look at, for example, Jacobson, they would mention cases kasi Jacobson, Bach versus Bell, Solomahatir versus Ukraine, Vavrika versus Czech Republic. Not in international law, not in domestic jurisprudence, has there been ever a situation that a mandatory vaccination was allowed. In fact, even in those little things like yung mga smallpox, which are actually the deadliest ones that you could consider, probably the far deadlier diseases that we had, they never even allowed for mandatory vaccination. What they did is, okay, you can get vaccinated if you want. If you don't want to get vaccinated, then you'll probably pay a $5 fine, which is what happens at Jacobsen. Other than that, you can go your merry way and what have you. So that is why you look at it, when you look at or examine the policy making that they did between the years 2020, 21, 22, they were actually very clever in wording the legislation or the release of the measures. They never actually said mandatory vaccination, and they never actually said the actual legal authority for the lockdown, precisely because there's none. It's zero. Which leads me again now to the final point perhaps I'd like to make. And that is it really time talaga to move on and so on? And the answer there is no, as Nonoy exactly said, because if you don't put this under record or what have you, the possibility of this happening over and over again will be there. And that's the thing there. And even at that point, when Nonoy and I were writing sometime in May of 2020, we knew na parang it was a bit of a lonely thing. But at the back of my head, and I'm sure Nonoy was feeling the same way, we had to put it in writing. Because otherwise, after all of us have survived this, the people who did this to us will say, we never did it. We never required this. And actually, we were trying to say that, no, you did. The other thing that they were saying is that, but nobody knew at that time. But as Nonoy precisely said, and I was already mentioning at that time, no, we knew. We already knew by May, June, July, August that the death rates, the fatality rates were not as scary as we thought. That at that time, there was a Google mobility thing that could actually track where the Filipinos are, if they're at home or in the parks. And the fact that we had already found around a 95% of compliance rate with regard to the lockdown, and still the disease was spreading and so on. And the fact that they had mga beds and emergency beds and so on, that for some reason they kept manipulating the numbers and you couldn't actually track what was happening. And so I think I'd like to close off now at this point. If you don't mind, product placement lang ng konti. I mean, I'd like to make a little bit of product placement. If you really want to hear about the legislation, the history of the jurisprudence about this and so on, Central Bookstore is up there. I have a book that actually details, and you could see the writing from early 2020 all the way up to 2021 that actually covered the years that we're talking about right now. So it's No Easy Days upstairs, I think, with Central Bookstore. And so the best way for you to do it is to partner it, I think, with Nonoy's blog, which you could actually see for yourself on the internet. So I didn't want to spend too much time more on talking about the legal technicalities and all of it, but I just wanted to give the message that we have been duped for the past couple of years. And a lot of the people, when I've always wondered, how is it possible for martial law in the 1970s to have been imposed for so long, and now we know why. Not now. Because all of a sudden, everybody's a hero. And in my book, actually, Nonoy is a hero because of the fact that he could have had his reputation destroyed and all of that. But the thing is, I guess it's something that needed to be done because people perhaps nobody else was doing it at that time. So I'll leave it off here. Thank you very much to all of the organizers. Obviously, Tanya, Rosana Escudero, who's not here. Thank you very much as well. CDC Philippines, Lunas Pilipinas, and all of that. This is a conference that we have been trying to push for so long, and we are now in Malaya. What do you call this place? Malaya Plaza, which is a bastion of academic freedom, and so don't ask me no why. But thank you very much, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean Jemay. And we wish to commend you and Sir Nonoy for really writing about it. I mean, business world is as mainstream as it gets. And kumbaga parang you were already speaking out from the very beginning and you never wavered in your stand, you know. And may backstory yung sinabi ni Dean Jemay, but I'm not going to go into there. Yun, but suffice it to say, Dean Jemay was part of the organization of this particular forum. We've been talking to him since February, you know, and finally it's come to fruition in a place where we can be safe, you know, without censorship. Yun. So, Dean Jemay talked about the illegality of the vaccine mandates. And so the next question was, people asked, what can we do? How can we fight back? And during this second session is actually looking at the vaccination years. So the previous session where Doc Alan and Sir Nonoy talked, they talked about the early years before the vaccines were rolled out. So now we're talking about the rollout, the actual rollout of the vaccines. And we know that mandatory vaccination really started taking place with the Bayanihang Bakunahan in November 2021. So IATF Resolution 148B, the different executive orders issued by the different local governments, and the different issuances of government agencies, employers, etc. And so there was a group of lawyers and paralegals who emerged in response to that. And so you probably are very familiar with Attorney Aaron Sogilon and Juan Dakila. Okay, Attorney Aaron isn't here, but let's send him our love by giving him a round of applause. Okay. He would have loved to be here, but he had to attend to some urgent family matters. But he has prepared a statement that will be read by a JD volunteer. So one of the things that Aaron was able to do was to mobilize, people who were very passionate. Not all of them were lawyers. Many of them were not lawyers, but they were passionate about learning the law and about learning how to apply the law to protect their rights. And so I'd like to call on Teacher Janine Tagarda. Teacher Janine is also very familiar to the resistance movement. She's one of the main people of the JD Corps, and she will help tell the story of JD as narrated by Attorney Aaron Sogilon.
So, magandang araw po sa lahat. Maraming salamat po sa pagdalo at sa pag-imbita po ng Juan Dakila sa makasaysayang forum na ito. So ako po, on behalf of Attorney Aaron at Juan Dakila, ay ibabahagi yung speech ni Attorney Aaron. So bago po ang lahat, nais po namin ipakilala ang Juan Dakila. So bago po yung nabuo yung pangalan ng Juan Dakila, so dati kasi ang pangalan ng page namin ay Black Sheeps Matter. So pinaglaruan namin yung pangalan ng isang kilalang grupo na Black Lives Matter. So, ginawa namin Black Sheeps Matter. So, ang Black Sheeps Matter ay isang pagpupugay sa mga tao na tumaliwas sa kamalayan ng karamihan na nagtatanong at lumalaban sa tukso sa pagsunod sa bandwagon. So, sa mga sinasabing pasaway dahil marunong magtanong, critical mag-isip, at hindi basta-bastang nadidiktahan na opinion ng nakararami. Ang sabi namin, hanapin natin ang mga kapwa black sheeps natin para tayo ay magbuklod-buklod at baguhin ang mga maling nangyayari. Hindi pala ganun kadali. Sa panahon ng kadaliman, mahirap palang hanapin ang mga black sheeps. So kung ganun, dapat baguhin natin ang pangalan ng page. Halip na mahanap tayo ng black sheeps, baka mas mabuting ay magbigay tayo ng pangalan na tatanggapin ng mga manonood at sasabihin, parang ako yung tinutukoy nila. O kaya, parang gusto ko na maging katulad nung taong tinutukoy nila. In short, dapat ang pangalan ng name ay aspirational na nanaising bitbitin ang mga tao ang magpangalan ng page sa buhay nila. So kaya doon po nagpangalan ng Juan Dakila. Tinanambuo. So, intensyon ng grupo na ang bawat Juan at Juana ay maging tunay na dakila sa pamamagitan ng paglaya sa dekahong pag-iisip at sa mga matalino at may pusong pagtataya sa sarili. Magiging training ground ang page para bigyang dangal ang bawat tao sa pamamagitan ng pagturo ng mga kaalamang kapaki-pakinabang at tutugon sa mga hinaharap ng hamon ng buhay. So naging ugat ng lahat ng paglabag sa karapatang pantao ang kapangyarihan ng gobyerno na magdesisyon sa buhay ng mamamayan. May karapatan ba ang gobyerno na magpataw ng mandatory vaccination at may karapatan ba ang mga mamamayan na tumanggi? Mula rito, sari-saring pamamaraan ang ng pamimilit ang ginawa. Yung tanggalin ka sa trabaho, di ka pwedeng lumabas ng bahay, di papayagan ng amang estudyante na mag-enroll, at marami pang iba. So para labanan ito, merong 3 pamamaraan na ginawa ang Juan Dakila. So una ay ang legal education sa pamamagitan ng kapangyarihan ni Juan sa FB Live at flyering. So dito po tinuro ng Juan Dakila ang Constitution at Hierarchy of Laws upang bigyang linaw ang hangganan ng kapangyarihan ng ating gobyerno at ang mga namumuno at kung gaano kalawak ang saklaw ng karapatang pangtao ng mga mamamayan. So gamit ang Facebook, nagkaroon ng massive information dissemination para bigyang tapang ang mga Juan at Juana na naninindigan para sa kanilang buhay. O para maabot naman ang mga taong wala sa social media, so itinuloy ng Juan Dakila ang flyering na sinimulan pa noon sa naunang page. So sa pagkakatanda namin, so mula pa noon sa GM hanggang sa JD, so ang grupo ay nanguna sa flyering campaign sa buong bansa noong panahon ng pandemya. So ang pangalawang pamamaraan ay sa pamamagitan ng legal forms. So nakita ng grupo na kahit mabagal ang proseso ng pagbuo ng tapang, anong konkretong papel ang pwedeng hawak ng tao upang mapailawanag nila ang kanilang posisyon. So dahil hindi lahat ng tao ay kayang magsalita ng may buong tapang at conviction, so kailangan may bitbit na dala ang mga tao bilang bahagi ng pagbubuo ng kanilang bagong sarili. Kaya naglabas naman ng JD ng mga sumusunod na legal forms. So una po ay yung liham ni Juan, ito yung ginamit na legal notice na ipinadala ng mga Juan at Juana sa mga official na gobyerno at sa mga employers, sa iba-ibang establishment para mailatag ang responsibilidad nila sa oras na lumabas na ang katotohanan ng pinsala na dulot ng bakuna. In-anticipate na rin ng grupo na maaaring sabihin na in good faith nila ginawa ang mga pagpipilit at di dapat sila parusahan. Kaya ang ginamit ang liham ni Juan, so binasag natin ang depensa nila ng good faith para hindi nila magamit sa pang-abuso. So ang next is yung vaccine assurance contract. So isa itong ready-made contract na pinapirmahan ng mga Juan at Juana sa mga nanindigang safe and effective ang bakuna, particularly sa mga doctor at medical professionals na ginagamit para i-gaslight ang mga tao na magpabaks. So ayon sa VAC, sila ang mananagot kung sakaling may masamang mangyari sa taong pinipilit nila magpabakuna. So tulad ng aming inaasahan, so wala namang pumirma sa vaccine assurance contract na ito. Wala talagang pipirma. So ang pangatlo po ay yung refusal letters. So kung naglabas po yung JD ng generic at editable na refusal letters, pwedeng gamitin as it is or pwedeng gawin nilang guide at baguhin depende sa sitwasyon ng tao. So naging napakabisa ng refusal letter na ito, kaya maraming hindi napilit magpabakuna. So ang kauna-unahang nakinabang na refusal letter ay isang medtech sa isang government hospital na magpasa hanggang ngayon ay hindi nabakunahan ng COVID vaccine. So naging effective din ito sa mga eskwelahan nung ipinadala sa mga principals. Sa pakakaalala po namin, may umiyak pa nga ang principal nung nabasa niya ang refusal letter dahil may banta ng demanda mula sa abogado. So ang pang-apat po ay yung grave coercion forms. So nilaunch yung grave coercion forms nung nag-declare si Duterte ng 3-day vaccination. I can remember last November 29 to December 1, 2021. So, binugbog ang CDCPh po ng mga ligalig ng mga tao mula sa takot na nadama nila mula sa berdugo ng Davao. So, mula sa illegal education classes, tinuro ng JD kung paano magsampa ng kaso at kung paano gamitin ang grave coercion forms. Team effort talaga ang nangyari dahil matapos ang Wednesday screening, so nagre-recap po ang mga core members ng JD para ituro kung paano po himay-himaywin ang papaliwanag dun sa pag-file ng grave coercion. So naging mabisa po ang grave coercion forms. Na bagamat ito, ilan lang ang tumuloy para magsapa ng kaso. So karamihan kasi ng namimilit ay umaatras na nung nakitang nagsampa ng kaso. So ang panglima po ay yung gate door warning gamit ang RA 11525. So kasama doon sa tinuro ng JD ang pagdidikit ng RA 11525 sa mga gate at pinto ng bahay para hindi maharas ng mga barangay workers ang mga tao. So naging effective din ito dahil naging deterrent din sa harassment ang mga taong gumagamit at nag-post ng RA 11525 para doon sa mga nagre-refuse na magpa-vaccine. So ang pangatlo po ay voluntarism. So pagtataya sa sarili at pag-aambag sa kabutihan. So sa palagi po sinasabi ni Attorney Aaron, kada life niya noon, na para maging mabuting tao, di sapat na hindi ka gumawa ng masama. Kailangan gumawa ka ng mabuti. So yun po yung palagi niyang sinasabi during our live sessions. So ito yung naging mantra din po ng JD sa tuwing may legal education na gagawin sa aming page. So isa ring reminder na isa sa dahilan ng pagdudusa ng lahat ay ang kawalan ng aktibong malasakit sa kapwa. Aktibo dahil hindi pwedeng manatili sa puso lamang ang awa, kailangan may kalakip na gawa. Kaya siguro minsan nagpagkakamalang suplado at strikto dahil laging nire-remind sa lahat na dahil walang donation na tinatanggap ang JD page, kailangan tumulong lahat at magbunot ng budget mula sa kanya-kanyang bulsa. So hindi pwedeng pairalin ng pera at iasa sa ibang tao ang gawa. Kaya mula rito, umusbong ang mga ka-JD na nag-flyering ng kusa at nag-reproduce ng mga materials galing sa JD page. So karamihan po sa flying ay mga self-finance po ng mga volunteers. So yung mga templates, lahat ng documents and flyers na ginamit namin ay hanggang ngayon nasa pin post pa rin ng JD. So accessible po siya sa mga tao at sila po yung kanya-kanya na silang nag-reproduce ng mga kopya nila. So maraming solo na ginawa ang flyering. So marami din po before nag-share sa amin ng mga documentation ng kanilang activities. Tapos umusbong din po yung mga satellite groups ng Juan Dakila na nagtipon-tipon upang kumilos sama-sama at ginawa yung lessons doon sa JD page. Tapos nanganak na rin iba't ibang strategies tulad ng pagpapabasa sa simbahan ng mga prayer intentions na ang tunay na intention ay i-disseminate ang katotohanan ng pinsanan na bakuna. So I can remember that video. May nagpamisa na sinabi na misa po para sa patay, ng mga namatay dahil sa COVID vaccine. So nabasa po yun ng commentator dun sa misa. So, ano po yung mga aral na natutunan po namin mula sa Juan Dakila? So, 3 aral lang muna ang babahagi namin mula sa JD. So, una, ang kamangmangan ay sandata ng kasamaan. Karamihan sa mga human rights violations na nasaksihan natin ay nagawa lamang dahil sa kakulangan ng kaalaman ng mamamayan. So, maraming natakot at ngayon ay nagdudusa dahil sila ay mangmang o kaya ay pinili nilang maging mangmang. Pinili dahil nagbubulag-bulagan sila sa nakikita nila or nagpapakabing sa naririnig nila at nagpapakamanhid sa nararamdaman ng kanilang puso. So pag pinili nilang maging mangmang, pumapayag na tayo na maging kasangkapan ng kasamaan. O pangalawa, makapangyarihan ng taong may respeto sa sarili at pumapanig sa katotohanan. Bahagi ng respeto sa sarili at pagkilala na higit tayo sa idinikta ng gobyerno at ng sambayanan na bukod sa Diyos, tayo lamang ay ang maaaring magdesisyon kung anong maaaring pumasok sa ating katawan. Kasama ng respeto sa sarili, ang pagkilala bilang tao, may kapangyarihan tayo magligtas ng ating kapwa at hindi tayo maaaring pigilan sa paggawa ng mabuti at pagsasalita ng katotohanan. Pangatlo, mahalaga na magkaroon ng vision ng mas malawak na pag-unawa sa mundo. So, laban ng kasamaan at kabutihan ang paulit-ulit ng tema ng mga hamon sa buhay. So, maaari nating husgahan ang mga pangyayari kung ito ba ay makakabuti o makakasama. So, sandata ba ito ng Diyos o ng demonyo? So, ano-ano mga bagay na maaari nating gawin para itaguyod ang pangmamalawakang kabutihan? So, hindi lamang para sa ating sarili, kundi para sa ating lahat. Dahil sa uli, tulad ng reminder natin sa Juan Dakila, so kung gusto nating maging mabuti, hindi sapat na hindi tayo gumagawa ng masama. Kailangan gumagawa tayo ng mabuti. So, maraming salamat po sa pakikinig.
I thank you, Teacher Janine. Oo. Yun, actually, Attorney Aaron really wanted to come here. Actually, na-delay na nga yung flight niya to Thailand. No? But anyway, he made that, I think, just today. No? Oo, that statement. So, yun na. Talagang si Attorney Aaron is very much one of our founders, Juan Dakila. No? Our next speaker is needs no further introduction, but I think I just have to reiterate that he's one of our top toxicologists. No? So expert natin siya. So without him, we could not push the correct policies to our Congress and to the powers that be in government. So without further ado, si Doc Romy Quijano.
Maraming salamat. Magandang tanghali sa inyong lahat. Medyo nagugutom na tayong iba kaya hindi ko na patatagalin. Meron akong PowerPoint presentation. Kung wala akong presentation, meron din akong power. And I want to make a point. Yeah. Pero meron yan, ano?
Ito po.
Ito na ba yun? Sabi kanina, hinahanap daw nila mga Juan Dakila. Ako naman ang hinahanap ko si Juan Nasira. Kasi kailangan nila ng tulong. Pero kailangan pa rin natin yung mga Juan Dakila. Kaya maraming salamat sa inyo, mga Juan Dakila. Juanang Dakila, bakit hindi kasama yung Juana?
Kasama na po.
Ganun ba yan? Pero wala kasi nakasulat na Juana. Di ba, binigay sa akin na topic, hindi ko masyadong napaghandaan kasi nasa Japan, Japan pala ako, hindi Japan. Nitong nakarang gabi lang ako nakabalik, kaya medyo inapura ko yung aking presentasyon. Pero ginawa ko siya bilang nakasulat na giya para sa lahat, kasi hindi ko naman talaga masasabi lahat yung nilagay ko doon sa mga slides. Kaya kung interesado kayo, hingin nyo na lang sa organizers yung aking presentation. Wala pa rin. Baka pinadala sa LBC, kaya matagal.
Hindi naman siguro na sensor.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry, I forgot. But I thought you were a Filipino already. Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Although I may have a little difficulty sometimes. I did not bring my English dictionary. So bear with me if I can mix it with the others.
Thanks for reminding us. Actually, we encourage our watch party attendees. So I think we have around maybe around 14 provinces on board watching with us. If you have questions, we have the chat board. So for those watching from abroad, you can send us your questions via the chat. And then we will plug you in and we can ask your questions for you live. Okay.
Okay, sige. So let's start. I changed a little bit the topic that was assigned to me because the topic that was assigned to me is vaccine toxicity. So I took it to mean to be more general, not only COVID vaccines. So I'll be including um, other points that would refer to the traditional vaccines, but I put some focus also on COVID vaccines. So what I chose is, as my topic is vaccination is dangerous to your health. Similar to smoking is dangerous to your health. No? So I hope that is acceptable to everybody. And next slide, please. Yeah, that's only the introduction. So mabagal din nata yung computer. Next, or the one operating is sleeping or what? Can you put next slide, please? Maghintay daw ako. Sige, habang naghihintay tayo.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's the syncing with the different platforms.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're using 2 computers now.
Okay. So
We're not using AI here.
Okay. Anyway, when I say vaccination is dangerous to your health, it doesn't mean that I am anti-vaccine. Okay? Because if a vaccine is safe enough and the risk is so high for that infection, I can accept that vaccine. Even if it is dangerous. If the disease is more dangerous, then I can accept the vaccine. Unfortunately, most of the vaccines are dangerous and not acceptable at this point, except for me, the anti-rabies vaccine. So I make that exception. For anti-tetanus vaccine, it's a little controversial yet. Sorry? I raise my voice or my mic? Okay. So raising the mic is enough, not necessarily my voice. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is my the summary of my presentation. If you can remember just this one, that's okay. That's fine. I can go home. Okay, this is my eldest grandson, who is now 15 years old. I use this this picture of his, but this one was pesticide before. Originally, he was part of our anti-pesticide campaign internationally since 1980s. Anyway, next slide, please. So that's my main message. Stop the vaccination. Next. Why? So I just try to make it short, and I'm sure we can add some more reasons. Because vaccines, especially the COVID-19 vaccines, are inherently hazardous. Okay, hazardous means it's dangerous to your health. And you have risk if you're exposed to that hazard. So if you add hazard and exposure, that is the risk or the probability of having the injury or disease. So that's the difference between a hazard and the risk. And then you talk about the risk. And at the moment, I think, even with the advanced technology, I think the risks far outweigh the potential benefits. All vaccines right now, except the rabies vaccine, I think. Oops. Inaapura na ako kasi meron pa atang dalawa ron eh. I forgot what the others were. I think, can we go back to the previous one? Okay. I think they're hurrying me up. So, I can just say, just read this. And the science behind the vaccination is highly questionable. I can still accept some of the science involved, especially in the some of the exceptional publications right now, and even in the mainstream medical publications, even those that are published by the industry, some you can still pick up some good science in it, as long as you are discerning enough. You have to be critical. So there's still science, but the current science that justified the imposition of these restrictive policies and unsound and scientific policies during the so-called pandemic is highly highly questionable. You know? Some are half-truths, some are outrightly false, some are actually factually correct. And then the fourth, I think, is the most important reason why this vaccination is right now, at this time in history. is dangerous to our health because the vaccine manufacturers, the regulators, and the promoters, including the scientists and doctors who are actually promoting them, and even those who are just fooled by the misleading information that were put out, yung mga Juan na bola naman, mga Juan na bola yon, mga nabudol, no? Hindi lang Juan nasira, meron ding Juan na bola. So kasama na dyan. No? So that's why this made the vaccination very dangerous. Next slide, please. So that's the why. Next slide. Wala na ba sa ibaba? Yan.
Next slide, please.
Sa ibaba. Okay, so these are the more detailed summary explanations why the vaccines are hazardous. Vaccines were developed and institutionalized mainly by profit organizations and captured academic, health, and government institutions, medical doctors and scientists, and all the others who are promoting the vaccines. When I say captured, that means it's either under their complete control, they're funding it, or influencing it heavily, or even just misinforming them, giving them wrong information. That's why they are being misled. So that is captured in my definition, okay? And I think we know all that. And then our history, you have to look back into our history always. I've been studying history since I was a student. When I entered college in 1966, I already studied history outside of the usual class sessions. And we called it discussion groups. I was a student activist, and I'm still an activist. I like to...
Not cutting classes.
I have been cutting classes too, even in medicine. You cannot believe the stories. I will tell you if I have the time. Anyway.
Later. Okay. Meron tayong
Q&A.
And
because since I became aware of what health is, it's already corporate interest that is prevailing in the system. Even in the 1960s, when I was already just a new student in college in UP Diliman at the time. So I already know about this military-industrial complex at the time. Remember, it was Eisenhower who warned the world about military-industrial complex, and followed up by President John Kennedy. That's why he was killed, because he went against the military-industrial complex. At that time, the corporations were already in complete control practically. And as far as health is concerned, it goes back to late 1800s, and in the early 1900s, the Rockefeller Foundation established the mainstream medical institutions, and most doctors don't even know that. Mahina pa rin? Mahina pa rin? Okay.
Ganyan.
Baka kasi malunok ko ito. Okay, sige. Dapat pala nakaano. Anyway. And it has been actually, although this is a matter of controversy of interpretation, in the case, the lawyers, you probably know this, the case Brucewicz versus Wyatt decision, when this was in relation to the National Vaccine Compensation Injury Act in the US in the 1980s. Was it 1986, Sally? 1987. Anyway, there was a long discussion about why vaccines are unsafe, and there was this very common phrase that was mentioned many times, that vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. And this has been the cry of the group of Senator Robert Kennedy in the US, of the Children's Health Defense, to say that vaccines are unsafe. That's the basis of their suit. And they won some cases, I think, because of that. Anyway, so it also shows how inherently these vaccines, this referred to traditional vaccines, because at this time, there was no COVID vaccine yet. Okay. Next, please. Next slide. And then safety assessments under the corporate-dominated scientific milieu are grossly inadequate and oftentimes erroneous. I know this because I've been evaluating scientific publications during my career in the UP College of Medicine before I retired in 2014. So you can guess how long that would be. I also evaluated the scientific papers submitted by these corporations. I was a consultant of the Department of Health of the Food and Drug Administration, and also the Department of Agriculture, evaluating the technical papers of the pesticides applying for registration. So I know what I'm talking about with respect to safety assessments. And I can tell you again a lot of stories, horror stories about this thing. I was part of the toxicology committee, the assessment committee of the Department of Health, and we at some point we highly recommended to ban certain drugs that are, to our mind, are not justifiably approved in the market because they're dangerous. I call them EPs, inessential pharmaceuticals intended for suckers. So that's one. But and then for the pesticides, you also recommended the highly toxic pesticides to be at least phased out. You know what happened? Our committee was the one phased out. That's how strong these corporations are. Anyway, that's a side story. And then with respect to the new messenger RNA vaccines and adenoviral vaccines, they're completely new and completely tested. They did not really follow the usual mainstream protocol, which, by the way, these protocols were developed by the mainstream corporate-driven academics and universities and medical institutions and government institutions like Center for Disease Control of the US. They were the ones who developed all these guidelines. And they did not follow that. They were the ones who actually implemented it usually, normally, but they did not do that as far as the COVID vaccine is concerned. In fact, even before the vaccines were rolled out, I wrote the earliest article warning about the vaccines. The title of the article that I wrote was Beware the Vaccine for COVID-19, and expectedly nobody wanted to publish it. But later on, it was published by academia.edu, an online scientific journal, even before the rollout, because I've been studying the vaccine since 2001. Why 2001? That was at the time when they attacked the World Trade Center. And that was at the time, that was my, how do you call it in English, Sally? Is that epiphany? Is that correct? You suddenly wake up and you suddenly realize the things that you are doing were wrong, because I discovered the secret operations of the CIA and the US government pertaining to the use of vaccines in controlling people, poisoning their own people, because I did not believe that it was Bin Laden who was the mastermind in attacking World Trade Center. So I started digging into it and I stumbled on the issue of vaccine, including HIV/AIDS. There's a long history also of HIV/AIDS. Those interested, you can read the books about it, especially the book of Dr. Horowitz, because it's a horror story too. That's why it's probably appropriate to his name, Horowitz. Okay, and all the adverse effects that we are seeing now has been identified already, even before the vaccine was rolled out. Because remember, there was a SARS-1, 2001, 2002. They tried to use this messenger RNA technology to address by the way, that SARS-1 was also a product of a bioweapons research program by the US government. They want to blame China, but actually it's a collaboration originally started in the US, the Chapel Hill in University of California, Southern Carolina, Northern or Southern, I don't know, led by Professor Ralph Baric. So this is a long history, because actually the origin is a bioweapons program. So it's actually a synthetic virus, which is not technically, should not be really it's not a natural virus, even though also the vaccine is also a synthetic one. The spike protein is also a synthetic one. It's not a natural protein. So all the problems emanate partly from that. Next, please. And now we observe a lot of things that the clinicians like Dr. Del Mundo, Dr. Landrito, and all our colleagues who refuse to be vaccinated observe, even at the initial stages, because they saw a lot of the rise of autoimmune immunodeficiency syndromes, the rising incidence of myocardial diseases, the blood clots, hemorrhages, name it, all types of illnesses. And in fact, it was in the list of adverse effects initially found in the monitoring of the Pfizer vaccine. If you remember, 9 pages of adverse effects, which was revealed only because of the court order. They wanted they wanted to reveal those data after 70 years lang or 50 years. They wanted to bury the data. Anyway, and now we are seeing it as an explosion, and they still deny that it's related to the vaccines. But I did a presentation before. I used the standard protocol for evaluating, assessing cause and effect relationship. And to me, it's quite clear, beyond reasonable doubt, as the lawyers say. To me, it's beyond reasonable doubt. Next, please. Excess death will be discussed by Sister Sally. So I want. So this alone can tell you how bad the situation is, because this is the correlation of the vaccine dose. This is US data, by the way. Correlation between the vaccine doses, and mainly this in US it is mainly Pfizer and Moderna, versus the serious injuries, and they call it disabilities. And you can see the almost straight correlation. And most of the major adverse effects happened within 2 days, 2 weeks, or at the latest 1 month. And that alone, by the temporal relationship, is already a clear indication that it is related to the vaccines. And yet, they always say, oh, it's only correlation. That doesn't necessarily mean causation. Depending on the situation, if you find this graph, that correlation definitely is causation, especially under the circumstances. Next, please. And then the myocarditis, because the incidence of myocarditis in young people is extremely rare. The background incidence is, where is it? 1 in 100,000. This is a US data. But here, with the vaccinated, it became 1 to 1, range is 1 to 5 in 12 to 15-year-old, and suddenly it became 116. So it's very clear, sudden unexplainable rise, and there's no logical explanation except the rollout of the vaccines, because this happened right after the vaccine rollout. And you can see, except for people beyond 50, there's a tremendous increase in the incidence of very supposedly rare myocarditis. So that's one of the criteria for cause and effect assessment. If you see this, it's definitely a cause and effect relationship. This was also the critical criteria used in court, I think, in showing that smoking causes cancer, because of the incidence, the very rare incidence of lung cancer found in smokers. That's a specific disease you find. And in children, if you find this, that's a specific signal that is a cause and effect relationship. Next slide, please. A complete discussion of cause and effect relationship assessment. I have also a separate article, which I presented last year, I think, no? And I did not include it here because I think somebody else will be talking about it. Anyway, I have that.
We'll have the presentations.
And then there's also the usually it's like the Supreme Court in medicine, the assessment of the pathologist. So this was done by Professor Burkhardt in Germany with his colleagues, documenting the heart inflammation, which is myocarditis, and very clear infiltration. I mean, this blue dots should not be there within the heart muscle. So this is an indication of inflammation of the heart muscle. That is myocarditis, which is causing sudden death in young people, athletes especially. And this has been discussed by Dr. Peter McCullough extensively. If you can search the name of Dr. Peter McCullough, he discusses at length the issue of myocarditis as a result of vaccination. Next slide, please. And Super Sally will have present this, so I can just go over this. This is excess death data in the Philippines, and Super Sally will discuss that. So I'll just skip that. Clear indication, which is also found in several other countries. Are you presenting also Rancourt study, Sally? The Rancourt by Professor, 17 countries study by Professor. Anyway, that is also found, this kind of figure. Bakit natakpan yung Pwede bang tanggalin to? Ayaw. Ayun, natanggal. Nag-respond sa akin . Anyway, so the dotted line just shows incomplete data. Don't interpret it as the incidence is going down because you might interpret it that
Incompetent.
anyway, so let's skip that. This is Philippine data, excess death, too much death. Next, please.
Next slide.
Next
Please.
slide. Next slide. Ayaw. Okay. Anyway, ayun. Also, Super Sally's data, I'm using, as you can see, Sally, I'm using a lot of your, without Super Sally, I would not been able to really do some definitive assessments, because I'm not a statistician, I'm just a comedian.
Time check.
Okay.
9 minutes.
Okay. Oh, 9 minutes na ako. How much?
9 minutes to go.
Oh, 9 minutes. Oh, still a long time. Okay. Okay. So it also shows the clear excess deaths in the Philippines. And it included some projections. Anyway, maybe Sally can explain that later. Next slide, please. Aba, maski hindi na dumikit, sumusunod na, no? And this is Professor Rancourt's study, the 17 country studies, the Philippines included. So he analyzed, because they are other authors, they analyzed the all-cause mortality together with the vaccine doses, and they found similar sudden increase of excess death, all-cause mortality, as soon as the vaccines were rolled out, implemented in the population. So again, this is a very consistent finding in different countries, which is again a critical criterion for establishing cause and effect relationship. So practically all the scientific criteria had been fulfilled, and yet they still don't believe it because they don't want to believe it, actually. In fact, the WHO can be satisfied in the old criteria in WHO. Just this clear temporal relationship, you can already conclude it's a cause and effect relationship, especially with the very strong, almost linear correlation that I showed earlier. That's already definitive. Next, please. And these vaccines are actually genetically engineered. And in Australia, these are defined as GMOs, right, Sally? Even the SARS-CoV-2 is a GMO. And therefore, if you are incorporating the gene fragment that it goes into your DNA, you are a GMO. You become a GMO. By definition, you become a genetically modified organism.
Transhuman.
Maybe you're no longer a human. I don't
You're
know.
already trans because you've already changed.
And even before, we were also fighting the rollout of the genetically engineered corn in the 1990s. Nikki, where is Nikki? And Nikki Perlas and I were partners and others in our group in Sustainable Agriculture Movement, fighting the entry of BT corn. Was it 1996, Nikki, or 1998? Basta late 1990s, di ba? 1992. Oh, your memory is better than mine, I don't want to go that far. Anyway, as you can see, at the time, we were already predicting the possible toxic effects of a genetically modified agricultural product, corn, taken orally. What more if you inject these GMOs? Inherent toxicity of genetically modified organisms is quite different from the direct toxicity by spike protein or any other chemical. It has unique characteristics in terms of toxicity, and at that time, we already identified effects on the immune system, possible cancer production, etc., etc., So, these so-called brilliant scientists who developed the vaccines should have known this already. Anyway, next please. So this is again why these vaccines are hazardous, and there is potential to try when a genetic fragment in a genetically modified organism like microbe or virus or vaccine gets into your body, it can recombine with other organisms that are not genetically modified. That's called recombination. And it could, this is the worry of Professor Van den Bos, that a more virulent strain can develop because of this recombination. And we've been warning about this already in 1990s. Remember, Nikki, when we had this congressional hearing also that time, I was warning about this possibility. They didn't listen to us, you know. Anyway, there could be chromosomal integration, insertional mutagenesis that could cause cancer, many other problems, resulting in alterations of gene expression or activation of cellular oncogenes, raising the possibility of inducing cancer. So this explosion of cancer is not surprising to me. In fact, I expected this to happen. That's why I was warning hard. But even my closest friends did not listen to me, did not believe me. My close friends. Close. No D. Now it's closed friends. Meron ng D. Kasi they were closed.
Closing in 5 minutes.
Okay, closing na. 5 minutes pa. Mahaba pa yan. Sige pa, bilisan natin. Bilisan mo. Bilisan natin. Okay. And another issue, vaccines produced in cell cultures, they're usually contaminated with naked nucleic acids, genomic fragments, retrovirus, and other foreign materials. And they use also aborted fetal cells in reproducing. Which is a part of the virus, foreign virus that contaminates all these vaccines. On top of that, earlier studies found also nano materials, including nano level concentration of lead and mercury and other toxic metals. You know, and in my research, I found also, and this was confirmed by several laboratories, including independent laboratory in England, that these vaccines contain graphene oxide, which is a programmable biologic material that can be used as a chip, like a computer chip. It can receive signals and it can send out signals. That is what I'm more worried. I'm more worried about the graphene oxide than the spike protein, because the spike protein is easier to handle compared to the graphene oxide. Although graphene oxide by itself is a very versatile chemical, it can be used actually very for curing diseases more precisely, because you can actually send precisely this chemical and that cancer cells are without damaging the normal cells. So it can be very useful. But in the hands of criminals, like Big Pharma, they don't use it for that purpose. They use it to control population.
I'm also worried about the last 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Faster. Ang bilis naman ng 3 minutes. Kanina 5 minutes pa eh. Wala ka bang relo eh? Mukhang binibilang mo lang sa... Inadaya mo ata ako. Sige. Anyway, in fact, the hazard of the vaccines was actually acknowledged by the US FDA as early as August. Is it August? As early as August 2020, they recognize the hazards from these tumor lines. You see, it can cause cancer. They know it can cause cancer at that time. Next, please. Okay, inherent danger in vaccine. I mentioned that already. I made some reference. And then there's a long history of vaccine adverse effects ever since the smallpox, polio, etc. Most of the information they dished out to us in medical school were false. And that was my epiphany in 2001 when I researched the attack in World Trade Center. At that time, I refused to vaccinate anymore. After that. So, but again, I would like to remind you, it's still a matter of balancing risk and benefits. So with the high technology available to us, in proper hands, perhaps we can still develop some comparatively, relatively safe vaccines that can be acceptable. Why not? But in the hands of criminals, I don't think that is possible. Next, please. So the risks far outweigh potential benefits. Rigorous safety assessment is done by this corporate controlled scientists, doctors, and hospitals and everything, regulators. So we cannot trust those things. And then, this is just showing the study. Even before, this was in when was this? Much earlier, the traditional vaccines. It was published in 2017, but the earlier study was, I think, as early as 1990 something in Africa, done by Dr. Abi. Anyway, they showed already that the vaccinated were more susceptible for more deaths compared to the unvaccinated at that time, using the traditional vaccine DTP and what else? I think DTP, the diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis vaccine. And this is relevant now because they're now scaring people. And you don't need the vaccines for pertussis. Next, please. And more recent study by Dr. Paul Thomas and Dr. Weiler showed the medical condition of vaccinated and unvaccinated children after several months. And they showed that unvaccinated children are much healthier than the vaccinated children. The incidence of fever, if you compare, for example, 17 for the unvaccinated, 759 for the vaccinated, and so on and so forth, in practically all sorts of diseases. Next, please. Safety and efficacy is questionable. Okay. No scientifically valid. Vaccine history of malfeasance by Big Pharma. You can look at the book, medical, what's the title of the book? It's Organized Crime, referring to medicines as poisons. Next, please. So I put that in all the references, and the CDC actually covered up their own finding that the MMR vaccine they were using for children were actually causing autism. They knew that, but they suppressed that information. Next, please. And I also questioned the actual reason why they came up with vaccines. Remember, the vaccines were developed late 1800s. Very little is known about the immune system at that time. And yet they concluded that if you use vaccine and stimulate antibodies, it will solve the problem. That is a wrong conclusion because there was not enough information about the immune system and until now, we know little about immune system totally, and they were ignoring the natural course of things at the time. So the actual science behind vaccination is highly questionable. And social determinants and the environment are more important in terms of health and disease. I have also a full article regarding this. Okay, 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay, so it's the harmony and coexistence that is important with the individual and this environment that is important rather than putting in external things. This is just a graph to show that even before drugs and vaccines were developed, the mortality rate of most of practically all infectious diseases already gone down up to 90 or even more %. So there's very little contribution that can be done by drugs and vaccines. But they ignored this. They didn't show this to us when I was in medical school. Next, please. And there are much better alternative. And it has been mentioned already by Dr. Landrito also. So I can just skip this because this, protecting yourself, your immune system, avoiding all the toxic disruptors in our environment, chemical, biological, even psychological.
Avoid X-rays, 5G.
And I haven't mentioned also the radioactive materials coming from the Fukushima disaster, which they haven't really done any significant remediation. Chernobyl disaster, do all this nuclear testing before. These are all contributing to our bad health. Next, please. And also the 5G, this radioactive, this is not radioactive, electromagnetic radiation, EMF, that is also bad to your health. Pesticides, other chemicals, including the toxic chemicals emitted in your car, inside your car, especially if it's new, because there's still toxic chemicals being emitted from the upholstery of your seat and everything. Next, and many others. So I cannot mention them, so just go through them, including psychological aspects. Ignorance is also depressing your immune system.
Ignorance is not bliss. I cannot ignore the time.
And then the social disruptors, if you have dictatorship, fascism, and everything like that, as mentioned by
I have to be a
Noe.
fascist, sorry.
So this also will depress your immune. I'm not kidding. You should read the social determinants of health book, published by the WHO, by the way. But they did not put any budget in disseminating that information. Next, please. And we have to avoid other things like, so many things, and global superpower and everything like that. So some specific mitigating measures. I also try to recommend some corrective measures. You can call that protocol, but I call it recommendations because it should be individualized. There's no what you call that formula for everybody. So these are just general recommendations, and I think Dr. Landrito had mentioned it, and in my recommendation, herbal medicine figures a lot, especially turmeric and Andrographis paniculata and many others that can mitigate the toxic effects of vaccines also, many others. Next, please. Next. These are some examples. Okay, healthy microbiome. Microbiome is also good, That's why I eat, maski yung panis na pagkain, kinakain ko. Huwag lang masyadong panis, Probiotic yun. Huwag lang masyadong panis. Especially rice.
Rice wine.
By the way, soybeans, the fermented soybean, the whole soybean that the Japanese called natto, is full of natto kinase. Yung chemical that's being sold for thousands, pagka binili mo puro, because that's a specific antidote for spike protein, as mentioned by Dr. Landrito.
Promote po natin yan.
That
Gawin
can
na
also,
nating libro.
and I was not able to mention the seed of the malunggay. Malunggay seeds are very good detoxicant, but you have to take it orally over a long period of time, as well as activated carbon. So there are many things that can be done for those who are vaccinated, for those who are poisoned. And by the way, we are being poisoned every day. We cannot avoid it. That's why we need to avoid only as much as possible. But everywhere we go, practically anything we eat, we are being poisoned every day. So we need to be conscious of that so that we can be more specific in our. And there are many other alternative modes. So, okay, next.
May meditation tayo mamaya.
Okay, so what needs to be done?
Yes.
So I always put this at the end. We need awareness raising. We're doing that already. Networking. Maybe we need some more networking with other groups, including not the traditional partners. Unfortunately, my traditional activist partners ignored me too. Like the Makabayan group. I was part of Makabayan. I was in the National Council, but they ignored me too. So I was an orphan until you adopted me. Anyway, we need technical capacity.
We embrace our members here.
We don't rely on experts because everybody should know at least the basics, And we need to exchange information. That's why we need more people like Super Sally. Can we import others from other countries? And we need to deepen our understanding. We need to go back into our history, into the details, the things that we don't usually see in the mainstream media, the articles that we can find only in the 50th page of Google at the time. By the way, initially I can go to 50th page of Google. During pandemic, they gave me only 5 pages. I can no longer go beyond that. I was restricted also by Google. And my Gmail account was also restricted. And then organizing, we need to organize people. That's why I always emphasize this to Attorney Lat. We need to organize. That's why Lunas is here, because that is the result of organizing. But we need to do more, especially in the provinces. And I hope those listening in the provinces can put more efforts in organizing, because unless more people are seen in the streets protesting, these politicians will not listen. They listen only to a mass of people gathering together and shouting in one voice. Transformative action, it has to be transformative, not palliative. We can do some palliative tactical actions for palliative relief, but we need to go beyond that. We have to really destroy the corporate dictatorship that's going on, the medical dictatorship by WHO and things like that. And then eventually the bottom line is empowerment of people. So we can do small things first, like what we did in India in our pesticide. Oh, by the way, we need to overcome these obstacles. I call disease, dread or fear, ignorance, selfishness, elitism, apathy, subservience, escapism. I emphasize subservience because palagi tayong sunod ng sunod sa WHO, sa US CDC and things like that. Sa mga doktor, mga medical dictatorship yan, hindi yan ano, I call it medical dictatorship. So you should not just follow your doctor, you know.
30 minutes for lunch.
Okay. O tapos na. Wala na. Ito na lang. Ito yung ginawa namin sa India for our pesticide campaign. This was effective because we were able to convince at least the state government in Kerala to ban endosulfan, a highly poisonous pesticide. Because of these efforts, community efforts of my local organization, I was called in as an expert.
Wag muna. Export ka namin, mama.
And then we marched in the streets and we were able to convince Undersecretary Dr. Lopez to march with us for the issue of truth and justice in health, you know. Criticizing also the monopoly of big pharma. I think this is because of the high cost of medicines, the patenting of essential medicines, and the corruption involved. So we were able to convince the Undersecretary who was listening to us. I think this was during the time of Ramos. Next.
GMA.
Until finally we gathered together and we were able to topple the president. Anyway, thank you very much for your patience.
Yes, as for all our speakers, we would like to present our gifts to them, our gifts of appreciation.
Dapat sa akin, block of depreciation kasi matandaan na ako eh.
Dental health. Yes, for Dean Jemai, of course, we would like to ask our esteemed guests if they still will stay a bit for lunch. Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you longer from lunch, but I wanted to express again thanks to some people, obviously for Tanya, Dean Agabin, also my law partners. For a time, I don't know if you guys remember this, we filed a case of Supreme Court. Eventually, of course, it was dismissed. It was expected. They dribbled it kasi to the point that it will become moot and academic, so expectedly it became like that. But, well, tried. I'd like to thank personally from the perspective of my family, Dr. Landrito. You don't know the help you gave us, even though we didn't meet at that time. He was issuing medical certificates with regard to the exemption to some medical vaccine. I'd also like to thank the people who did that little card that we could show some malls, what served as vaccine thing. And they were using RA 11525. So now this is partly siguro sarcastic, but also at the same time, I'm very grateful. There is one person that never comes up in the conversations pagdating sa vaccine thing. But I think we should all be very, very grateful for him. I think generations from now, we should all be grateful to this one guy, whoever he is. And that is that one guy who, for some reason, inadvertently put in RA 11525 that a vaccine card shall not be used as a mandatory requirement for additional employment, education, and so on. For some reason that I cannot understand, nakalusot yun eh. And that is where the entire basis of our, what you call resistance comes in. Who that unknown guy is, thank you very much. And anyway, thank you all for lunch as well.
Staff ng isang congressman?
Sa
congressman.
Okay, sige. So I know that mainit yung diskusyon, but I know you're also hungry. Okay. No, you're not. Okay. So we'll try to we're going to rework the program for this afternoon, try to be more flexible to give you time to interact with people. But for now, let's take advantage of the lunch hour. But first of all, let's give a hand again to our panelists for the second session. Okay. Thank you again. And okay, we still have a lot of puto. Okay, and then we also have a food concessionaire upstairs for those who would like to have lunch so that you don't have to step out. For our speakers, lunch is on us, so but you can also go to the food concessionaire. And if we can be back by 1:45, yeah, So it's about 30 minutes, tama ba?
Yes, yes.
It's about 40 minutes. Okay. And yeah, let's continue the conversation. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes. So just go to the chat groups if you have questions for our speakers. We'll also address it to them in time. Thank you. We'll come back here in 40 minutes. Yeah. Will you join us for lunch? Yes. Okay, thank you. Will you join us for lunch?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ano yung ano niya? Yung nakalagay sa just NBC. Pwede bang may 10 minutes po yun lang. Can you invite everyone? We'll be starting in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Hey, si Miss Silvia. Nasaan si Miss Silvia? Tanong lang kung pwede mo papunta yan. Itatanong ko sa niya. Breakfast ka ba? No, nga. You want, you can order. You can, you sure? Or we can order. Mamaya pa yun eh. You can order na lang. Anay carbs. So, carbs.
Puro carbs.
Yeah. Okay, sige. Alright. Just ask people to ask questions from the previous sessions. Yeah. I'll probably move the medication after the wellness group to the seats. You want to try and finish on time? Yes, yes, that's the goal. Yeah, so actually this last one will be kind of abbreviated. Yeah. Okay, the manifesto isn't done yet. So. The big thing is going out on so many platforms. Yeah. Coming out, his family didn't want to come out. Remember when we were talking during our we said his family wanted to second half of the scandemic, where this was already when the vaccines were rolled out. So the vaccines were rolled out in March 2021. The vaccine started to become mandatory in November 2021. And there was a state of repression, a state of forced vaccination until the lifting of the public health emergency by BBM in July 2023. Okay. And so we didn't have time for Q&A for the second session. We just like to allot a few minutes for questions while our speakers are still here. So we heard from the JD Experience. Janine read Attorney Sogilon's message. And then we heard from Doc Romy Quijano. And we also heard from Dean Jemay Gatdula. Okay, so while they're still here, does anyone have any questions? Questions regarding our second half. So mandatory vaccination, human rights violations, and vaccine toxicity. Yes?
Thank you. Hi, thank you. My name is Karen Horton. I have a friend, chronic healing friend, who has an autistic child. And the reason that he's autistic is without his permission, the baby was given a shot, newborn. Newborn. No, this was 14 years ago. Yeah. Yeah. A baby. They were not notified. They knew nothing. They did not give their permission. And the child is autistic today. He's improving, but I couldn't believe they didn't even know anything about that. This is a newborn baby in a hospital. How is that legal, whoever is the legal people here? How did they do that?
The vaccine that they're giving is hepatitis B at birth. And in the Philippines, you have to opt out. There's a law that says every baby should be given it within hours of birth or within 1 day. And if the parents don't know about this, it will be given. So you have to opt out. And no one is told that. And this is a sacrilege because the hepatitis B was only ever tested for about a week in its original testing before it was rolled out to all babies on the planet. And it's very much associated with autism in boys, particularly in boys. And the vaccine that was used in the Philippines, I don't know if it's still used, contains both mercury and aluminium, which is thimerosal. And the vaccine for Hep B they use in America is different. They use the one without thimerosal. So that was when my daughter got that. I don't know if they still use that vaccine, but they pass a lot of vaccines they don't want in developed countries to places like the Philippines. Yeah. So yeah, it's this is a big issue that we've also tried to raise with Congressman Dan, that there should be true informed consent always. And that's not happening with the vaccination at birth, which is a vaccine for a sexually transmitted disease, blood transmitted disease, that no baby is at risk of. And even if their mother was tested as positive with Hep B, the treatment is immunoglobulin, not a vaccine. So that vaccine should never be given to babies. Why do they do it? Because they can. Captive audience. And I think that was talked about by Doc Romy in the previous session, that this is about money. It's not about health. So you're right.
It's just really absurd because he didn't know anything about it and he was never informed. Absolutely.
Yeah,
just
they
like
don't
you said.
inform. I knew my daughter received it when I saw it on the hospital bill. That's the only time I knew that my daughter had been given a vaccine at birth.
Okay, so then the next question becomes, what do you do? Do you get money for that? Who was speaking on that one?
In the Philippines, just to let you know, the Epidemiology Bureau publishes monthly reports on reportable illnesses. It used to publish adverse reactions following vaccination. It stopped doing that. It stopped reporting vaccine injuries, but it used to report. I went back for 10 years of data. I could see they used to report there were children dying and adults dying from all different vaccines, and they used to list. It's just a small handful, but there were still people dying. And then they stopped reporting this. So that tells you the captured state of the nation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'd like to invite maybe Doc Romy or Dean Gemay to comment on the issue of newborn babies without consent and unnecessarily. Since Doc Romy is in the room, si Doc Romy muna and then si Dean Gemay.
Yeah, I agree with what Sally said. In addition, the study that was used by WHO and the others to justify the vaccination of babies against hepatitis B is they claim there's a very high incidence of hepatitis B infection, especially in Southeast Asia, including the Philippines. And one of my senior professors was one of the major consultants who gave guidance to the WHO without declaring that there are some conflict of interest on the part of the scientists who participated in this study. And that was the main basis. Again, the justification is unscientific and irrational, as mentioned by Sally, of the reasons about the transmission of hepatitis B virus. On top of that, the aluminum, they don't use mercury now, as far as I know, in the Philippines, but they use high content of aluminum for hepatitis B. But a little mercury is still used in the flu vaccine, as I'm aware of the last time I checked. But aluminum is known to cause neurodevelopmental disorders. That includes autism spectrum disorders. So autism is one of the expected adverse effects of aluminum injected, and the amount injected in babies is much more than the amount that has been declared as neurotoxic by other agencies, even in the US government. So this is really, I've been warning also my relatives about this hepatitis B vaccine, but as I understand, I don't know, attorney, if you can, I read somewhere that there was a law passed sometime in 2016 that actually allows hospitals to give these childhood vaccines. It amounts to about mandatory, my interpretation of that. That's why they don't tell the mothers anymore, unless you vigorously object. In fact, they even pressure the mothers because they threaten, especially those who do not know, that if the baby doesn't get any vaccine, he will get sick and may even die. And they do that kind of scary technique, tactic. So it's really very bad. I do hope there's some legal remedy to stop this, at least this hepatitis B vaccine, because of course there are others like the HPV or even the pneumonia vaccine or even the flu vaccine. All of these are very bad because they are much more harmful than supposedly preventing the infection. They're not even effective, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Doc Romy. Dean Gemay?
11525 actually has so there's a misconception with people that there's an immunity given to government officials and the vaccine manufacturers. But if you look at the provision there, it starts off by saying, yes, you're immune, and then may last little sentence except for gross negligence, which means you can sue them. Now, if you have a bunch of people experiencing the same problem, adverse effects, deaths, and all of that, then they still continue to push it, which I think we have a lot of evidence now. The evidence is already coming out, and they still continue to push it, and what have you. That would be already considered as gross negligence or malice. Having said that, I've always maintained that you also have the civil code always available for anybody with any injury. So I was mentioning to Dr. Tan earlier here from CDC Philippines that you can actually already, I think it's already ripe for a class suit if you really want. And I'm really hoping somebody would initiate it. There's one thing lang, and Tanya could probably could back me up on this one. There's one thing lang we have to understand. Lawyers can't file a case just because we want to. We can't do it. We need someone who got hurt We need someone who's willing to put and sign an affidavit na he lost his job, was not able to enroll in a school, got sick, or unless someone is willing to do that, no matter how you have brave lawyers like Tanya, the case will simply just be dismissed. And the reason why it took so long for us to be able to file that case at Supreme Court was because it only then lang may willing to file an affidavit. But other than that, we really can't do anything. So if for example, if there would be a doctor, for example, that, and I know of instances of doctors who would get penalized or ostracized by the medical association for speaking out on a vaccine. If they were willing to sign an affidavit to that effect, that they were ostracized professionally or lost unemployment or what have you, or a child that was not able to enroll, we could have filed the case earlier than would have been necessary. I mean, sorry, we could have filed the case earlier than we did. So that's one reality lang na we needed. Now, obviously, people, I think, were a little bit scared or something. But wala, I mean, if you're going to be scared, nothing is going to happen. And that's why I was pointing to Nonoy earlier. I mean, we could do all the writing and all of that, but in the end, we needed somebody else to stand up and actually bolster the thing. If that weren't there, then nothing talaga. So anyway, to directly answer your question, is there a legal remedy? Yes. I mean, in fact, for those people who were already censored, na they could not speak, they could not teach sa school, or they could not speak out sa medical associations, there's already a vast amount of remedies there. Somebody was asking me earlier, do we need a new law to protect us from this happening ever again? The answer there actually is we don't. Kasi the laws are there na nga already. The problem lang is nobody rose up to want to say, no, what's the basis of what you're doing? And actually, they had completely no basis to do what they did. It's just that everybody lang at that time was, I don't know. No, I can understand the first few months. Sorry, first days, in first 30 days, especially in March 15 and what have you in 2020. But I think the data already by April, May, June was already quite clear that this was not necessary. And definitely by the time it kept renewing yung lockdowns, that was already becoming ridiculous. So, yun.
Yes, thank you. And just to add to that, so for those who might not know, so there was a case that was filed with the Supreme Court. This was Perlas et al. Perlas is Nicanor Perlas of CCH. And he was joined by other petitioners, including John Kevin Arado. You may know him, siya yung nabulag after 2 doses of AstraZeneca. He's one of the few vax-injured who are brave enough to speak out, and he is trying to get other people to file claims with PhilHealth. He's working now with PPMH on that. So Perlas versus IATF, Dean Gemay was part of another set of petitioners which were challenging IATF Resolution 148B, particularly the no vax, no ride. So he was representing the commuters, So there was a confluence of factors. Doc Alan was one of our petitioners. Doc Romy was one of our petitioners as well. So there were Pastora Sherry, who will be speaking later. She was also one of our petitioners. She was harassed by the Duterte administration just because they set up a billboard in Davao saying that why should a healthy child be vaccinated? And talagang katakot-takot. Rened tag siya, may nagsusurveillance sa kanya. Her life was really at risk. So it's not easy. It's not easy. And you really require brave people to stand up. Going back to the case of the autistic child, I have a cousin, pamangkin, a nephew through my cousin. We also suspect he was vax injured, which is why he was autistic. I understand that there are cases in the States of parents of autistic children filing cases. It would be great if people started to do that here in the Philippines. And even if it doesn't make any progress, the fact of filing a case does something to empower people, and I think the people in JD can say this, that the ones who wrote cease and desist letters, the ones who filed cases for grave coercion, even if their cases did not prosper, they grew in the process. They grew in confidence. They learned to stand up for themselves, and they're braver for having gone through that, And so for this afternoon session, we are going to continue that conversation. And we're now going to look at the aftermath of the scamdemic. So our third session is entitled Post-Pandemic Diseases, excess deaths and the threat of global martial law. Okay, in this particular session, we are now looking at what is now happening around us. For those of us who are not vaxxed, or for those of us who stopped after the first vax and are medyo were able to evade the worst effects, we're now seeing what's happening to the people around us. We're seeing the phenomenon of excess deaths. We're seeing new diseases coming up. We're seeing turbo cancers. And so these things were mentioned already by Doc Alan, by Doc Romy. And they will be expounded on by our speakers this afternoon. We will also be looking at what is now happening at the global level, the attempts to, to lock down, to have, to repress our rights are now moving at the international level. So the pandemic years were a pilot test to see how much the global community would take without fighting back. Okay, and so now we have the threat of martial law under the specter of the World Health Organization. Okay, and so we have a very exciting lineup this afternoon. So I'll just give an overview of who our speakers are. Super Sally, Super Sally Clark. Okay, she will be giving a presentation on the excess deaths. Super Sally is an honorary Filipina. Okay, we gave her a nice paper mache figurine from Paete, and we put a sash which said Filipina of the Year. Okay, and so we're very grateful to Super Sally. She has a different job, but she's really a researcher by heart. And she's trained in the medical sciences. She speaks very authoritatively because this is something that is close to her heart. And she's been in the Philippines for a very long time, and she considers the Philippines as her country. And so without further ado, let's welcome Super Sally.
Thank you, everyone. It's my honor to be here today. And let's start with my presentation. I'm wearing my Be Brave shirt because this is what we're calling for everyone in this room and everyone listening today. Okay, let's start. So I'm going to give you some the latest population data that I have. And I'm also going to discuss what I now understand as the very clear cause of the hyper-excess deaths that we saw in the Philippines. That was from July, August, September in 2021. Okay. Yes. Okay, almost.
You have to tell jokes first.
I'm not good at telling jokes like you, Doc. Okay, so I've been in the Philippines for 27 years. I have a day job, which is completely different, but it involves engineering and consultancy. And I've taken this on as my night job. I was actually inspired by an article that I read in 2021 to start looking at the statistics in the Philippines. And just before I had looked at that, I had sat down and prayed to God and said, give me something to do to change the situation, because I had been watching since early 2020 and knew that this was not okay. And I knew that this was a scam. So yeah, where are we going to start? In a minute. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to now talk about the pandemic using vital statistics. Next slide. So what are vital statistics? Effectively, they're births, deaths, and causes of deaths and marriage. And I'm going to look at the births and the deaths. Next slide. Okay, next. Yeah, so why am I looking at vital statistics? The very first reason is because it's concrete, unbiased data. Under normal conditions, our annual vital statistics, births and deaths, should change only slowly over time. They're an excellent reflection of the overall health and well-being of the population, and sudden changes indicate that there's something wrong. So if our deaths suddenly spike, it means that the population is under extreme stress for some reason. That could be a natural disaster, it could be disease, it could be economic, it could be a whole range of things that will affect people's health. Okay, next slide. So all of the data that I'm sharing with you is public domain. All of this I got from the internet, from the Philippine government websites. Not all of it is still available. They've taken down a lot of it, but I saved everything. So I still have everything. Some of the information was via Freedom of Information request, although I can no longer access the Freedom of Information system. We don't know if that's targeted at certain people, but many people can no longer access Freedom of Information here. Again, I saved everything. People call me a statistician. I'm not. I'm not a statistician. I am a compiler of data and an analyzer of data. But I'm not doing any manipulation. All I'm doing is presenting the data in a way that people could easily understand. And I'm compiling data from different departments, so Philippine Statistics Authority, Department of Health, the FDA, to put together the picture. And it seems I'm the only person in the Philippines doing that. So, and we do know that there could be some under-registration of birth and death data, particularly in 2021 and 2020, because a lot of people just didn't register the births of their children because of lockdowns. So the births may be better than the data that I have. We probably will never know that data because the PSA doesn't update their data. After they publish 1 year after the end of each year, and they never update after that, as far as I know. We'd only have some idea when they do census, which they do every 5 years. Okay, and the 2023 data is still incomplete, but I'm presenting that as well. Next slide, please. Okay, we have 3 main periods. We have our first period of March 2020 to 2021 in February. We had no vaccination and we had strict lockdowns. This is our control year. The second period is from March to early 2022. We had mass vaccination drives and we still had strict lockdowns. So the first year acts as a control to the second year. And then the third year is now on to now. We don't have any more ongoing vaccinations since last year. We don't have any more restrictions. So life should have gone back to normal, and maybe it seems like it has, but there's things happening that we're not seeing. Next slide. So over time, if the vaccination had worked, we should have seen a big drop in deaths. We should have seen a drop in COVID cases. What I'm going to show you, that's not the case. So this is a summary of the vaccination. It's important that we don't forget. I'm calling it vaccination, even though it's not vaccination. It's a gene modification technology, but I'll call it vaccination for simplicity. So March 1st, 2021, rollout to adults. 15th of October, there was rollout to children, 12 to 17. November started booster dosing, and children 5 to 11 started vaccination. February 2022. And the third booster started June 2023. Officially, many people got many boosters. I've heard of people getting 8 doses. They got primary series of Sinovac, they got primary series of mRNA, and then they got boosters every time they got scared by the DOH pronouncements. I've heard of one case of person, he died after 8 doses of AstraZeneca. Yeah, that was in the VAERS system. I read the case report. Yeah, very tragic. To believe in a medication so much that you take so many doses until you die, literally. Next slide, please. I was going to say next dose. Okay. So this is from the FDA, where they have a report, and this just tells us the products that we used and the number of doses. This data is probably not completely accurate because I'm not sure how reliable their data is, but it's the best data that we have. 7 approved doses. We can see that the most common vaccine used was Pfizer, followed by CoronaVac, which is the Chinese vaccine. Moderna was pretty popular, so was AstraZeneca. So we have about 72% of the Philippine population has received a vaccination. 22% have taken one or more boosters, and only children less than 5 years old, which is about 10.2% of the population, were not vaccinated. Although I have heard of children younger than 5 being vaccinated. Even though they weren't eligible, they were still vaccinated. And we have about 18% unvaccinated adults, and many of them are senior citizens. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is from the Department of Health dashboard, just the vaccination, and I've added in some additional data at the bottom. You can't access this anymore, it's already been removed. But this is the uptake. So the percentage is how many of the target population. So for example, Department of Health said we want to vaccinate 80% of this population. They actually vaccinated more than 80% of the 12 to 17-year-olds. They got almost all of the children because they got them through the school system. Young adults, they also exceeded their targets because they got them, you can't travel, you can't work. Then the senior citizens, they missed their target because the senior citizens knew better than to trust the government to take a vaccine that they didn't know what it was. So we can see no children got second boosters, none of the young children, older children, quite a few got boosters, and then it went up. And second boosters, only the older people. So we have about 31 million Filipinos unvaccinated, and the rest have taken these products. Next slide. Okay, so we'll go to the next one. I'm now going to talk about the vital statistics. Next slide. Okay, so this is our annual births. This is by year. This is by year from 2000 up to 2022. And we can see that our peak in births, 2012 was our last highest birth year. Since 2012, births in the Philippines have been dropping every year. So we've been having a drop, usually initially less than 1%, 1.8, 1.9, but from 2019 was our last normal birth year. In 2020, we already had a drop of nearly 9% in our births. This is not due to COVID, because COVID hadn't yet happened when these babies were conceived. This drop may be artificial because we may have quite a percentage of babies that were not registered simply because their parents were under lockdown and they never got around to registering those babies. So this may not be this bad. 2021, we had another even bigger drop in births. These are year-on-year drops, so a nearly 11% drop in births in 2021. 2022, it went up, but you can see it's still lower than 2020. So what we're seeing is a fairly rapid decline in birth rates. This is up to 22 because I don't have complete 23 data yet. Next slide. Okay, these are our births by year. These lines are by year, 2019, 20, 21 in green, 22 in brown, it recovered. 2023 in red, we can see that there was some recovery, it's higher than 2022. But now we can see that this is the second half of 2023. Instead of following our normal upward curve in births, we're already seeing a flattening. We should not see this, because even though the data is preliminary, we should have seen that the births are trending up with the normal pattern to the end of the year. So I'm very, very worried seeing this pattern. And internationally, we're seeing massive drops in births across all nations that participated in vaccination. So I think that our final 2023 data is going to look very concerning with a much bigger drop in births. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the monthly registered births and the cumulative deficit against baseline. So the brown line is baseline normal births from 2015 to 2019. Then the blue line is our registered births by year, and you can see it's dropping downwards. And up to September 2023, we've lost nearly 1 million babies compared to the year since 2020. So nearly 1 million children have not been born in the Philippines that we would have expected. Some of that, of course, is due to family planning. The government has been very, very aggressive with our family planning measures. But now we add on top of that the infertility that we know is caused by the COVID-19 vaccinations. Next slide. So this is quite concerning. I'm now going to talk about death. So, of course, the Philippines is a growing population. And what we see, this is from 2000 up to 2022, we see that our deaths are slowly increasing every year. That's what we would expect. But 2020, the first year of the pandemic, our deaths went down by 1%, okay, compared to the previous year. So we did not have any abnormal deaths in 2020. 2021, we had 43.2% excess deaths. And I know that this data is incomplete because the Philippine Statistics Authority only reported up until March of 2023. They should have reported for at least another 5 or 6 months of compiled data. So I expect that the actual excess deaths are probably in the range of 50% excess, but we will probably never know because they're not going to tell us unless they're forced. 2022, it went down, of course, but you could see it's still 10% higher than 2020. So a 10% increase in deaths is considered a black swan event, meaning it's absolutely catastrophic. So what then about 43.2%? That was not even commented on. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the same as before. 2019, our last normal year, 2020. Most of 2020, the deaths were lower than 2020 and then 19. A little spike later in the year. You could also see that we normally have a little spike later in the year because there's a normal pattern to death. Death also follow an annual pattern. Different months have higher deaths. But 2021, here, this is February. This is our last normal month. What month did vaccination start? March, right? March. This is March. Our first deaths went up in March. April, May, June, July. Something happened in July. And then we have this catastrophic spike in 2021. I originally thought that this is due to lack of data reporting. And I still believe that this is incomplete. But as I have been able to evaluate data, I found out something far more concerning regarding the products, and I will present that to you later. This is not an anomaly. This is caused by one specific vaccine, which I'll tell you, okay? You can wait for that. Okay, next slide. Okay, these are our cumulative deaths, the same that I did with births. We have the baseline, 215 to 219. Registered deaths, you can see they're going up over time. Cumulative excess deaths to September, somewhere in the range of 480,000 people who died who were not expected to die. Okay, that's a lot of people dead. Okay, next slide. Okay, people have said, but wasn't it COVID? Didn't COVID kill them? Well, I'm going to tell you that COVID did not kill them. Even if we believe the COVID data, which we shouldn't, because we know that every person who died got tested for COVID. Whether they got hit by a bus or fell down a cliff, they were tested for COVID. If they were positive, that was their cause of death, regardless of their real cause of death. Okay, regardless. 2020, we had 11,000 COVID deaths, apparently, and no excess deaths. 21, we had 46,000 COVID deaths, but 6 times more excess deaths. 2022, 7,000 COVID deaths, again, nearly around 8 times more excess deaths. And 2023, we don't know the excess deaths yet, but there were next to no COVID deaths. So it's not COVID, it was something else. Next slide. Okay, I wanted to show you this. When we look at why people die, we can look at cause of death. So everyone agreed that COVID was a respiratory illness. So this is normal deaths from respiratory illness. It's pneumonia, it's flu, lower and upper respiratory tract infections. So in the Philippines, 2015, around 80,000 people died every year. And then it goes up. It's around 90,000. 2019, it's about 96,000 people died from flu and respiratory illnesses. Normal. This is normal, okay? We have a population of 110 million. It's normal that people die. They have to record something on their death certificate. So 90,000. 2020, the first year of the pandemic, suddenly we only have 60,000 flu deaths or respiratory infection deaths. 2021, we went up a bit, but not many of the regular respiratory deaths, and down 22. So the next slide, please. Okay, this now is 2020. I added in the COVID deaths. Okay. 2020, when I added in the COVID deaths, the deaths are still lower than 2019. So what does this tell us? There was no evidence in terms of death that there was anything abnormal happening in the Philippines in 2020. It was not a pandemic. The only thing that happened was we were locked down for no reason, and we were told to be scared of a virus. 2021, of course, we have many excess deaths. They declared many COVID deaths. The different colors, this is from the Philippine Statistics Authority. They have COVID confirmed, assuming there was a test, and COVID assumed. But how can they have COVID assumed when every single person who died had to be tested for COVID? So they said, oh, we didn't get a positive test, but we're still saying he died from COVID. You know, there's a big scam in the numbers. Anyway, so for your information, there was no pandemic in 2020. Nothing happened. And this is common in most countries around the world, except the US, the UK, where they killed people with things like respirators and remdesivir and midazolam. So, you know, the deaths were manufactured to make people scared. Next slide. Okay, these are the deaths by age group. And this is from 2019 to 22, left to right. So what we see is that in 2020, the first year of the pandemic, most people died at much lower rates than usual. There were only, most age groups had fewer deaths. There was a small excess deaths in only certain age groups, 30 to 34, 40 to 44, 50 to 74. These are groups of people who may have had serious health conditions that needed medical intervention to stay alive. For example, could be advanced heart disease, could be diabetes, could even be certain infections that they couldn't get treated. So there were slight excess deaths in some age groups. Most age groups had a very low deaths compared to normal, particularly the children. 2021, the only age group that had less than normal deaths were the children aged 0 to 9. These were the only group that was not vaccinated. Okay, there's some other reasons that fewer children died I'll talk about later. 2022, the babies, children under 1. Okay, this is after the parents have all been, they vaccinated all women of childbearing age and pregnant, starting in end of 2021. 2022 now, the less than 1, these are our babies. They have died at a higher rate than before. The babies, their deaths went up after their mothers were vaccinated. Okay, so other ages, higher deaths, so yeah, then 220. So the babies, their death rate went up notably in 2022. So what you can see, the purple bars, this is 2021, and we have excess deaths across all age groups. Remember, we were supposed to save grandma and grandpa, stop them dying by being vaccinated. They died at 62% excess deaths. Instead of 100 grandparents dying from old age, as they normally would, now we have 162. 62 of them were killed by something that should not have killed them. Okay? And you can see that the green, the last bar, in 2022, our deaths are way above, much higher than our previous levels. So something is still killing people in 2022. Next slide, please. Okay, this is showing the annual deaths by age group. Okay, it's a little complicated. What I want you to see, this green is the children. You can see 2019 here, 2020, the first year of lockdown, we see a big drop in most age groups. except the ones with arrows. These are the ones I mentioned before. So when people could not access medical care, they did not die. Have you heard of, hospital-induced disease? Hospital-induced disease or doctor-induced illness is one of the leading causes of death worldwide. So when people were under lockdown, they could not access medical care. And they also could not be killed by misused medical care. And in particular, the children had a massive drop in deaths. What happened to the babies? They could not access well-child visits. What happens when your baby doesn't have a well-child visit? They don't have any well-child vaccines. We had 10,000 fewer Filipino babies died in 2020, the first year of the pandemic, when they could not access medical care. And I think Dr. Rami that's something he alluded to in his talk. The vaccines, the benefits may not outweigh the risks. And I'd also remind you that for every person who dies, there will be far more people who have been injured. They just weren't hurt badly enough to kill them. So we can expect devastation of our kids. And look, you can notice the deaths then went up. 2022, we went up again, but not back to the normal levels. Okay, next slide. So you see spike in deaths for everyone. Okay, these are month by month death. These are from 2021 up to 23. So these are not age death patterns expected. The Department of Health has maintained the reason people died in excess is because they could not access medical care. Okay, I've already shown you the patterns of death. People who are not sick cannot die from lack of access to medical care. Young people, healthy people do not die. Why would they die in excess? They weren't going to die anyway. Something killed them. Okay, so these are particularly the babies. Okay, this is when the vaccination started. When the parents were vaccinated, the children died. They started dying at higher rates. That may be shedding. It may be that the parents were sick. We don't know. You can see, so there's a build-up. But then they had catch-up vaccination for all children, started in middle of 2022. And as soon as they have their catch-up vaccination, I've marked it there, Chitiking Bakuna, the pediatric deaths went up. This is specific to the pediatric age group. So the only thing I can conclude is that when you vaccinate your children, some of them die. And we can't afford that. And if some of them die, there are many more that have been injured. And many of them would be neurologically injured, meaning their futures are curtailed. They will get some sort of a cognitive deficit or even autism. Okay, so you can see the spikes in deaths. Next slide. Okay, we have spikes in death for every single age group, and you can see this is now 45. Suddenly, you have your spike in deaths. Vaccination started, big spike in deaths. Vaccination started, big spike in deaths. Happened across every age group with the highest deaths in the elderly people. So this is not, if it had been due to lack of medical care, you should have seen a slow build up in deaths. Let's say it were. You should not see a sudden spike. This is what you would see in case of a war, in some sort of attack that literally kills people in the streets. So next slide. People were being killed. So are the COVID vaccines implicated? Next slide. The Philippines has a pharmacovigilance system, and they initially provided weekly, then monthly, quarterly, and they finished the reports at the end of last year. I have copies of all of these. Okay, so they provided a reporting site and they provided the regular reports. Okay, next slide. So in December 2021, the Department of Health said, this is a newspaper clipping, there were no deaths directly linked to the COVID-19 vaccines. This is the 12th of December. In their 12th of December pharmacovigilance report, they had already received 82,000 reports of adverse reactions. They had received 4,000 reports of serious reactions, and they had had nearly 1,600 reports of excess of deaths following vaccination. And this is the time when they claimed there were no directly linked deaths. Of course, if you do not accept that death can be a complication from vaccination, you're not going to acknowledge that any of these are linked. And the report never, ever links any of the deaths to the vaccinations. Next slide. So this is the latest one. There's no more. They've stopped reporting, and they've also closed their adverse reporting site, so you can't report any injuries or deaths anymore. This shows the vaccine, the total doses. What I've marked is the percentage of total doses. Okay, so CoronaVac was 26% of doses, Pfizer was 42%, and Janssen was 4.2% of doses. Please remember, 4.2% of doses. Now, if the vaccines were equally harmful, we should see that the proportion of adverse events and serious events match the proportion of doses given. But what we see, okay, CoronaVac had 26% of the vaccines. They have 32% of the serious reports. Okay, Janssen has 4.2% of the doses. They have 11% of the serious reports. Okay, so you can see there's a mismatch. The vaccines weren't all equally dangerous. Some were more dangerous than others. Okay, and they never list the deaths in this table. You have to go looking in the document. There were 2,864 deaths, so about 30% deaths. Of this, 30% of the serious reactions were death, but they did not follow up. So someone may have reported they were sick and they died later, but as far as I know, there's no updating ever done. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the Philippines FDA refused to give me any information with regard to their adverse reactions. But fortunately, I was alerted that the Philippines FDA had to report to the American manufacturers any adverse events. And those American manufacturers had to report to the US VAERS system. So the US VAERS system is the American Vaccine Adverse Reaction System. It is a publicly accessible database, and I was able to access that database. I could look at Janssen, Pfizer, and Moderna, and I could see what had happened. I could see how many deaths, how many serious reactions, and I could read every death report, which I did. Okay, so in the VAERS system, there are nearly 7,800 Philippines reports. There's 1,158 deaths, and you have various. So the red is the deaths. So then I went and looked further at these. Next slide. Okay, so we know that certain batches of certain vaccines are more dangerous than others. So I looked at the hot lot. Okay, so some of the data is incomplete. We know that people were reported to have died. However, we don't know what vaccine they died following. But then we have batch numbers. So we have the Janssen. There's 5 Janssens, 5 Janssen batches in the top toxic lots in the VAERS system. We also have Pfizer and Moderna, 1 each. So there's certain hot lots. So Janssen was 4.2% of the Philippine doses, represented 37% of the VAERS deaths, and 3 of the top 5 most fatal batches. Pfizer had 42% of doses and 45% of the deaths in the VAERS system, so more or less proportional. And Moderna had 12% of doses and 16% of deaths. Next slide. Some of it's not proportional because there's no batch number here, so we don't know what they took. So this is the Philippines FDA. They have a summary, total doses, adverse reactions, serious reactions, and deaths. No breakdown. But from the VAERS system, at least for these 3 products, I have breakdowns. I have 5,000 VAERS reports. So meaning that the Philippines FDA would have reported they didn't just report serious, they reported some of these to make up 5,000. They had 531 deaths. Moderna had 190 deaths, and Janssen had 459 deaths. Okay, next slide. Okay, next slide, please. There we go. So I wanted to assess, this is all-cause mortality versus vaccination type. And I looked at the Philippines pharmacovigilance reports. They have weekly reports, so I can calculate how many new doses of each vaccine are given. I looked at the Philippine Statistics Authority, weekly deaths. I was able to get this breakdown from data provided to Congressman Dan Fernandez. I looked at the Philippine Department of Health weekly COVID deaths that I'd been monitoring ever since. And I also looked at the dates that vaccines started. And I plotted weekly all-cause mortality against weekly vaccine doses and COVID deaths. Next slide. So this is a research that I did. Okay, so the red line is all-cause mortality. This is the big spike that we saw in September. These are the weekly doses of vaccines. Here, 10.5 million vaccines in this week. This is in November. So you can see these are the vaccine doses. And these are the COVID deaths. Okay, so you can see this is 25th of July I've marked here. So you can see the COVID deaths had a very clear inflection and rise in deaths. So now let's look by vaccine type. Next slide. Okay, CoronaVac. We can see as soon as the vaccine rolled out, the COVID deaths went up. COVID deaths went up immediately or within a few days of start of vaccination rollout. But although we see the COVID deaths were already going up even before the big spike in vaccination, that's 7.3 million doses in 1 week. Okay, then we also have all-cause weekly deaths. We see as soon as the vaccines roll out, the deaths go up. But again, we don't see, even though there's a big spike in doses, there's not an immediate big spike. So that means if people were dying from CoronaVac, mostly they were dying fairly slowly or spread out. So it's not showing anything on this plot. Next slide. So I did the same thing for AstraZeneca. Again, we cannot see any clear inflection matching the high doses. So next slide, AstraZeneca. Next slide is Pfizer. Again, although we see the spikes, these are the spikes in doses, we don't see any immediate spike in death from COVID or all-cause mortality. Next slide. This is Moderna, same thing. Again, we do see that there's patterns, but the deaths started before the vaccine ramped up. So any deaths from Moderna, again, not so rapid, apparently. Okay, next slide. Janssen. Okay, Janssen had 3.2 million doses. They came from the WHO. They were provided by the COVAX Fund. 3.2 million doses of Janssen arrived in the Philippines from 17th to 18th of July 2021. They started the rollout on the 21st of July. So I capture, this is their doses, okay? I capture, this is the 25th of July. This is a few days after rollout. You can see we already start to have a spike in registered deaths, immediate. And then as this very big dose, and the interesting for Janssen, we have 3.2 million doses. They distributed them to every province. They apparently had a short shelf life, so they vaccinated everyone very quickly. 3.2 million doses, completely vaccinate the entire country within 1 month. Okay, so when we see this, every time there's a rise in doses, you'll see there's a rise in deaths. Okay, I'll show you the next slide. It's more impressive. Every time there's a time lag. So here we go, COVID-19 deaths. As soon as the vaccine came in, we now have COVID deaths, major rise in COVID deaths within days and then spiking. And okay, the first time, okay, fine. Is that a pattern? Then there were no more Janssen doses delivered to the Philippines until the end of December 2021, and they started dosing as soon as they arrived. And look, second dose, the second batch of Janssen, second batch of COVID-19 deaths. So what I believe, and I've seen this in other data, is that the COVID deaths were really vaccine deaths. And they covered up the deaths from vaccine as if it were COVID. And it would make sense that they will test positive for COVID because they've just been injected with a spike protein manufacturing or a spike protein product, which is what the tests are looking for. So they said they were COVID deaths, but I am sure that they were vaccine deaths. And I also looked, there was a case in Cebu where they vaccinated around 6,000 prisoners. And when they vaccinated the 6,000 prisoners within 1 week, there was a massive spike in COVID deaths that very same week, which happened from Tuesday to Thursday. I mean, how ironic. COVID only kills from Tuesday to Thursday. It doesn't kill on any other days. And you just rolled out your vaccine on Monday and they died from Tuesday to Thursday. So I don't know why no one would look at this. Okay, next slide. Okay, and this is the all-cause mortality. Okay, so they started this is the first rollout, the first week. You can see we have our all-cause mortality immediately went up, and then there's a lag. Now, when I look at the VAERS data, I can see that most of the people who were reported to have died following Janssen, there was a big spike in deaths on day 0 to day 3, and then there was a roll-off in deaths for several weeks. So this exactly matches what you would expect from a toxic assault. Okay, I nearly have to finish. I'm nearly done. Okay, next one. This is my last slide. Okay, so this is deaths in 2021. This is the rollout of the vaccines. Okay, you can see within days of rollout of vaccine, the deaths went up. And then when Janssen was rolled out on the 20th of July, the deaths immediately went up. So I believe that the hyper-excess deaths in the Philippines, which is this red spike, and there's also a spike in January, were caused by Janssen. And I think this needs to be public knowledge, and these were provided by the WHO under the COVAX facility. So thank you for listening. This is very important. It's all public data. So yeah, that's the story. So it's shocking and it needs to be known. And there will be a lot of people who were injured, not just the people. And in the reports, there was also many people who got Janssen as their first dose and got Pfizer as a second, and then they died almost immediately after they got a booster. I saw that when I went through the reports. So Janssen injured them, but the next dose killed them of something else.
Okay, thank you very much, Super Sally. And thank you for all the work that you do. And we acknowledge that it was a long presentation, but we felt it was something that people needed to hear in full. Okay, and our next speaker is going to build on that. If Super Sally looked at it from the big picture, looking at it from the perspective of statistics, and Super Sally has told us that it's difficult to handle, but at least there's some distance because there aren't people involved. She's looking at numbers, she's looking at big data. Our next speaker is going to talk about the personal aspect of vaccine injuries because she is treating more than 2,000 vax-injured people in the US. You know her, she's the current president of CDCPh. She is joining us all the way from Florida. It is middle of the night for her, but she's joining us. The fearless Dr. Marivic Villa. Nakikita ba tayo ni Doc Vic? Can we put her on screen? So incidentally, so as we're putting Doc Vic on the screen, your kits, so you received kits dapat as part of your registration fee, and in the kit is a detox protocol that Doc Marivic will be explaining later on, along with other remedies that we can do. So Doc Vic, we can see you now. Hi, Doc Vic.
Can you see me? Can you
Yes.
see me, guys?
Yes,
Okay.
we can see you.
Okay, but I cannot see you.
Oh.
I'd like to see you, but it's okay. So I'm gonna start talking. But I have to. I think Francis is going to control my slides. I have some slides because I want to show you guys the actual cases or the diseases that we see or we actually see. Okay, and while waiting for my slides, thank you so much on behalf of the CDCPh and Lunas Pilipinas and Juan Dakila. I would like to thank all the speakers ahead of me. It's incredible. Actually, I haven't slept. I was listening to everyone, including Dr. Romis jokes. And yeah, the description, it was a good description, Dr. Allen's description of what happened in the Philippines. And, the statistic of super sallies are incredible. And so thank you for that. This is our, chance of documenting what's actually happening. And then down the road, I think we're gonna have use for all this documentation. Okay, so do I have some slides that I can see? I have my slides here, but it's gonna be nice if I can see it like beside my face. Okay, so we're still waiting. What do you want? You want me to sing while waiting for the slide? Okay, so anyways, I have my slides here, but I don't know if our Super Francis would be able to make it happen. I can see my head on your monitor, so okay. I don't know, Francis. Do we have some slides? Okay, anyways, the title of this segment is actually vaccine injuries. It's real and it's not rare. And actually, we call it a crisis hidden in plain sight because that's what it is. Actually, here in Florida, I've been giving like lots of lecture discussion on this with different organizations. I had a very big program, or what do you call this, gathering. I invited a lot of vaccine injured people from all over the US and even from Canada. And we either put them on the video or they actually came in person. So we're in this big place. And I also invited at that time other doctors and as well as lawyers, gave us an insight as to what to do with these people legally and what we can do. They have the same fight, the governments are like ignoring them and all. So the Filipinos are going through this, over there, like the vaccine injured are really struggling. But it's the same way here, but we're trying to do our best to get some help. And guys, apologies if my voice is already a little bit weak because what time is it now? It's like early in the morning. So I'm just gonna keep talking, okay? Francis, the first slide actually, we're still waiting. I posted this on Facebook. It is a statistic that was released by CDC. They had a what do you call this? I think it was 780,000 reports of vaccine injury, and this is the CDC. Okay, so for us or for the authorities, for the government to continue to ignore this is actually hideous to me. And evil. There are so many people needing a lot of help because they are significantly injured, and obviously, as what Super Sally just discussed, a lot of people died. And so for those people who are still alive, they are suffering because this is a very, very challenging and very complicated type of disease syndrome. So, next slide. Can I control that, or Francis is going to control it? I don't have a control. I can see that it's being projected on your monitor, but I don't have the control. Okay, next slide, please. Go ahead. So that's the one that I was talking about, the 780,000 vaccine injury report from the CDC, just to prove to you that this is very, very common rather than rare, as they always projected, or it's part of the narrative that it is very rare. Even, remember, the AstraZeneca just withdrew the vaccine from the market, and they're still saying that because of very rare complication. But actually, they did that because there was nobody, the utilization was very low, and obviously the return is also expected to be low. No money to be made. No, next slide. Yeah, that's, I wish I could. What I want to do here is, before I go into the specific complication that I'm going to show you, I just would like to remind everyone, and I'd like you to understand completely, even in simple terms or words, what is this vaccine? You know, this vaccine is a poison. Okay, this is a poison, and it has a lot of several toxic components. I'm going to look at this, my slide here, okay? And what are the components? The mRNA, the LPN, which is a lipid nanoparticle. One thing that is very unique or very peculiar about this mRNA, because they've modified that, you know, and this mRNA is actually causing cancer. That's one of the mechanisms how you produce the turbo cancer, because this mRNA, usually if it's naturally produced or it's naturally occurring, the mRNA should go away like in few hours or few days. But this mRNA, they had to stabilize it, because otherwise it won't be able to elicit like immune response. So what they did, there's a series of amino acids that you see in mRNA. It's like uridine, UTC, and things like that. But the very specific amino acid that they modified so that the mRNA can actually last longer is the uridine. So it's called pseudo-uridine. And the paper just came out that that is cancer causing, and it stays in your system for a very long time. That's why right now we don't know if when this vaccine is going to stop, because that's what I see clinically. You know, even if you detox, the patient, you know, it goes up, the antibody goes up very high, it goes down a little bit, and then you wait a little bit, few months, 6 months, and it goes very high again. So the meaning of that is the spike protein is being continuously produced. So you have the lipid nanoparticle. This is the one that's responsible for distributing your vaccine all over the place. You know, the lipid nanoparticle is a delivery system, and so it can go anywhere. Remember the lie that they said, that they told us in the beginning that the shot is going to stay in your arm? No, it went all over the place. And that was even proven because we got the data set from Pfizer, and it went all over. The hot organs where it went very first, I mean, concentrated more, was actually the ovary, or were the ovaries, the testes, the bone marrow, the liver. And so that was a data set from Japan. So we knew from the very beginning that the vaccine was actually going all over your body. And then the plasmid, the DNA contamination, there was a study that just came out that the DNA contamination is actually 300 to 500 times more. So like, let's say if they allow the limit at 10 nanogram, so they're finding 300 plus, 500 plus, that's a lot. And the chances of that getting integrated into your own DNA goes up so high. And actually, the what do you call this? The scientist here in the U.S. His name is Kevin McKernan. He already he did an experiment. It's already been confirmed that there is actually a genetic integration. So that's the basis of GMO, genetically modified or genetically modifying our DNA. And the mRNA, since they changed the uridine, that's also genetically modified. So this entire vaccine is genetically modified. It's a GMO, genetically modified organism. There's also the contamination of plasmid. What is plasmid? It's a very simple DNA that is independent of what we call nucleus. Your nucleus is the center of the cell where you contain your own genome, your DNA. So that plasmid, we usually use that in experiment to multiply, no? It can multiply DNA that's present in the environment. What about the SV40 that is a part of the simian virus that is also used to replicate DNA, or when they used to use that, they were actually using that to replicate cancer cells. So that's very bad. LPS, this is lipopolysaccharide, is a contamination that can give you an anaphylactic reaction. So some of the people getting the injection, they just drop dead because of anaphylactic reaction. And that's one of the things responsible for that, okay? So I want to emphasize to you that this vaccine is not a vaccine, okay? It is an experimental gene therapy because of all just the things that I explained. So it's a GMO, it's a bioweapon. It's not a vaccine, it's a bioweapon. Everybody should address that as it is. It is a bioweapon, it's a GMO, and it has other contamination like I think Dr. Romy described this, the graphene oxide, and it has a lot to do with, you know, the presence of the nanobots. Depending on how ready you are to believe that it has that, plus the nanoplastic, these are self-assembling and self-replicating units. And you have to listen to the talk of Bill Gates. You know, he's talking about this. The mRNA is very easy to produce. We're gonna have this all over the world, and he's talking about the nanoparticles that are self-replicating and self-assembling. You have to find that that talk of Bill Gates, and it's there. It's all there. You know, so what does it do? This COVID vaccine or this gene therapy actually suppresses or even, you know, destroys your immune system, but at the same time, it also it stimulates it in a very, very abnormal way. And that's why you produce a lot of antibody, like the antibody to the spike protein, and it's excessive and you don't need it. And the problem is the design of that spike protein was based on the previous variant. So by the time you use it for the current variant, it's useless because it doesn't apply. No? So the effect of this gene therapy or COVID vaccine is systemic, meaning it can affect any part of your body, it can affect any cell in your body. So when it produces or creates a disease, it's very complicated. It's like they're happening all at the same time. It's driving me crazy when I treat the patient. Okay, so what happens when it goes into your body? It hijacks all your cell mechanism, and so it forces and it instructs your cell, wherever it is, to produce the spike protein. How the hell, or how did they come up with this, that they want you to produce the most toxic and the most poisonous part of the virus, and then there is no off switch? They don't know how to stop it, or probably they knew, but they just went ahead and deployed it anyway. Next slide, Francis. Okay, so the next slide actually I wish I could control the next slide actually is, no, that's not the one. There's another one, but okay, let's discuss that. So we call this the injuries and the complication. You should call that. These are the same diseases that you see post-pandemic. No, it was a very good project of Dr. Del Mundo, because we discussed all the post-pandemic diseases that are emerging, and we call that long COVID, long hauler, post-COVID condition, or long vaccine, long, whatever, however you call that, or the chop suey of the two. But, there are scientists now or experts that we should actually call them the way they should be called. And what is it? Experimental gene therapy toxicity, because that's what it is. Whether you talk about spike protein, it doesn't matter whether it's coming from the virus or coming from the vaccine, they will produce the same disease for the most part. Especially the very first variants from the what do you call this? From the wild type up to the Delta, they're all bad. When I see the complication, the long COVID or the toxicity on those viruses is equivalent to 3, 2, even 4 vaccine. And so they don't go away right away. So remember that. That's going to be utilized more and more, experimental gene therapy toxicity, because it will cover either long COVID or long vaccine. Okay? Okay, next is, so the next question, okay, there is another thing there. I just want to show you that that's actually how the vaccine was produced. No, they copied the spike protein of the virus, and that protein was modified, the spike protein. So that's why it's called GMO. If you guys look at the definition, the legal description or definition of GMO, whether it's in the US, in Australia, in Europe, Canada doesn't have it. We can actually get them on the basis of that, because like in Australia, and I'm not 100% sure here in the US, Pfizer and Moderna did not get a license, in Australia. So they're trying to work on that and get these companies, these pharmaceutical companies, they want to sue them because they did not get a license. AstraZeneca did. Okay, they followed the law. So we have to wait how that is going to pan out. And actually, you guys should be checking what is a GMO in the Philippines, because if they did not get a license for a GMO, then we can get them too. And on the basis of contamination, of course. Okay, so next one is, so what is this vaccine injury, or what is this experimental gene therapy toxicity? It's a very complicated disease syndrome. It involves different organs, it's multi-organ system involvement, and they can happen all at the same time or one at a time. Nevertheless, it drives you crazy when you deal with them. And then again, the components, the other components of the vaccine will definitely cause diseases. Like, as I said, the mRNA, since it's been modified, it can actually cause or stimulate the formation of cancer. Because all this, the spike protein or the components, the body has what we call intrinsic, suppression of the cancer. But when the spike protein is in your body, or any of this component, like one example of gene, cancer suppressing gene is what we call BRCA, BRCA, which is actually the one that suppresses your breast cancer, and the P50, P53. It suppresses a lot of other cancer. But when the components of the vaccine and the spike protein is in the mix, then all this intrinsic suppression of mechanism, they get disabled. Okay, and so you know, you have to consider, I'm just repeating, the plasmid, the LPS, the SB40, they are all disease-causing components of the vaccine. So Doc Allen, I think was, or somebody was asking, so what are the components of the vaccine? So far, these are all the components that's been discovered, you know, both here in the US and also in Europe. And what is the response? What is this injury, or what is this disease? It's a very abnormal and very overwhelming response of the immune system that we cannot control. Okay, next. I just want to show my face. That was back in 2021, after the second dose of the vaccine. I was seeing already the effect. These people coming in, they did not have COVID, and yet they're presenting as if they were long hauler. I actually made a short study on that when I was able to get to 220 cases, and 79% of those cases were actually vaccinated, and only 21% were unvaxxed. Okay, next. So I'm describing that the body, you know, degenerated into a spike protein factory and a container of disease. That was a description I made back in 2021. Okay, next slide. The next slide is my face again, no? But that was in 2021 again. I was saying the more vaccine you get, the less protection you get, the sicker you get, and the higher the risk for complication. I will explain to you as I show you the specific complication. Okay, next slide, please. So I want to present to you my my clinical experience. Actually, I have a lot of patients in the practice. I just selected the 65 and above, and we have some 8,000 patients, and then vaccinated 94%. A lot of vaccinated people. So the rate of vaccination is actually 94%, and that is vaccination number of doses from 1 to 5. So we included everything, and so I was able to analyze, and this is a preliminary analysis because that's the only number of cases that I was able to analyze, because it takes a lot of time and work, and so that was how many? It's 1,258, which is around 16% of the total vaccinated. And then right now, to date, we identified a little more than 3,000 cases of vaccine injured. Okay, so the next one, I just want to show you. I don't know what Francis is showing there. Okay. So go to the most common sign and symptom, Francis. Okay. And the most common presenting symptom is actually fatigue and the post-exertional malaise. And they come in, everybody is so tired. You know, I cannot look at my husband or my wife. I don't get up from the couch, and I go to bed fatigued. I wake up fatigued. They're fatigued. Okay. And then they have joint pains. They have either specific joints or generalized. They get shortness of breath. Of course, obviously, I have a lot of lung patients, and then brain fog. Because the population, they have memory issue, the cognitive function is changing. They have anxiety and depression, and even though they don't have the reason to be depressed, because these retirees are kind of comfortable. They're just here in this place to enjoy their lives, and then they're feeling so anxious. That we feel, I don't know why I feel depressed and anxious, and that's that. And then the physical deconditioning is so prominent, meaning they're weak, and then you can see how fast they're aging. I don't see them for 4 months, and then here they are, suddenly looking so old. And so I'm sorry to give you the bad news that this vaccine is very much of a pro-aging agent, okay? It ages you like crazy. And then next slide. So this is the little result. Yes, you can see 80% of the cases had immune disorder. And there are two types of immune disorder that I see, either autoimmune or immune deficiency. And then there was a 90% reactivation of latent infection or dormant infection. What are the things that are usually the infection that usually become dormant? The herpes virus is the most common one, especially the Epstein-Barr. Up to I think 70 to 90% of the population have Epstein-Barr, but it's asleep. You know, it doesn't do anything. It becomes latent. It's sleeping. And then here comes the vaccine. Guess what? The vaccine like goes inside the jail where this dormant infection are sleeping, and they wake them up. So they come out, and the most common is 40% of that herpes viruses is Epstein-Barr. And this is very important. Why? Even for you guys, because this Epstein-Barr is also probably nobody's, I don't know how commonly tested it is in the Philippines, or if the doctors are actually bothering to test that. But it's very important to test, because if it comes out, especially in this age group, that will cause you to have, or it can precipitate lymphoma or leukemia. Okay, so when I see that, it needs to be treated. And then the other viruses, like the herpes simplex virus, the herpes virus 6, what else? The cytomegalovirus. The cytomegalovirus can cause retinitis or blindness in people with HIV/AIDS. Okay, that's very common. And then the other commonly reactivated infection is Lyme. You know what I'm worried about in the Philippines or in Asia is the TB. Tuberculosis can be reactivated anywhere. It's not just in the lungs, but anywhere in the body. Like, let's say, for example, in India, they have so many TB on the spine. We call it Pott's disease. So depending on how the Department of Health is monitoring you guys, then TB is actually one of the worries. And what I'm doing now is I follow the recommendation of the HIV positive people, you know, because it has something to do with the size of the reaction of the TB test. But even more sensitive is the testing of the what we call quantiferin gold. But that's positive even if the patient is completely asymptomatic or no lesion in the lungs or what have you, or they're not coughing. I have to treat that because that TB is somewhere. Okay, and then the other one, the cousin of Lyme, is actually syphilis. I don't know, again, if Department of Health in the Philippines is actually monitoring this, but the syphilis is very high right now in the US. We have up to 90% increase of cases of syphilis. The babies are being born with syphilis. Okay, so you have to treat them. It's a cousin of Lyme. I don't know how common is Lyme in the Philippines, but that's one of the things. Okay, next slide. This is just to show you again that the what do you call this? The combined immune disorder that I see, or in my little analysis, like 80%. That's very high, and that's very bad. You know, these are the things that people are not talking about because you're so focused on the people dropping dead, like even the myocarditis, because it's a very acute condition. But this is very bad. This is the one that will continue to happen even down the road in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. The immune deficiency and the autoimmune disease. Okay, next slide. Just to show you just the graph. Next slide. Okay, so the same thing again is clinical finding. Next slide. Next slide, Francis. That one is just that, the Epstein virus is 40%, and then the Lyme's or tick-borne disease is 31%. That's very nice. And then next slide. Next slide. Okay, I just want to show you the lung disease because I have a lot of chronic diseases. I analyzed like 1,568 lungers, and a lot of them, 41% at least, had more shortness of breath after the vaccine. So it's a progression of the disease. And then those people with pre-existing interstitial disease of different causes, 63% of them have more short of breath. So again, when you have increasing shortness of breath in any lung disease, that is an indication that you have progression, right? And then a new onset interstitial lung disease. Interstitial lung disease is like, it creates like scarring or fibrosis in the lungs. It could be very non-specific, but it could also be caused by the immune disorder, especially the autoimmune disease. You see, it's like 4%, but that was early. So if I have to analyze it again, I might get a different figure, which could be higher, you know? So the most common findings in the X-ray, in the CAT scan, we call it ground glass appearance on the CT scan. You know, when I do the pulmonary functions as their ability to absorb oxygen, which is basically the diffusing capacity, that's decreased. They have hypoxemia or low oxygen reading. And then you look at their pulmonary function test, then the pattern is that of a restrictive lung disease. They present as if they're so huge or fat. But the other way to explain that is when they are forming scars in the lungs, and that's why the lungs are not able to expand properly. That's why it's called restriction. And then again, the deconditioning. It's a very low tolerance for physical activity, for minimal exertion. They are getting short of breath. And this population is like the senior, okay? Those are my patient. Okay, next slide. So also very, very important, whatever pre-existing disease, when you get the vaccine, they just deteriorate. You know, it's the overall health deterioration, to me, is very prominent. And this is because they age fast. And this is in all of the cases, at least in my population. Okay, next slide, please. This is just the summary of all the findings, and I highlighted or I underlined the things that I saw is the immune disorder, which is autoimmune disease and immune deficiency. Sometimes I have immune deficiency that is worse than the AIDS of HIV, and I'm going to show you some sample, okay? So you have lung disease, reactivation of latent infection, the cardiovascular disease, obviously, I'm going to give you some example, neuropsychiatric diseases, the unusual blood clots, and this is very interesting. And then the overall health deterioration. Okay, next slide. Just to show you again, I made this diagram. Next slide, please, just to show you. Take a picture of this. These are actually the things that I'm seeing. And I put acute and chronic inflammation in the middle because that's what the vaccine is doing, is it creates a very, very significant inflammation. And inflammation is the basic mechanism of all diseases, right? Whether it's infection, cancer, and even aging, there is an underlying inflammation that is going on, and that's driving the disease to continue. Okay, and next slide. So this is my opinion. It's about the spike protein antibody. To me, whatever antibody to the spike protein you are producing, and this is my opinion again, there's no literature to prove this yet, but I think it's going to be proven sometimes. The spike protein antibodies that you're producing if you're vaccinated, the antibody that they sold you to take the vaccine that supposedly will protect you from the infection, but it's a completely useless antibody because I think it has the ability to attack you. And so you don't even have to become positive for the other autoimmune, like the rheumatoid, lupus, blah, blah, and things like that. But the antibody itself, the antibody to the spike protein is the autoantibody in itself. And so as long as you have antibody to the spike protein, you are liable to be attacked and to get sick. Okay? All right, next. The next one, okay, I am going to show you pictures. This is the beginning of interstitial lung disease. This is what we call a ground glass appearance. I treated this patient with high-dose steroid, and then he kind of got better. But if you did not treat that, then it will become like an interstitial pattern, and then it's like a fibrosis. And then the patient is going to be short of breath, obviously, because the lung tissue is dying. Okay, next one. So the top layer, next slide, please. I'm ahead of but next slide. That's still the ground glass. I can see it from here, but I have my own set here. So anyways, what I'm showing here is the actual interstitial lung disease. COPD is also being produced by the vaccine. There are people developing chronic obstructive lung disease after the vaccination. They're developing asthma. They get bronchoconstriction, bronchospasm. They're wheezing like crazy. And it's very difficult because they don't respond to the usual treatment. You know, we have a lot of bronchodilators. I have to give them IV steroid, actually to give them relief. And so, you know, they end up using a lot of the inhaler. This bronchiectasis, this is very interesting because before the vaccine, I used to see that associated with the immune deficiency. And so the patient would come to me already with the bronchiectasis or the lesion in the lungs. Now it's the other way around. I would see the immune disorder that they develop from, or the contributing or the highly associated condition, immune deficiency. It's actually the deficiency in the antibody, the generic antibody that you have. It's called immune globulin deficiency. We also call it primary immune deficiency. And then if you don't treat it, you don't diagnose that immune deficiency, the end result is you're going to end up having bronchiectasis. But now, after the vaccine, I would diagnose the immune deficiency first, and then they develop that bronchiectasis. That one is the destruction of the airways. They become dilated, they become big, and they are not capable of closing and opening, and so they become susceptible to infection. They have repeated infection in the lungs. Okay. Okay, just a second. All right. Okay, so that's the one. And then, so the only thing that you guys have to remember, there is going to be an explosion of autoimmune disease, and I would advise everyone that there is, you need to be checked for that, because the people that I'm seeing right now, almost everyone has an autoimmune disease. So just to show you, Francis just advanced myocarditis and some more. Yeah, there are some more. Okay, some more. Go ahead. Okay, just want to show you these are actually the tubal cancer, lung cancer, breast cancer, lymphoma, and melanoma and colorectal cancer are the most common tubal cancer presenting. Okay, next. Next. Okay, I just want, these are the abnormal white blood, the blood clots, the white clot, and usually the people who are seeing this are actually the embalmers. 20% of those people who died suddenly, they have that. Okay, next. We're gonna finish. Okay. Next, Francis, just keep on going. Okay, keep on going. Keep on going. Okay, I just want to show you, this is the example of AIDS. So if you look at that, they have AIDS, but not from the HIV, but from the vaccine. Their cell count goes down. So I have so many of that. Okay, next, just to show you, okay? That is a typical picture of AIDS. Some more, Francis, just keep on going. Keep on going. These are all example, and I want to show you like the reactivation of herpes viruses. Go ahead. Come on. Yeah. So these are the Epstein-Barr reactivation of Lyme. Go ahead. Continue. Yeah, that's how it looks like. Activation of Lyme's. Go ahead. More. Just keep on going. It's gonna finish. I just wanted, and go ahead. And just to tell you, okay, go back to the shedding. All the vaccine, this is already the study. There's already a study that came out like last month. Was it last month or in February? This study was headed by Dr. McCullough. And the shedding is real. And so the vaccinated people, it comes out of the breath, of the urine, the milk. It's even now considered like as a sexually transmitted disease. They're shedding spike protein, shedding antibody, and shedding the vaccine if it's still active. They're shedding everything. Okay, so those people who are unvaccinated and they get exposed to the vaccinated one, that's what you're gonna get. Okay, I think the shedding, this is just okay. I have other slides, but it's okay. This is the most important thing that you have to know. And keep on going, Francis. It's to the end. Yeah, that's just the study of 99 million showing that there's really vaccine injury. Okay, next. Keep on going. Keep on going. Go, go, and go. Okay, go. That's just my conference before. And just to tell you, I keep on giving lectures around the community here, about post-pandemic diseases to educate people. And last one, last slide. Ayan po, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Okay, so it's real, it's not rare. Okay, the vaccine injury. Okay, that was the whirlwind and a super fast presentation.
Thank you so much.
I think we're gonna just
I'd like to dedicate this talk to Dr. Iggy Agbayani. Dr. Iggy and I were close friends. He saw the big picture early in the 2020s. He visited our place. We had a long conversation. And we both visited Secretary Duque to release the possibility of doctors using ivermectin. So the two of us went to Duque's office, convinced him that at least allow medical doctors to prescribe. And so that, in a sense, with Dr. Landrito in mind, Dr. Alan, we were able to do that. He released it the following day. And the story of that is found at the COVID Call to Humanity website. So that's the first thing I want to dedicate this talk to him. Because everything we spoke about is unfolding at a much rapid pace than we're seeing today. And then the second thing is I'd like to thank the lawyers who are here, of course, Tanya Lat, then si Ting, Attorney Ting, and so on, who helped form the petition before the Supreme Court. Although that was dismissed, it was never dismissed on substantive parts. It was procedural, technical. It took them 16 months. One thing I learned about that was how to use evidence, a legal language. I'm not a lawyer, but I learned from the lawyers. They told me where we were drafting the statement of facts, you should use judicial notice. That's the only way the Supreme Court will consider a case without going to the lower courts. So judicial notice is a legal language to show that the evidence you're presenting is authoritative. So what I will be presenting this afternoon is authoritative. And in the language of the Supreme Court or the Philippine law. Because it's really important, there's so much disinformation taking place. The truth is really clouded. The Twitter files or X files are revealing massive censorship all over the world. It's still going on. So we really have to search for the truth. And to search a judicial notice kind of evidence is very difficult. So that's what I'll try to present this afternoon in respect to the COVID agreements, the WHO agreements. But also I'll make preliminary comments with the different speakers, just to emphasize specific points that they have not mentioned yet. I will not stay long there because I have to deal with the treaty. So that's a third point. The fourth point is that the language of the pandemic, of the WHO agreements, there are two, as you know, right? So we have the pandemic agreement, which was known as treaty, which was known as accord, which was known as draft zero. It had so many names to try to confuse everybody. That's one. The other one is the IHR amendments to the 2005 International Health Regulations, which also is evolving, and both are continually evolving as we talk. The WHO has been embarrassed in both aspects, and they're trying to save the treaty before the World Health Assembly in May 27 to June 1. It's coming in 2 weeks. So they're trying to save their face there because the pandemic agreement exactly blew up. And they're trying to, I'll show you why it blew up. Nations are having a hard time agreeing. And meanwhile, more and more governments are waking up. I'll show that there. Okay, I just want to, for you to take particular attention to the language that's being used, because the language is what we would call Orwellian language, which means to say it doesn't mean what it says. Okay, and I'm just gonna show you a few instances of this so you will be aware when you read the treaty. I had to read the treaty like 10 times. The actual agreement. And so I'm referring to the April 22, 2024 version of the pandemic agreement, which collapsed in May 10. If you're trying to revive. And then also referring to the April 17, 2024 amendments to the IHR, which had previous versions, and all the global protest is actually starting to change the drafting. WHO is getting really impacted and is doubling down. Okay, so now I just like to, in doing that, I would just like to bring up specific aspects of what the previous speaker said. I've been taking notes. And the first thing is that the question is, why is this thing so destructive? But before we go there, I'd just like to add a few facts which has not been mentioned and which may be controversial. When we were having hearings at the House, Representative with Dan Fernandez, March 19, a number of us were there. The Philippine Statistics Authority admitted 297,000 at that point excess deaths. And there is a specific ratio that has been vetted in various sources, especially using data from New Zealand. We all knew the New Zealand whistleblower who blew the whistle and released record level data. When you say record level, these are actually data that's actually entered. So it's difficult to dispute. And using that data and other similar hard data, there is a ratio that we should all remember. That ratio is for every 1,000 vaccinated or doses, 1 dies. So I use that ratio to calculate the excess deaths in the Philippines due to the vaccines, COVID vaccines that the DOH does not want to admit. It's ranging, because the numbers are changing, it's ranging from 181,000 to 187. Deaths that can be attributed to the vaccines. Okay, so that's one, just the death side. And then on the injury side, there is a new ratio that just came out. It's known as the Thorpe ratio, THORPE. It comes from Dr. James Thorpe, who released this data only less than a week ago in an analysis of the Pfizer secret documents. I think it was already mentioned, Pfizer tried to hide this data for 75 years, but the court decided no. So they're releasing this. This is already 40,000 documents that have been released. Dr. Thorpe is part of this group that's been analyzing this data, volunteer of medical doctors and scientists. So the Thorpe ratio is based on the Pfizer post-marketing experience. The ratio is 34.4. You multiply 1 death and you get 34.4 injured. So we're speaking of 500 million around the world, because the solid data is from Dr. David Cortland. 17 million have died from the COVID vaccines. So this is deadly, and over 500 million are seriously injured. This is based on an extrapolation of Pfizer's own data that it wanted to keep secret. So these are huge damages, and there's new data showing that those that got injected that didn't die, the probability of them dying within 5 years is also getting higher. So this is not over. Okay, I'm not gonna go there. This is just introduction. The other things that a number of the speakers mentioned bioweapons. The Dr. Marvilla, Dr. I mean, most of the speakers have mentioned, this is not a vaccine. This is not absolutely a vaccine. This is a product of genetic engineering. This is a bioweapon. I've been saying this 2 years ago, and then in the middle of that process, the DOD whistleblower released data in a hearing of the House of Representatives of the US, showing that this is indeed a bioweapon. Okay, so Now, the interesting thing here for Dr. Alan, kay Andrito, in that same Department of Defense document, hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin were identified as the antidote to COVID-19. That's why it works. That's why I think Dr. Landrito saved over 100,000 lives with ivermectin. Let's give him a hand, please. I learned a lot from him because he became my roommate when we visited Governor Gwen Garcia in Cebu, trying to brief her what's going on. Now, the point here is that it's a bioweapon. It's genetically engineered, so the spike protein was inserted and the furin cleavage site was inserted. So the COVID toxicity and the vaccines are the same. So they gave you a vaccine that's actually the toxin, with the difference that now they added a messenger RNA. It's been explained time and time again. mRNA, through reverse transcriptase, reconverts to DNA, and DNA is the genome. So it changes our genome. And Bill Gates is known to have stated, it's in his website, you can check it out. I'm really happy about this vaccine because we're going to produce humans who are factories of spike protein. And so this is exactly what's happening. So that's just to introduce there. So obviously, also Attorney Gatdula mentioned this thing will be repeated if you don't challenge it. And exactly that's what's going to be happening with the WHO agreement. It's actually much worse. I'll try to show you. These agreements are COVID 2.0 protocols 2.0, and it's a worse version. And because I just want to mention two things that will play out in the agreements. When you hear, every time you hear whole of society approach, you're talking about basically how medical martial law gets translated to societal martial law. So you know what happened to the COVID here, right? Started as a health emergency, and all of a sudden society was locked down. Everything got affected, transportation, employees requiring vaccine, everybody got affected, the entire society. And the whole of society approach includes the suppression of media, which Nonong Oplas was mentioning, and also Attorney Gatdula. The mainstream media has been paid off. And I'm sorry to say that some of my best friends in Rappler are part of a global fact-checking network. That's why I didn't want to publish. I thought I could publish through them. They refused to publish. Yun na yun. Yeah, fact destroyers. Yeah. So so that's a part of this whole of society approach. Everybody is complicit. Okay, so this is a very major feature in the agreement and in the agreement of IHR and the pandemic. Okay, so I just want to emphasize certain points that were mentioned. Whole of society. Okay, COVID was a scam. Okay, did you know that the Director General of WHO declared a pandemic emergency of monkeypox with 5 cases, despite against the advice of his own scientific body. He declared a pandemic emergency with monkeypox, and of course it failed, right? Dr. Keano said because he's a monkey. Okay, the point here is that there's a lot of language in these agreements about potential pandemics. And so they can start declaring this thing, and the ultimate power resides in the Director General of WHO. Okay, so I'm now going to, with that, just those points, just to reinforce it. If you go to, okay, I'll preface. A lot of people were happy with the collapse of the pandemic agreement talks, which is still, they're trying to revive it. Little do they know that the less paid attention agreement is are the amendments to the IHR. Everything got transferred there. So no one's paying attention. But elements of the pandemic agreement is there. I'll show you section per section. But because of time, I'm conscious of time. I just want you to go to my latest article in covidcalltohumanity.org of 2 days ago, that the pandemic agreement is the decoy, the bomb in the room is the IHR amendment. There I document everything, the sections, what they're saying, and so on. So I'll just take you over a brief trip or overview. The first thing in terms of what everybody said this morning, the first thing to pay attention to are the Annex 1. Take a look at Annex 1 of the amendments to the IHR, not the pandemic agreement. If you have Annex 1, take a look at it, because Annex 1, all the things that have been lambasted in this room this morning, they're all there. Okay, I'll just mention a few things. And it's all in Annex 1. Surveillance. Okay, surveillance will be intensified. And I'll show you in what way it will be intensified. The fake RT-PCR test will come back. It's called, look at the language, it's called lab diagnostics. As we know, the RT-PCR test is fake. I did a Freedom of Information request at the DOH. The cycle threshold of most RT-PCR tests is over 35. If it's over 35, it means to say it's about 95% false, according to Fauci himself. That's why they prefer 23 to 28. But ours were mostly. So the pandemic all over the world was a fake pandemic of tests, RT-PCR tests. So it's back there under lab diagnostics. Quarantine is back. It's called isolation. Contact tracing is back. It's in Article 18. And so you have all of these things. There's the part 1 of the COVID protocols. Part 2 also is there. Comes the vaccination. So the vaccines are now going to be mostly messenger RNA. The ones that are the deadly bioweapons. For those who have not heard, the US FDA has a future framework. The future framework says you can now approve an mRNA vaccine in 2 days. You know why? And you can find this also in the Moderna website. This is a platform. It's an app. It's a platform. You can place different kinds of mRNA there. And FDA said, okay, the platform is vetted. Of course, they ignore the data. Warp speed was 8 months. Under this new agreement or amendment, it's going to be 2 days. Although the document says 30 days. Emergency use, what did they call it? Emergency use listing. It's what the WHO, in the authorization, it's a listing, but it's authorized. I mean, they're playing with language. This is the thing. So the future framework is going to be, they can place this mRNA, and most of mRNA now is coming synthetic. Now, I'm going to jump a little bit because there's such an agreement called PABS. It's in both, but more prominent in the pandemic agreement. PABS is the Pathogen Access Benefit System. What it means is that the WHO will now incentivize all nations of the world to look for pathogens. Pathogen, sakit. Like viral segment, like microbial segment, whatever segment of the DNA that's pathogenic is going to be, I can't believe this. It's going to be distributed all over the world. They will fund countries to set up their biolabs. Yeah. So what's happening here is that they're appealing to those nations who believe in the MR vaccines. The US government has allegedly at this point spent over $1 billion incentivizing these nations who might fall for the treaty. So they're going to be searching for pathogenic genetic segments, place this in a WHO system, which will be only run by artificial intelligence. I'll come back to the point later on. And then they will incentivize if a big pharma uses that segment, which now they will release as disease X. And then big pharma has a vaccine that will be approved in 2 days under the incentive of the WHO. It's absolutely crazy. These people are F-mad. They didn't learn the real lessons. They learned how to create more scams and create deeper scams. Okay? So that's there. That's in Annex A, Annex 1. Then you have digital IDs, vaccine passports, the immune system, Dr. Ladrido, is totally snubbed. Not a mention of strengthening the immune system. That, Rami, wala. Because the irony is that the vaccines are supposed to strengthen, are supposed to function on the basis of the human immune system. That was a traditional vaccine. And since this is not about health, this is about bioweapons and control and depopulation, this is what's happening. Okay, see Sally, Super Sally, Super Sally. Yeah, she spoke about the deaths and the burning mortality and so on of babies and so on. It's actually much worse than she presented. The new data is showing much higher levels of abortion. The Pfizer data is showing like greater than 2/3 were aborted in the Pfizer test. Okay, so now, then the reason why we don't know this is because of the censorship, which was mentioned by several speakers. And they call this now risk management. See the wording? Risk management, to manage the risk of misinformation and disinformation, when in fact the biggest source of disinformation is the WHO and the DOH. And they actually use that weapon, military grade psychological operations, which have been admitted in Canada, US, and the UK. When I say military grade operations, this is armed psychological operations used against foreign terrorists, and now they're using it to their domestic population. And Duterte was pretty good at that. And mainstream media was pretty good at that. Inducing fear, because fear knocks down our cognitive faculties. The amygdala, our brain, the midbrain, is looking for danger, hijacks our prefrontal cortex and cortex, where the brain, the thinking function is happening. Okay, they did all this. This is part of the agreements, especially the IHR. Now, there are new control systems in the IHR. Okay, the first one is what I mentioned already, potential pandemics. They've done it in the past, they now want to legalize it. Okay, we are talking here of permanent lockdowns. Because any pretext of a pandemic, any pretext, will lock down societies in the entire world on the basis of the final decision of the Director General of the WHO. That's very clear in Article 49. There are provisions for consultations. These are pseudo consultations because it will all end up with the Director General. Okay, so the second new control mechanism is the whole of society. That's what they did. Now they're going to legalize it, and it's in Article 1 and 2 as one of the principles of the amendments. It has to be a whole of society in the case of a pandemic emergency. So they're rationalizing everything that got destroyed, very clearly shown by Nonoy Oblas. I mean, the economy, he didn't just mention the people committing suicide in the Philippines, the increased psychological depression, was that mentioned? The thousands of visits in the mental health reporting system of DOH, that's also there. The 2 million people, businesses wiped out, increase in poverty, the entire thing. Okay? So, whole of society is back and it's legalized. Now, okay, there are two languages. The ones I showed you already was PABS, the Pathogen Access Benefit System. That is very well laid out in the pandemic agreement, and that's the one that torpedoed the entire talks. I've been watching this very clearly, even in the press conference. It was of WHO, they admitted that that was the backline. The bizarre thing there is that the resistance was not based on principles. The resistance was based on greed. What will be the percentage of a member state getting a share of the profits of the transnational big pharma? That was what the negotiation was about. It's shocking because now, instead of the member nations realizing that they were scammed, they now want to be part of the scam by participating in this. And the WHO will get 20% of all the profits from this. So, I mean, so WHO will now be able to fund its global dictatorship out of dying people. Okay? That's the PABs. And then One Health, the One Health provision of the pandemic agreement is also present in the language of the IHR. You know what One Health is? One Health, everything is suspect. Humans, animals, plant, substances in water, feces in the drainage system, everything, the moment they find a segment that's potentially problematic, they can shut it down. They can declare a lockdown. So that's why in the IHR Annex 1, they define reservoir exactly like that. But this reservoir has the real name in the pandemic agreement. The name is One Health. The moment you hear that word One Health, take over. That's the language of control over everything. When you control entire ecosystems, entire ecological zones, you're talking about people living in those ecological zones. This is why this bird flu thing, it's very interesting that they would try to put this thing out when there's been no historical, the doctors can correct me, there's no historical basis for the transfer. But the problem is that if they genetically engineer, then it will transfer. This is the problem, because if you have all kinds of bioweapons that are being developed in hundreds of biofacilities, 26 of them were in Ukraine. Ukraine it's kind of a mess. It was only Wuhan in China. Ukraine was doing stuff for the US military. Okay, that's why I'm not even talking about that. Okay. Now, so what is the structure of control? Now, the WHO will no longer depend on the health structure of a country. So the IHR amendment specifically state there will be a monitoring and compliance committee set up at the WHO level. All nation states will be monitored. Okay, so what article is that? That is Article 54 bis, which bis means it's not yet formal, but it's under debate. So it's a compliance and implementation, excuse me, not monitoring. Compliance and implementation committee. There's a Tedros there on top, compliance committee under him. And then under that are the IHR, WHO, IHR focal points. Is that the focal point? Yeah. Oh, no, that's the focal contact points. Okay, contact points. At the national level in the Philippines, you will have the National IHR Authority. And there will be national IHR focal points. And by the way, this thing goes down all the way to the level of the barangay. There's no barangay IHR, but there are systems there that will require monitoring at the level of the barangay. So it's a total top-down structure monitoring everything. Okay? So that's the control structure. And then the worst part is we have in Filipino a saying, niluto ka sa sariling mantika mo. You know why? If they have language showing the ability of nation states to create their own laws that's appropriate to them. But at the end of the process, they still have to comply with the regulations. So they're pretending to give you freedom, sovereignty. They're not really doing that because now you have the compliance and implementation committee, you have all these reports, you have to follow all the Annex 1. Okay? So this is what I'm saying. So this is very duplicitous document. And now one of the biggest debate within our circles, when I say within our circles, people are aware of this, that are resisting. Some say there's no attack on national sovereignty. Others say there is. I fall on the side of saying there is because of what I just showed. But here's the language. Article 3.4, Article 3.1, respect the dignity, human rights, and fundamental freedom of persons. Nice sounding, right? But in Article 3.4, everything is contradicted. Because now you have to follow all the regulations, the final decision makers, the WHO, etc., Director General. It's a pseudo-sovereignty thing. And there's a lot of shalls. You shall do this, you shall do, the moment the legal people here would say, the moment there's shall, that's obligatory. It's not may or can, it's shall. Okay, and then just a few final points. I'm gonna end. I just want to point out the fact that I did not even go to the actual power structure behind the WHO. I've written a lot about that because I could not understand why our COVID protocols were illegal, irrational, and mandated. There is a power structure, and that power structure is now appearing in the guise of these WHO agreements. They are now trying to legalize what they did illegally. Okay? And they're rushing everybody. Okay? So, and behind that, you can take a look at the control mechanism of WHO. More than 80% of the budget is controlled by, not by government, not by member states, but by Big Pharma and Bill Gates. Remember, I think Super Sally mentioned COVAX. Was it you? Yeah, COVAX that killed a lot of Filipinos. Well, that's funded by Gavi, the Global Action for Vaccine, blah, blah, blah. Bill Gates founded. So Bill Gates is funding that, Gavi, so more than 80%. So what that means is that the WHO is under control of the people that finance it, especially about 80% of that budget, as you would call that, is non-specific. You can do it any way you like it. Member states are hardly there. That's why it's like this, because this is a giant scam to make a lot of big pharma rich and then to corrupt member nation states to take part of profits and sell out their nation's biodiversity. It's really totally crazy. Okay, so what's the hope? What's the hope in this dark picture? There are three. In fact, I'm really happy to share this hope, because thanks to all your efforts here, but also abroad, there's a lot of resistance. The world is waking up to this. That's why I just saw a long debate in the UK Parliament. The UK Parliament saying our red line is do not infringe on national sovereignty. Minister of Health. Okay, he was really being pressured. Okay, so that's that. Then of course, you know that 29 senators, 49 US senators signed to Biden withdraw. 22 director generals, attorney generals withdraw. On the local scene, cross my fingers, in a few days, we will know whether SB 1869 is dead. Because 1869, as we know, is the WHO alignment bill. That's why we've been very active, all of us, opposing this. I'm crossing my fingers because I'm looking at the political balance and development there from the inside. They haven't acted on this thing since February 2023 because of all our protests. That should really give us hope. And I think they really got scared when to sort of extent, we actually said, the moment you sign that, we're gonna run after you for treason and we will destroy your political career. We really placed that in language. And then of course, some of our friends and senator friends, they're also working from the inside. So it's, yeah. And then all of a sudden, there's also a development, especially through the legal light workers and Lunas Pilipinas at the House side, with Dan Fernandez's hearings. That is a very powerful hearing because now the WHO. When will it be postponed? Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks for the news. So that's okay because this is the second part of the good news. And this is really good news, and I think they really made a mistake here. In article, what's that, 59, I think? 55. No, not 55. Article 59. Article 55 is the third good news. Okay. Article 59 says we have a window of opportunity to reject the IHR amendments for 18 months. 18 months. Even if they approve it, then we can pressure the Philippine government. 18 months. And this group is just starting, right? So these are veterans of hard battles. All of us have been harassed and so on. Yeah, water cannon maybe, etc. So and it's much bigger than, it's getting bigger. As Attorney Lat was mentioning, si Tanya was mentioning. This is huge, actually. I cannot divulge some details on this, but just remember that 18 months, 18, 1.5 years, we have the chance to have the government reject this thing. That's a nightmare for them because now we have all the facts. We can really organize and delay this delay the approval to reject it. Okay, and then as Andy was mentioning, that falls on a election season. Patay sila. I'm sure He will not run on a platform saying that we're going to betray the Philippines to the WHO. Hindi pwede. Now, the third good news here is what Tanya was mentioning, 55.2. Article 55.2 of the original IHR of 2005 says you have to give 4 months for a negotiating text to be given before the World Health Assembly in May 27. So they should have given this in January 27. So now the entire thing is illegal. Yeah, it's I mean, I'm sure the WHO will get sued by all kinds of people, and we can sue the government here for violating. Yeah, if they approve this, why are they approving an illegal treaty? These are huge openings for us that are going to test the mettle of how we're going to organize to bring this dictatorship down. Because it is too much, di ba? Sobrang na talaga ito. I mean, this is too much. Cannot, every time I listen to, that's maybe one reason why I have not been broadcasting on the past few months. It's because I'm taking a look at the kind of the deeper stuff to try to stop this. But I think the group here that's been really committed, and there are other people watching. Tanya, how many people are watching? I mean, in terms of groups, 14? At least 14 in the Zoom group. So 14 in the Zoom group, it's larger. So this is a real hot issue. People are aware. And we will be moving forward to the future with great hope, because May 27 is not the final deadline. And if on top of that we defeat SB 1869 in a few days, it's really a few days left. The probability of their approving that is like 1%. Because we know some senators, at least 7, who are having problems with this. So if you introduce that the same Monday and you have 3 days, wala na. And when that's gone, it's dead. Now they can reintroduce it again, but the SB 1869 is finished. So they'll introduce a new version, a new bill, and that we will await that. So there's some good news for these struggles. So final word, we have been really consciously murdered. Genocide has taken place consciously. We were subjected to bioweapons, illegal lockdowns, and so on. We cannot take this sitting down, especially knowing that what's coming to us is worse than what we experienced, because it's permanent, it's more extensive, and it's now legal. So we have to be awake and resist this WHO agreements to the best of our ability. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Tito Nick. That's actually a lot of reason to hope, and actually it's a great segue to our next session. In the interest of time, we're going to collapse session 4 and the integration session, because I think everyone wants to know what can we do. Diba? You've heard, palakpakan ulit natin si Super Sally, si Doc Vic, and Tito Nick. Okay. So they've really showed us, the bigger picture. They've given both the macro picture as well as the micro, big data as well as how it affects people on a personal level, and then how the structural implications of what happened if we don't resist this time around. Okay, and so our next segment is going to be the call to action. Siguro to keep it coherent, we're going to have question and answer for both sessions, what we're going to do now. So yung session 4 and the integration, we're going to combine it, okay? And we're also going to have time for Q&A. And but before that, do you guys want to take a break or do we continue? Continue. Sige. O nga, sige. Ganito. Why don't we take a 5-minute wellness break? 5-minute wellness break. Okay, go to the bathroom. There's coffee, there's tea, there's water, there's still kutsinta. Okay, and then let's continue the kwentuhan because umiinit yung ating usapan. Nandun yung nag-build up na yung excitement. Ang galing niyo po. So we can feel the energy in the room, which is a good thing. Di ba? It's been several hours since we started, pero ganadong-ganado kayo. Di ba? Okay, you can feel the positive vibe, no? Okay. Same frequency, o nakatune tayo sa isa't isa. Yes. Hindi bumababa. That's right. Okay. So everyone's excited, okay, because the question for our next session is, what do we do? Okay. All right. Sige, so if I could invite your attention. Okay. So let's now resume our last session. Okay, so in the interest of time, as mentioned earlier, we're going to collapse the last two sessions. And part of what we have discovered, sige, medyo may buzz pa yung kwarto. Okay, so part of what we have discovered in our Lunas Pilipinas journey is the importance of reading the signs. You know, we had intentions when we started. We had plans. Guys, medyo maingay po. Sorry, I-enforce ko yung pagiging profesora ko. Quiet. Quiet. Yan. Okay. So part of the journey has been, learning wisdom, learning discernment, learning to read the signs, no? And, we have been taught that we have to control the situation. And that's actually what we're seeing with the elites, no? They want to control us. They want to impose their will on us. And part of our journey has been discovering that many times you cannot impose your will. Many times you should not impose your will. You should not control the situation because perhaps there's a higher power that is at work, And so part of that discernment, is, for those who've been here since this morning, we didn't start on time. For those of you who are really sticklers for time, I'm sure annoyed na kayo. People who know me know that I have a complex relationship with time. Super Sally is laughing. Okay. And the thing is, part of our adjustment as a movement is realizing that sometimes plan A doesn't work out. And you have to go to plan B, plan C, may mga fallback. Earlier, Dean Gemma and I were alluding to the convoluted path it took to hold this forum here today. Okay, and even with the program, you can see we are adjusting. Okay, and si Tito Nick in his talk talked about the adjustments that the elites are making because of the backlash. Diba? Just as we have been adjusting to their imposition of the scamdemic, they are now also adjusting to us now that we are pushing back. Okay, so we are also trying to demonstrate that we are able to go with the flow. We're able to make plans like this timetable, but we also know that sometimes the Spirit moves us in different ways. And kailangan natin dumaloy with yung agos ng Spirit. Okay. And so it's in that spirit, no, we feel the energy now, diba? It's been a day of a lot of inspiring insights, a lot of, heavy, knowledge to take in. We're very grateful to our resource persons for sharing their expertise with us in a way that makes us understand them, even if we are not doctors, diba? And ngayong last session, okay, we will try to integrate everything that we've learned by seeing what we have done in the past and what we can do now moving forward. Okay, so our last session is entitled Moving Forward with Resilience and Hope. Okay, transforming from victimhood to victory. Okay, so the choice of language is very important because, we have the vax injured, and if we call them vax victims, di ba, kumbaga parang hanggang doon na lang ba sila, na biktima sila. They are not in control of their lives, di ba? And so the whole purpose of this forum was, healing from what has happened to us, to move from trauma and tragedy to resilience and victory. And so, Super Sally has given us bad news. Doc Marivic has given us bad news. Tito Nick has given us a mixture of bad and good news because there is hope. There is hope. And this last session is primarily to discuss the hope that is emerging and which is growing. Okay. I mentioned earlier that Lunas Pilipinas was birthed 2 years ago on Pentecost. Okay, and for the Christians here and the believers, Pentecost is very significant because it means the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, the empowering of the people. Christ lived his life on earth for a very short time, he set an example. I will declare that he actually gave us a very powerful spiritual technology in his teachings. If only we stopped declaring him as God and instead regard him as master teacher, and we live out his teachings. The spiritual technology of Christ in creating the new world lies in his teachings. And our closing prayer has been deliberately chosen to demonstrate that technology. Okay. And so our last set of speakers, I know them all to be very God-fearing, righteous women. So happens they're all women. Okay. And they will talk about, their own experiences and what we can do together as a community. Nag-usap kami on how to structure this session. It's going to be very open. So at some point, if people want to raise their hands, if people want to interject, at some point, it's a conversation. We recognize that marami kayong tanong. A lot of you wanted to interact with, our speakers during the day. Consider this the opportunity to interact with us. We open the floor. This is an open conversation. All right. Doc Marivic, I know you're listening. Gising pa ho si Doc Marivic. Nakaabang po siya. Okay. Doc Vic, I hope you don't mind. We will reverse the order a little bit. Okay, so ang uunahin po natin ay si Attorney Ting, and then si Doc Marivic, and then si Pastora Sherry. But I will introduce them as they come to come take the stage. So our first speaker for this last session is Attorney Ting Bello. Many people, ayan, sige, palakpakan po natin si Attorney Ting. One of you know Attorney Ting from CDCPh, from the broadcast. Kasama namin siya sa Legal Light Workers, and she was also part of the team that assisted Tito Nick in the Supreme Court filing. She also issued an affidavit for that particular case, and I think one of the things that may have surprised many people who meet Attorney Ting for the first time, diba, is nagugulat sila. Because they think that Attorney Ting is so much bigger and taller in real life. And I think it's because of her aura. It's her aura. Yung sinasabing small but terrible. Diba? And young, looking young. But I think that sums it all up. Na in this diminutive package is a woman with a very, very fierce heart, a very strong determination, and a very, very big aura and soul. And she will be talking about created in the image and likeness of God, human dignity, human rights, and righteousness. Attorney Ting Bello.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to be here. And I need to say this, yung totoo po yun, lahat ng nakakita sa akin for the first time, ang reaction palagi, ang liit nyo pala, diba? Kasi ang reaction ko kay Tanya, the first time I met her, I never knew her before. Dito na lang kami nagkakilala. First time I met her, ang reaction ko naman, ang laki mo pala. Ang laki mo, takad mo, malaking bulas ka kasi hindi siya ganun sa in TV or on the screen. So you might be wondering, Francis, can you flash lang the slide? So you might be wondering, what is a lawyer talking about? The image of God, the image and likeness of God, no, human dignity. It's because Attorney Jemai already talked about the law earlier, even Sister Nick talked about the WHO and the IHR, no. But I want to share with you something very important that goes even way more fundamental than the law and your rights and all that, no. In September of 2023, I was invited to speak before a group of spiritual leaders, of pastors in Pasay City. This was a group where it was a mixed group where I think half probably received the COVID shots, no? And at the end of my talk, I talked about SB 1869 at the time. At the end of my talk, so somebody raised his hand and asked me a question. Sabi niya, Attorney, hindi namin alam to. Sabi, paano na lang kami? Paano po, pag ginawa nila to ulit, ano po ang pwede naming gawin? Di bali po kayo, abogado. You are a lawyer, but we are not lawyers. Maliliit lang kaming tao. And then I told them what I always say in every CDCPh huddle. Just don't. Just don't. Resist. Di ba? And then I told, okay, meron po ba ditong mga tumanggap ng COVID shots? Kayo po? Okay. I'm talking to the wrong audience. Hindi, pero kasi, eto yung sasabihin ko. Tignan niyo po itong lahat. Sa mga tumanggap, no, tignan niyo po itong lahat na nakakapaligid sa inyo. All these people. Look at me. Diba? We're here. We're alive and well. We made it through. So that's what I'm saying. Diba? Mag-resist kayo. Kung kinaya namin, bakit hindi nyo kakayanin? Kakayanin nyo, and mas kakayanin nyo if you are with other people. Hindi nyo kakayanin kung mag-isa kayo, I assure you. Okay, so this is not the time to be not in community. You have to find your community. And that is what I did. I knew I was going, kahit lawyer ako, I knew it was bigger than myself when they started imposing the mandates. I was quick. When I got a ridiculous answer from the DOH on my FOI, I knew I had to look for support. And so I emailed anonymous, I emailed CDCPh, even if I did not know anybody there, and volunteered as a lawyer. So that's how I met all these wonderful people. But, okay, this is the important thing. Through the years, this is what I observed. All these people in the resistance, I noticed one common thing about everybody. Every person I have met in this movement has a very strong sense of self. Not ego, self. Not self-interest, self. Anong ibig sabihin nun? Kilala nila kung sino sila. Kilala nila kung sino sila, what they're worth. And so, if there is an assault on that dignity as a human person, kita nila, ramdam nila agad, at pumapalag sila. Okay. Now, saan ba nanggagaling to? Sa yabang? Ay, hindi. Saan to nanggagaling? Next, please. Teka, ito muna pala importance. O, bigla, no, galing sa image of God, biglang si Sun Tzu. But it's an important principle. Okay? He says, if you know the enemy, which we do now, and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Important din naman yung mga nasa iba. Ibig sabihin, huwag ka naman aanga-anga, di ba? Hindi mo kilala yung sarili mo, hindi mo kilala, ay wala. Diba? But it's important to know yourself. And why am I using a warfare quote? Because we are in a war. No, we did not ask for it. They waged it upon us. So if we are in a war, I'm sorry, we have no choice. We have to fight back. So we are in a spiritual war. We are in a bio warfare. We even see physical wars, di ba? All around the world. So we are in warfare. So it's important to know yourself. Okay? So next. Okay. Who are we ba talaga? Who we are. So regardless of your religious upbringing, lahat tayo, we came from somewhere. Is there anybody here who came from Singaw? Diba? Hindi naman tayo sumulpot na lang nila. Diba? May gumawa sa atin. And in the Judeo-Christian tradition, diba, that I grew up in, we were made by a creator. In fact, like Doc Alan quoted the Bible earlier. Next, please, Francis. Diba? Genesis says, the creation story says, we were made in the image and likeness of God. Diba? In the image of God. God, He created him. Magagalit yung mga woke. He created him. Siyempre kasama yung her dyan. Diba? So anyway, we were created in the image of God. What does it mean ba to be created in the image of God? It means that the attributes of God morally, spiritually, and intellectually, we have it. So ano yung ibig sabihin nun? Morally, linikha tayo na maging tuwid. We were created to be righteous. Spiritually, we were created na may lalim at merong pagnanasa para sa mga bagay na malalim. Hindi tayo nabubuhay sa level lamang ng TikTok. Diba? We were created to have depth. No? And ano yung ibig sabihin ng intellectual? We were gifted with a brain or with the ability to think, to make wise choices in accordance with how we were created, which is to wid. So binigyan tayo ng kakayahan na mag-isip, makapag-analyze kung ginugoyo tayo, di ba? Magdesisyon ng tama. Di ba? Kung ano yung naaangkop para sa atin sa panahon na yon. Okay, next please. Yan. I have to say this, no? So regardless of your religious background, di ba, we have a creator. But for Christians who are here, that creator is even our Father. Right? That creator is even our Father, with whom we have an intimate relationship. Why? I love these verses from the Psalms. Next. Ay, sorry. Pakibalik dun sa baby. Eto I want to say this kasi baka nami-miss out ng mga tao to. They read this in the Psalms but they do not meditate and grasp the meaning. One of the Psalms says, before a day of your life ever existed, nakasulat na sa libro ko yun. Pala naman eh. Di ba, even before a day of your life existed, there was already a timeline for your life. Okay? So kahit anong gawin mo, pag hindi mo pa oras, you get it? There is somebody who is sovereign and in control over your life. Next, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. God knit you together in your mother's womb. The doctors know how intricate the human body is. We were not created to live and to fend for ourselves. Do you ever wonder, mahiwa nyo yung sarili nyo, bakit gumagaling mag-isa? Diba? Parang, hindi lahat ng bagay kailangang gamutin. The human body is, it's a monstrous machine. It's a highly intelligent, diba, system. And finally, a quote from Jeremiah that says, before you were born, I already knew you. I called you by name. Biro mo, hindi ka pa tao, may pangalan ka na. That's how special and precious we are. So if we don't grasp that, we will not live up to our birthright. Okay? So before you say I'm going all religious on you, even civil law agrees. All right, next. Next, please. Article 2, Section 1 of the Philippine Constitution says that the state values the dignity of every human person and guarantees full respect for human rights, no? Pati yung batas, nire-recognize yung dignity natin as people. Okay? So next, please. And that is why we have Article 3, which contains our rights as human beings, as individuals. Okay? Etong rights na to, the Constitution did not establish these rights. Okay? The Constitution only expressed these rights by virtue of us being human beings. We already inherently possess these. Inano lang niya, parang binigkas lang niya at sinulat niya in black and white. Okay, next please. So tignan niyo yung mga, balikan niyo lang. Kasi lahat niyan, lahat yan. lahat yan yung mga inassault sa atin eh. No? Ayan. Lahat yan, no? Hindi natin yan lahat nagawa. Okay. So, kung hindi nyo alam na inyo to, hindi nyo ito i-claim, hindi nyo to i-assert, diba? Because you don't know you have it. Next. Okay. Even international law recognizes the dignity of the human person. So we already know, the year to Tanya, 1966? 1949 yung Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It's just a repeat of all the, in fact, it expounds pa nga eh. Mas malawak pa ang coverage nito kesa dun sa human rights provisions natin in our Constitution. The International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. This is very important for our times now. No? The last instrument is the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights. Bakit importante yan? Kasi ito yung applicable sa atin during our times now when a lot of novel and experimental and never heard before and crazy medical interventions and medicines are being introduced, diba, on the human population. Ano? But remember this, under this declaration, okay, one article, so aside from affirming the dignity of the human person, this article, I think 3 says that the interest of the individual is a priority over the sole interest of society. Alam nyo ba yun? Even in a public emergency. Okay? So, saan tayo naloko? Common good. We have to do it for the common good. But this says no. The right of the individual is primordial. So don't forget that. Please, kaya ko to nilagay dito para po basahin nyo ha. It's in very simple English, you will understand them. Okay? Knowledge, totoo, knowledge is not bliss. The Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Sabi rin ni Attorney Aaron kanina, di ba? Ang kamangmangan nagagamit na sandata para ng masasama. Di ba? So we need to equip ourselves. Next, please. Okay. So, ano ngayon yung effect? If we were created with human dignity, we were created right to walk right. So, paano natin malalabanan to? Ayusin na natin yung mga buhay natin. What does living in righteousness mean? Does it mean you won't sin? No. Let's go back right to with. Balik tayo dun sa original na purpose kung bakit tayo kinreate. Diba? We have a higher, we're more than TikTok. Diba? We're more than TikTok. We're just more than repetitive rituals and all that. We need to go deep. We need to go deep and reconnect with who we really are, how we were created, so that we can live in righteousness. So what does that mean? Next, please. Okay, hindi. Sorry bago yan. Hindi, sige, ito na lang. Yung sinasabi ko na human dignity, what is true for us as individuals is also true for us as a nation. Diba? The problem is that hundreds of years of colonization have eroded our distinct identity, and we are I don't know why we don't get affected when we are called a dati third world nation, ngayon pinaganda developing nation, di ba? And but palagi na lang tayong minamaliit. But if you really study our history, our resources, we are a very, very rich country. Why do you think all these big guns around us are fighting over our territory? Diba? And on a spiritual level, I believe our nation has a very special destiny, especially during these times. Why? Heaven and hell are fighting over the soul of our nation. Eto tayo lumalaban dun sa globalism habang yung leaders natin, come, welcome! Diba? Sa World Health Organization, merong headline, diba? Who thanks the Philippines for taking the lead? Kama facepalm eh. Diba? So, do you see that there are forces, unseen forces fighting over the destiny of our nation? Diba? So it's up to us. We know who we are as individuals and as a people. We have to know we are, so we can push back against that and not let that happen to us. Okay. So so ano yung before I turn this over to Pastora Cherry, no? So what I noticed was after all these 3 years, no, yung mga kasama palaging action people, walang takot, marunong gumalaw, alam gagawin, di ba? Bakit? Kasi very, very secure in their identity. So they know what needs to be fought for because they cannot stand that there is an assault to their dignity, to their freedoms, di ba? Hindi ito yung nagre-rebelde ka. No, you cannot have sovereignty over me kasi rebelde. No eh, it's your healthy love of self. Di ba? God created me this way. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Diba? Because Imago Dei. So Imago Dei people are people of action. I just need to share this with you. Sa totoo lang, kaming lawyers, super pilay kami kung walang tumutulong sa amin. Kasi batas lang yung alam namin. Okay, but there are only, super dami namin. Kaya tingnan mo kami lang palaging nakikita nyo, di ba? But you will be surprised. Okay, I'll tell you something. I have a secret army behind me of volunteers who in the past few months, maybe the past year, have been filing nonstop freedom of information requests with the government. Okay? You do not know them, you do not know their names. Some of them I have not even met in person. Pero magugulat ka sa tapang nila. None of them are lawyers. They commute to work. So yung mga nagsasabi na maliit na tao lang kami ganyan. Ano ka ba? Yung isa nga dun kung limang pong FOI na yung na-file, bakit? Sumasakay din ng bus yun. Diba? It's an excuse to get out of an inconvenient thing you know you need to do. Right? But we can't anymore. All hands on deck now because we cannot do this alone. We cannot. We have to enlist as many people as possible because we can only be as strong as kung gaano tayo kadami. Mas madaling makonquer yung isa kaysa sa marami, di ba? So I'll just show you an example. Next, Francis. Eto mga volunteers lang to. Sige, next please. This was when we were lobbying in the Senate against SB 1869. This is a group called Kagabay. Are you the director? Yeah, their director, Miss Suzette Mido, is here. I met her by divine appointment, but you know, her NGO is composed of women, nationwide, grassroots. Grassroots. Okay? Nakikita nyo yan? Yan, I just gave them materials on the WHO and the IHR. She translated them into Filipino, disseminated to the leaders of the community. Nagbigay sila ng mga seminar in lay language sa mga tao. And the output of that is a petition to the Senate, garnering hundreds and hundreds of signatures. Okay? So thank you to your group. We will need you more in the future. Yeah, so ganun yung tulungan, di ba? I don't know her from Adam, di ba? But look at what they produced, and she sent them over to us. Sabi ko, if you have problem sending it to the Senate, we will do it for you because we have people who do the legwork. And then another group, next please, Francis. Eto, letters yan sa mga senators. Tignan nyo kung gaano kakapal yung mga kinokolate nila ng mga materials. This is about, mga materials yan. On top of that is a letter. These are materials, data, and all of those things, no? Yan. Tapos, sineserve nila on each and every senator. Yan ang mga sumasakay ng jeep, ng bus, no? Yeah, some of them are here. So, they are unassuming, di ba? Yan yung mga imago days. Kaya salamat po sa inyo. Alam mo, wala lang ako oras, saka hindi kasi ako techie. Ang daming pictures, hindi ko masyadong alam ba anong gawin ganito. So, hanggang ganyan na yung kaya ko. Pero we have so many, no? And we look forward to your participation in the future, no, in the coming days. We don't impose on you what you are to do. You tell us where you want to help, what your gifts are, diba, what your strengths are, and we will gladly accept, diba, the offer of volunteerism. So there. So let's step up. No, let's live in dignity na. Tama na, even as a nation, di ba? Even as Filipinos, tama na yung isa lang na wala nang sasakyan kasi 4 a.m. so wala nang sasakyan sa intersection. Kahit stop, go ako. Tama na yun. Gawain nyo ng mga cheapo. Di ba? We are people with dignity. Let's live righteously. Di ba? Faithful in small things, we can be trusted with big things also. Okay, so pero ito ang explosive testimony ng Imago Day in action, the one and only Pastora Sherry of Davao. Importante yung of Davao.
Ang galing ng segue mo hindi ako naka-prepare. Okay? What an opportunity to be here today, and I am very blessed that the Lord allowed me to be part of this very beautiful togetherness among us Filipino people. And you heard it right. I'm from Davao City, and let me know, for the first time nakilala ko na talaga si Francis. Okay. Kasi 'di ba, for the longest time, lagi lang boses lang niyang naririnig natin. So, kanina po, pastora si attorney syempre hindi ako, dahil I will be speaking sa aking turf because I am a pastora, so I will be talking about, sususugan ko lang ang isinare sa atin ng napakatapang na babaeng ito. Totoo po, pag alam natin ang purpose natin, hindi ka titigil hanggat hindi mo naipapakita na diyan ka tinawag. Tama po ba? Pangalawa, pag alam natin ang ating identity, kung kanino tayo dapat nakaangkla, hindi ka din papayag na aapakan yan. Pangatlo, nais ko maintindihan natin, kung pag-uusapan natin yung kingdom po dito, merong kingdom citizenship na tinatawag sa spiritual. Gayon din tayo. Kaya di po ba pag sinasabi nating Filipino citizen, pinag-uusapan natin dito yung ating legal rights as a Filipino people. That is why, pag alam natin ano ang nakasaad sa batas, hindi ka papayag na yung batas na yun ay hindi yun magiging kaparte ng pagkatao mo bilang Pilipino. Now, kung bakit po ako tumutol sa isang batas about mandatory vaccination or even the vax, it's not because I'm a pastor. It is because when I read RA 11525, nakita ko doon, hindi naman talaga siya mandatoryo. Kasi yung iba na mga pastor, ang lagi nilang sinasabi is, kaya tumututol yan dahil pastor yan eh. Ang tingin kagad nila, spiritual agad. Sa akin na level, hindi. Dahil nagamit ko ang aking kaalaman when I used to work in Congress, that is why, nung lumabas ang RA 11525, I had to read it myself. And then, nung naintindihan ko ang batas, kinausap ko ang pamilya ko, and then I shared it to our community in our church. None in our church ang nabakunahan. Now, kanina po, ayan, kami po ang Alliance of Davaoenos for Freedom and Informed Choice. So to our next slide, ito po yung aming creed sa AFEC. We stand uncompromised. To our next slide, please. Now, it was the challenges that glued us together, I do believe. Without the challenge, hindi talaga tayo magkakasama-sama. In fact, nakakatawa yung pagkakilala namin dito sa CDCPh. Na mali lang yung send sa akin ng link at napunta ako sa CDCPh na meeting. And that is true. Hindi ako invited doon. And then suddenly, nung narinig ko ang pag-uusap, parang gusto ko itong napag-usapan dito. That's the time na nag-raise ako ng question and then pinick up and then nag-circulate, may taga Davao, hanapin nyo siya. So nandoon na. So before kami naging Alliance of Davaoenos for Freedom and Informed Choice, we are a people, we are a pastors gathered together. No? To our next slide. So nakita natin bakit nagkaroon tayo ng togetherness because of the issue of our health. Oppressive measures, mandatory vaccination, and then the economy challenge. Nakita natin lahat yun. Lahat siguro tayo dito nagbenta, umamin kayo. O diba? Kasi hindi na nagbenta lahat para magkaroon tayo ng day-to-day na pananggalang. To our next slide, makikita din po natin that this one, ito talaga, natuwa ako doon kanina may nagsalita eh, na bagamat kung titingnan mo, nakakainis, bakit gumawa sila ng ganitong batas, but nagiging nagiging shield din natin ang batas na ito para ma-immune tayo na hindi tayo pwedeng bakunahan. Tingnan mo, anong sabi sa Romans 8:28? Di ba? For all things are being worked together for the good of those who love Him. Pag pure ang ating motibo, si Lord ang bahalang gagawa ng paraan papaano sa kabilang banda isi-save ka niya. Amen? Now, to our next slide. History that awaken people. So, nakwento ko na nga to our next slide. So, ganun kami, mga kapastoran, nagsama-sama kami noon bago kami umabot sa isang Alliance of Davaoenos. So, to our next slide, ipapakita po natin sa inyo ang birthing ng Arise People of Revelation. Kasi before kami naging alliance ng iba't ibang sekta o sectors ng Davao City, nauna muna kaming nag-group as pastors. No? At ang nakakatuwa, halos mga babae kaming lahat ang nag-stand talaga. And we give credit to God, no, for the boldness, for the wisdom, for the intelligence and knowledge that He allowed us. And then the resilience, no, yung resiliency na we can go through with it. Now, to our next slide, makikita po natin that kami kasi, hindi nga ako lawyer, pastor ako, kaya pakisamahan niyo ako, may mga verses talaga aking sasabihin. Now, nabuo ang Arise People of Revelation because of, we went to a prayer and fasting. Kasi hindi na namin alam kung anong gagawin namin. And then, that's the time, we received the message in Acts 26:16-18. Now get up and stand on your feet. I have appeared to you to appoint you as a servant and a witness of what you have seen and will see of me. Next slide, please. I will rescue you from your own people, and from the Gentiles I am sending you to them. Next. To open their eyes and turn them from darkness to light, and from the power of Satan to God, so that they may receive forgiveness of sins and a place among those who are sanctified by faith in me. Because of these verses, dito namin nakuha ang apur, ang arise people of revelation. Now, nung nakita po, nung na-receive namin itong revelation, to our next slide, hindi lang po kami nagpatuloy sa ganun na na-receive namin ng mensahe. We came to, kasi call to action eh. We came to a vision to bring people to freedom from deception in our communities, cities, and nation. The truth in the context of the current events may prevail, and they be purified and consecrated by faith in God. Kasi mga pastor nga kami, wala naman kami pwede ipangako sa mga community na pupuntahan namin, kundi yung pananampalataya. Now to our next slide, hindi lang kami tumigil sa vision, we also had mission to encourage people to arise and stand on God's word and become witnesses of the truth in today's context. Now, dahil may mission, mayroon din tayong goal unto our next slide. Ano yung pinaka-goal namin? To reach out and organize the enlightened people for multiplication of our advocacy. Nung nabuo namin ito, that's the time, to our next slide, may ginawa kami, the birthing of vision, our humble beginning. Why I must have to share this with you? Because this will be your take home in going back to your home. Kasi ang ganda ng mga sinabi kanina ng ating mga first speaker. Napanganga tayo. Di ba, lalo na ako, wala naman kinalaman ko dyan sa mga technology na yan. And yet, kung wala tayong gagawin na call to action, magiging kwento-kwento lang itong lahat, mga kapatid. Walang mangyayari sa dulo. Nagpagod lang tayo, and mind you, dili baya libre ang eroplano, ha? I paid for my trip, my airfare in coming here. And I thank the Lord for giving me this opportunity, Attorney Tanya, to share. Now, to our next slide, from farm to Senate. Kasi noon, sa farm lang muna kami nag-gathering. Sa farm, kasi nagtatago nga kami. Doon kami sa farm, and then from the farm to the Senate. Kasi, yan yung highest na government office ang inalaw ng Lord na marating natin. Okay? To our next slide, here's what happened. The ministerial meetings and then the Don't Watch prayer meeting. So I have to show you pictures na hindi lang kami nag-prayer lang, but we did something. Kasi we do believe that when we offer something to the Lord will going to bless it. Diba? And will multiply. So ang ginawa namin, to our next slide, ayan, kita niyo po yan? We were able to gather Jericho ride. Mga pastor lahat yan ng Davao City. I encourage them to join us in praying the whole Davao. And then what we did was, kung saan kami nakumpisa, nagkaroon kami ng prophetic act na meron kaming pinray na wine, and we declare it as the blood of Jesus, that Jesus will protect the whole city of Davao. Wala kaming minintis na mga main road. Now, bilisan natin kapatid yung dito na mga slides. Ayan, no? Walang patid yung aming Don't Watch prayer. Partida, ha? Lockdown yan. Habulan. Ang ginagawa namin, minsan nag-merge na lang kami sa isang lugar para hindi ka masyadong halata. Ang sinasabi ko, dito ka manggagaling na area, dito ka manggagaling na area, dito kami manggagaling na, mag-merge na lang tayo. Until we found the wisdom of the Lord came to us that we do not need to run, para bang lagi na lang kami hinahabol. Laging ganun ang aming eksena. We realized that there is a provision in our Constitution 1987 that there is a freedom park where we can express ang ating mga saloobin sa ating batas. And then, because I am a community organizer before, the Lord brings back to my memory, and one of my trainer is Sir Nick Perlas. Akalain mo ba magkikita kami ulit dito? The Lord reminded me that there is power in people's organization. That there is power when you represent the voice of the Filipino people. Dahil dyan, sige, i-show nyo na yung picture nito. Dahil dyan, tingnan nyo po, wala kaming patid ang flag ng Philippines hanggat sa, minsan may mga armor car na po. Inaano kami, bakit? Tapos sinasabi namin, pinagpipray namin kayo na hindi kayo magkasakit ng COVID. Kasi andyan kayo palagi. Pinagpipray namin kayo. Tapos kung titinan mo naman, Freedom Park naman po ito, sir. Hindi na pumapalag. Alam mo, there is power when we really use the name of Jesus. Amen? Okay, next slide. Ayan. Kay umaga, kay gabi, madaling araw, wala kaming pakialam. Prayer. Kasi wala na kami ibang, mga pastor, ganun talaga eh. Pray. Mag-iyakan man tayo. Walang magagawa yung iyak natin kung wala tayong gagawin. Pray. Next. Ayan. Kita ninyo? And then, sige po. Next pa po. Ayan. Next. Now, this is one of the very exciting moments during that pandemic time when we went to educating different Lumad tribes and different churches. We went sa mga bundok-bundok, pinupuntahan namin kasi when we learn that ang pinaka-na-coerce ay yung mga tribo. Kasi when we visited them, ang sabi nila, may nagpunta lang dito kasi meron daw ayuda. Eh sabi naman, ayuda, pumila kami. Pagkatapos, tinuruk-turukan na kami. So, siyempre, ang iba doon kasi, kapitan lang ang kakausapin sa kanila. Yung pinaka-ano lang nila, chieftain. Pag umuki si chieftain, okay lahat yan. Isa lang kakausapin mo doon. So, we took that courage na akyatin yung mga bundok na may kakilala kami mga pastor na may mga churches doon, and then ipatawag sila, and then we educate them. No? To our next slide, ipapakita natin, ayan, we educate them, mga iba-ibang tribo. Okay? Next. Ayan, nagrenta kami ng, alam mo para kami yung KKK noon? Nagrenta kami ng bahay para ganun kasi di yung aming gusto na may mararating to. Yung pananampalataya namin. Nagrent kami, doon kami, nag-brainstorm kami anong gagawin natin. Ayan, ganun. Next. Ayan. Ito, mga bishop and pastors ito ng Cagayan de Oro City. No? Nung nabalitaan nila, yung siklab na nangyayari sa Davao, they invited us. No? But at that time, we were already joined by teachers and entrepreneurs of Davao City. Ang nakakatuwa po, kasi kami, organizing yung aming strength, mga kapastoran, yung pinadala sa amin ng Lord ng mga teachers, magagaling magsulat. Napakagagaling. No, and it is my honor to mention them. Kahit wala sila, Joanne May, no, yung si Catherine, si Chang, and then si Jofel. Mapibilang mo lang sa kamay, ang akala ng taga Davao City, may lawyer kaming kasama. That is the wisdom from the Lord. When we have God, we have the majority. So, ang nangyari, ganon. Hanggat sa Jensen, nakakapag-send kami ng mga information, ganyan, nakakapag-encourage. So, next slide. Ito yung pinakamalupit na ginawa namin. Giving of leaflets. Nung panahon na nagcha-challenge na ang taga Maynila sa huddle natin, you have to do something. Sabi ko, leaflets tayo. So nagpagawa kami ng leaflets, and then to our next slide, makikita ninyo, wala kaming patid kakaikot. Namigay kami ng RA 11525. Next slide. Ayan. Walang pinapatawad. Sige po, bilisan natin. Ayan, mga katindahanan. Palengke. Ayun, one-to-one na explanation kung ano bang meron dyan. Next. Ayan, sa palengke pa din. Ayan, mamang driver. No? Sige po, yan. Alam mo ang mga kasama namin, ako personally, lahat ng anak ko sinama ko. So they will see, seryoso ang nangyayari. I want them to partake the sacrifice na ginagawa ng nanay nila para mahalin nila ang bayan nila. Kasi kalimitan sa atin ngayon, ang mga kabataan natin, wala nang alam sa history natin. Bakit? Kasalanan mo, ikaw na magulang na nakaupo ngayon na nakikinig sa akin. How many times, or do you have really time to spend and just talk about how beautiful is your country? How worth and deserving na i-fight mo ang pagka-Pilipino mo? Every time nakakakita ka ng flag, what does it represent you? No? Naiiyak ka ba pagka may nababalitaan ka? Ako, pag naririnig ko yung mga inaapi-api natin na mga isda, naiiyak ako sa galit. Why? Kasi naintindihan natin yung identity natin, yung purpose natin, at yung citizenship natin. No? To our next slide. Sige po, bilisan natin. Yan sa ilalim ng Ayan. Kita nyo po, mga kabahayan, sinabihan namin, maglagay kayo ng RA 11525 sa mga gate ninyo. Kaya paparating pala ang BHW, hindi na makakapasok. Lalagyan ng mga aso. May RA 11525, hindi talaga papasok yan. And then, yung mga na-educate, ang sinasabi namin, pag aalis kayo ng mga mama, mag-iwan kayo ng kopya sa mga anak ninyo. Baka biglang may kumatok at bakunang takutin, yaya lang naiwan, tita, tito, lola, biglang mabakunahan yan kasi may nangyayaring ka dun eh. And then, ang pinakamalupit, lagyan ng aso ang gate. Next. And then, dahil po doon, and we give God the glory, wala pong kahirap-hirap. Not because mayabang ako, no. I have this confidence because I know it was my God who have helped us from the very start. Walang kahirap-hirap sa amin ang i-guest kami sa TV. Radio appearances. Tingnan mo, mismo yung #1 radio station sa amin, na Brigada News FM, walang kapagod-pagod, pinick up nila yung aming ginagawa. And then, binigyan kami ng black timer to ere sa kanilang programa. And then, everyday, kung gusto mo, sinabihan kami, pwede kayong mag-on board kung gusto mo. Now, next, ayan, paano nangyari? Kasi nga, sa kakikinig ko sa kanila, kami ng team, naririnig namin na mukhang anti-bakuna sila. Pumunta kami, dinalhan namin sila ng kopya ng RA 11525. It takes a lot of sacrifice sa part natin. Kung gusto natin may maani tayo. Ayan. And then, inaral nila hanggat sa lalong nakuha natin ang kanilang loob. And the black timer programming was not for free. But then the Lord provided the 1-month fee. May ginamit ang Lord na hindi nagpapakilala sa amin. Tinatawagan na lang kami. Why? Because they see the sincerity of the people. Ang gagawin lang natin mga kapatid, be sincere, love what you are doing, gawin mo ang best. May makakita o walang makakakita, best lagi ang ibibigay mo kay Lord kasi si Lord ang magre-reward. Amen? Ayan, dumating sa time, dahil nga sabi ni attorney na red tag na ako, ang sasakyan ko, yaging bahay ko na din. Ini-interview ako dyan ako sa loob ng sasakyan. Siyempre, nakikinig din ako sa mga advice ng team namin at saka, nung inano din sa akin ng mga lawyer na medyo ano ka muna, and then siyempre, yung pinsan ko, sinabihan din ako, maglaylo ka muna. Hindi ako naglaylo na nagtago. Nagpatuloy tayo sa gawain, umi-ere pa rin tayo sa radyo. In fact, lalo pa nga tayong tumapang. Why? Kasi nakita natin, may effect ang ating ginagawa. Kaya nagagalit yung enemy. No? Hallelujah. Next slide. Ayan. Taga Davao ta. And yet, Ted Filon pick up our story. I was shocked when the secretary or desk niya tumawag. So, doon ko nakita. Minsan iniisip na natin, paano tayo magpapadyaryo? Because, nagkaroon nga ng ingay na, ayan na nangyari. Ted Filon. And then, ito na interview, shinare ito ng none other than Persida Acosta sa kanyang page. No? And then, kung maalala nyo po, ang affect po, ang nagkaroon ng online petition. Yung quash, yes, it was the group from Davao. Ito po yun. Sabi ko nga, we are blessed to be connected, to be aligned with grabe ka mga bright nga mga tao when it comes to writing. Next to that, even Negros pick up our story. Ang layo ng Negros, ha? Cebu, Sunstar, pinipick up na lang story natin. Manila Bulletin. No? Next slide, please. And then, ito yung nag-level up na, no? Ito na yung pinakamatindi na ginawa natin. Why I say natin? Kasi laban natin to. No? Putting up the billboard. Now, I'd like you to understand that we live in a city wherein Duterte is very loved by people, by the people of Davao. Pangalawa, he was then the president at that time. Para gawin mo yon. Ang mayor namin is Sara Duterte. Ang aming congressman, Pulong Duterte. And eto ka, nangangarap ka ba? Magpapatayo ka ng billboard? When it was the decision of the team, I did not hold back. I did not set back. Kasi, ang makalagay doon, being the spokesperson, pangalan ko talaga makalagay doon, whether I like it or not. And to tell you, hindi dahil gusto nating sumikat tayo na gusto natin ang pangalan natin makalagay doon, ha? Hindi. Nagkataon lang na nung namili sila, ikaw talagang gusto nilang mapili. Na hindi mo naman gusto. Wala kang magagawa. Now, eto pa, bago yung billboard, nagkaroon kami ng consultations among our local officials, sending petitions paper to national, local, even the barangay level. Sinigurado namin na ang barangay level, meron din silang kopya sa mga pinapadala natin sa lahat, sa national and the local. Next slide, please. Ayan, ito yung billboard. Yung billboard na yan, ang nakalagay lang naman dyan, patanong lang. Ang sabi lang namin dyan, Nay, Tay, maayos naman ang aking kalusugan. Bakit niyo ako pababakunahan? Question mark. Ngayon, nilagay namin ang batas na RA 11525, ang section ganyan. Take note. And I give, again, credit this to God. Walang lawyer na umupo sa amin na okay yung ginagawa nyo, okay yan. Walang ganun. We just go by kung ano yung aming tingin. Sabi, ikaw, ate, Cherry, ano to? Kung okay yan kasi, sabi naman dito sa ano, lagay natin yan, lagay natin yan. And then we prayed over. Okay. And then somebody help us to finance na ma-up ang billboard. Hindi lang basta-bastang inap namin, tapat ng isang kilalang malaking mall sa Davao City. G-Mall. Mantakin mo yan, hallelujah. Siyempre, nawindang ang buong Davao City. For the first time, may naganito kay Digong. Walang kumakalaban sa kanya na gano'n, lalo na i-post mo yan, na siya mismo ang nagsasabi na imandatoryo. Nanakot pa nga, di ba, nasa puwet tayo tuturukan, pupuntahan sa bahay-bahay. Di ba may gano'n siya? O di ba? Tapos eto na. Sa sobrang ka-confident namin, ito yung nakakatawa. Which is, okay lang, natuto kami. Doon sa aming page na Alliance of Filipinos for Freedom and Informed Choice, kompletos Ricardo's pangalan ko, initial, apelido, pati aking cellphone number. Nandun nakalagay. maya-maya ako tinatawagan hanggat sa, yes, na red tag na. Lumabas na yung isang kilalang dyaryo na sinabi na doon nung IATF na meron nang nakaabang na magpa-file na sila ng case against sa akin. May nasabi ko, sinagot naman namin pero hindi kami, yung sagot namin, hanggang doon na kami sa aming wall ng aming FB kasi walang pipick up ng mga dyaryo doon. Sabi ko, hinahamon ko kayo, mag-file kayo ng case kasi mas maganda yung sa korte tayo dahil malinaw na makakaano ako, makakasagot ako. Kaysa yung daanin natin sa media, wala kaming laban dyan. Hanggat sa, true enough, sabi ko nga, magagaling yung aming katim eh. Hinamon sa pamamagitan ng press release namin sa online na magsaliksik naman kayo. Alam mo, at that time, to tell you, nangarag din ang mga beauty ng mga to. Kasi, attorney, may kaso na ako dito. Teka lang, o sige, anong gagawin natin? Turuan niyo ako. Tapos partida, nasa bundukan nakatira, walang signal. Kasi yun yung time na transitioning din kami sa aking family. Nasa farm kami. I have to go down, doon sa isa namin kasama, na may maganda ang wifi. Para pag in-interview ako, doon ako interviewin. Alam mo gano'n ang setup? Tapos hindi nila ako malocate-locate. Kung meron silang gustong sabihin sa akin, idadaan mo na nilang ilang katao. Bago aakyat sa amin sa farm, baba ka daw at kakausapin ka ni attorney nila. Baba naman ako. Ganun ang setup namin. Kaya na-witness nitong dalawang kaibigan ko ito. Ang ganun. Even Attorney Aaron and Attorney John. No? So, ayan. Nang dahil dyan, bluff yung bakunahan ng kabataan doon. Kasi, nagiging ano siya eh. Lalo na po, nung na-circulate na siya sa media, napag-usapan na lalo, mas nakakasagot na talaga lalo. And then, that was the time na even ang Brigada News FM, doon binigyan nila kami ng mileage to speak about this bakuna. Which is, it is a huge privilege na merong ganong media, stream media, and yet, kino-cover tayo. Hindi man umabot siya, ayan o, sa post yan eh. Hindi man siya umabot doon sa number of days. Opo. Ayan po yung pinost na, ayan po yung naka-up. Ito na po yung tinanggal na. Oo. So, hindi man po siya nakaabot doon sa number of days ng kontrata namin. Hindi na kami nagalit doon sa, hindi na kami nagalit doon sa kinontrata namin. Kasi feeling din naman namin, he gave his best naman na i-accommodate kami. No? But lo and behold, because we are doing what is right for our nation, it is not for me to speak, to vindicate myself. It so happened na ang in-interview nila, ang head ng legal, ng na Mindanao chapter, na si Kibud, Attorney Kibud. It was Attorney Kibud who speak about it. Attorney Kibud, ang nagsabi, wala akong nakitang violate nila ng affect. Wala akong nakitang violate nila ang mga ganitong bagay. Kasi, nag-quote sila ng batas at nagtanong lang naman sila, bakit pa bakunahan? So from there, parang nagkaroon ng vindication sa end namin, and then at the same time, hindi na siya ganun ka-tight, no? Kasi very tight talaga yung mga nangyari na yun na to the point na kung hindi talaga malakas ang loob mo, hindi ka nalalabas. Kasi isipin mo pa lang yung mangyayari sa pamilya mo, tapos pastor ka, yung church na dinadala mo, 'di ba? Nanay ka, asawa ka. Now, to our next slide. Yan. Nagpunta kami sa sa City Hall kasi we are really willing to have open forum sa kanila. Negotiation. No? Next slide. Yan. This is one of our counselor This is Councilor Braga in Davao City na humarap talaga sa amin. Kasi ang concern nito, mga teachers po ito na lumapit sa atin dahil sa hindi na sila pwedeng magturo dahil mga wala silang bakuna. Alam mo bakit? Dahil narinig nila tayo sa programa natin sa Brigada News FM. Okay? Next slide, please. Ayan. This is one of our counselor also, Dr. Alag. So he went to a meeting namin mga kapastoran and then tinanong niya, sino yung dito yung ganito ganyan? And then we presented to him na ito yung stand ganyan. So, nagkaroon siya ng, it opens the door ng mga local officials namin to sit down and listen. Kasi para umabot na sa ganong peak. Okay? Next. Then, Mayor VP Inday Sara Duterte, in a national interview, said not to mandate vaccine as it will contradict then sa RA 11525. Yes, it was her. Parang siya pa yung parang nag-defy sa kanyang papa. Kasi siya, nagpa-interview siya. Sabi niya, dili na palisdan. To our next slide. See? Unvaccinated, dili palisdan. Ibig sabihin, yung mga unvaccinated, wag nang pahirapan. See? I am pro-vaccination, good, and booster. Pero in this case, dili yun ko maka-agree. Look at that. With the inclusion or restriction with the unvaccinated. Why? Because there was prayer, there was vision, there was goal, there was a mission. Now, you know why? Kahit gaano tayo kagaling, kung wala kang vision, wala kang mission, wala kang goal, lahat yan magda-die down. Kasi kung puro lang tayo tapang, hindi tayo may tapang na, meron pa tayong structure na tinatahak, mas panalo ka dito. Plus, hindi tayo gumagalaw na wala tayong prayer. Sa tanang buhay ko, yan ang pwede kong ipagmalaki. Ano mang success na inabot ng ADFIC kasama ang mga kasamahan na mga pastor, mga entrepreneur, mga teachers, mga nurses din kaming kasama at that time. Young people, no? It wouldn't that be na ganun ka-successful without the help nitong mga taong ito na naging team. Next slide. Then, ito yung pinaka-climax din namin. We were able to speak to then President Senator Tito Soto. It was through our huddle that tinawagan ako nila ni attorney and then sinabi nila, ikaw yung mag-speak in behalf. Kausapin mo si Senator Tito Soto. And it was a good response. Kasi the following day, nag-respond naman siya, sinulatan niya o ginawa niya. Though, hindi man nangyari yung gusto natin talaga na mangyari, but then, ang importante, na-serve yung purpose. Now, dito na ako magtatapos. Very important na alam natin yung purpose natin, alam natin yung identity natin, at alam natin yung citizenship natin. Kasi kung wala kang kamalayan sa tatlong bagay na ito, una sa lahat, matatakot ka. Hindi ko sinasabing hindi ako natakot nung hinaras-haras na kami. Ako personally. But then, because I see myself na tinawag mo ako dito, Lord, identified ako dahil Pilipino ako at kasama ako dito kung anumang mangyari. Tulungan mo ako dito. Tulungan mo kami. Now, kanya, as an action call, eto na po ang Lunas Pilipinas. Magsasama tayo, ibigay natin ang best natin. Kung ano yung strength mo, doon ka mag-focus. Huwag natin kunin yung strength, hindi sa atin, para walang overlapping. Nagets po ninyo? Kasi kahit na kapwa mga abogado, sila tingnan mo, iba-iba ang variation ng kanilang strength. Napapansin nyo ba yon? Ilan ang doctors meron tayo dito? Di sila nag-overlapping. Why? They knew their turf. Kung saan ka, pagalingin mo yan. That's all, and shalom everyone.
Salamat po. Very powerful testimony po from Attorney Ting and from Pastora Sherry. And yung ating huling word po from si Doc Marvic, who we heard earlier. Okay, so si Attorney Ting talked about righteousness, discovering rediscovering our identity as children of God. And then si Pastora Sherry talked about how that empowerment, kumbaga that sense of self allowed them to take action, to be brave and to go outside of themselves, and they were able to do wondrous things, aided by God's help. We'd like to invite Doc Marivic back to speak, this time to talk about the importance of what each one of us can do. Sinabi po nila Attorney Ting tsaka ni Pastora Sherry na we have different gifts. We all will act in different ways, but we all can and should take care of our physical bodies. So we are created in the image and likeness of God, and our bodies are sacred. And I think that's the reason why many of us decided not to get vaccinated. Because, sabi nga ni Attorney Ting kanina, our body is a monster of a machine. It is a highly intelligent machine. And it's only now that we are forced to confront this fact, di ba, with artificial intelligence. Di ba, ano yung halaga ng pagiging tao kung papalitan tayo ng makina, ng intelligence na mas matalino at mas mabilis sa atin? Yung kailangan natin ma-activate is our human intelligence and our collective intelligence. Kumbaga lahat tayo, kung konektado tayong lahat, saan ba nakukuha ng artificial intelligence ang kanyang talino? Hindi ba sa gawa ng tao? Di ba sa atin galing yan? So ang talino ng AI ay actually nasa atin. Okay, so nakakalimutan natin yan. We'll invite Dr. Marivic to give us tips. No? She shared her handouts. No? Kung mapapansin nyo sa inyong mga kit, one of her handouts was her detox protocols, because she wants to remind everyone that the unvaccinated, we still have to take care of ourselves. And for those who are vaccinated, hindi siya necessarily death sentence. In short, let's take care of our bodies, because maglalakbay pa tayo dito sa earth, we need to be healthy. So if we can invite Doc Marivic, si Doc Marivic gising na gising pa hopefully. Doc Vic, kamusta po? Nandiyan pa ba? Oo, super madaling araw na doon. Vic Francis, nandiyan pa ba si Doc Vic? All right. Palapakan po natin si Doc Vic. Okay. You have to go now.
This is the final stretch. There's a delay. Okay, Francis, give me my slides. We're gonna go through this like fast. This is for you guys. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Doc Vic. Can you hear us? Nagarinig ba tayo? Can you hear us, Doc Vic? May iling.
Okay, let's go through this. So,
all right.
Yeah, we've given you the, yeah, very well. Oh, naririnig ko. Yes, yes. Yes, yeah. Yeah, we've given you all bad news. Let's start. So earlier we've given you all the bad news. You know what vaccine? There's a delay. It's bothering me. But anyway. So now we're going to discuss the detoxification, which is actually going to be the so this is going to be the help or recommendation for the people who are actually injured or people with long COVID, because we've established it doesn't matter where the spike protein or the toxin is coming from, it's uh, going to cause the same disease, right? So what I want you guys to understand, Francis, next slide, please. There's a difference. So the main thing I want you to understand why we have to do detoxification. So what this slide is fully loaded. This is like in a nutshell, and this applies not only to the COVID vaccine or spike protein, but toxins in general. So many toxins in the environment, including in our food, in the air, everything, So what I wanted to understand is this is the very reason why we have to detox on actually a regular basis. What you can see, these are all the body processes that will be affected when you have a lot of toxins in the body. These body processes are actually the reason why you are alive as an organism. Okay, so if you have a toxin, you already have a toxin coming from your food, from the environment. Everybody was actually like walking at the edge of the cliff before the vaccine or the spike protein arrived. So when when you have these toxins in your body, it creates a lot of inflammation. They are chronic inflammation because you are exposed to the toxin every single day. So look at this. It affects the genome with genome instability. So what it means is when you go through cell division, it's liable to do mutation, and for the most part, it will mutate in a very bad way. Telomere attrition, and if you guys understand, there is like a little cap at the end of your chromosome, and actually that's the one that determines whether your cells will divide so many times. The shorter it is, the shorter the life, and the shorter the time that the cells can actually divide. It can also affect the epigenetic, what's that, alteration. And what it means is it can change the way your chromosome or your genetic expression is going to be. Like let's say, for example, one very good example is the smoking. You don't. There is an enzyme that is affected by that, and by the toxin, and you actually become more prone to lung cancer. The autophagy is severely affected, and this process is actually the one that gives you the chance to reset your system. The cell will get rid of the contents of the cell when it's already old, so that you can replace it or recycle. The nutrient sensing is also affected. This is what happens when you are exposed to very high glucose, then everything becomes abnormal. You develop diabetes. When that is affected, you develop a lot of metabolic problems. The way your body is metabolizing anything is going to be very abnormal. Mitochondrial dysfunction. This is the one that will make you very tired, no energy. Everybody remembers mitochondria. They're the powerhouses of your body. They're the one producing the energy and the electricity. So if that is affected or suppressed, then you're going to be very tired. You're going to have, it affects everything, the function of your heart, the function of the brain. And that's how you develop memory issue, and even the heart you can go into heart failure. Cellular senescence, this is the aging of the cell. The problem with this is the cells are actually aging and they don't divide anymore, but they don't die. So they are just occupying space. And so the new ones won't be able to come out. And what is the stem cell exhaustion? So basically you have a deficiency of stem cell. And then again, it is, and it goes into that trajectory of cellular senescence. And the effect of this, what I mentioned earlier, is you age very quickly. And then the next one is altered, what is this? Communication between cells, and it's very important for the cell to communicate so that it can do whatever function it's designed to do. Remember the cytokines, chemokines. When the cytokines are being produced, then you produce a lot of inflammation, or you produce another type of substances. Then some of the cell can grow or gets retarded. So that is the importance of having an intact communication between cells, which is affected by inflammation. You guys have to remember the inflammation is the basis, or the very basic mechanism in all diseases, whether it's cancer, infection, and the process of aging. The inflammation is also affecting the microbiome. So you have dysbiosis. We know very well that the microbiome is very important in maintaining a healthy immune system. So microbiome is affected, then your immune system is not going to work. And we know now that that's actually the center of the universe in our body, because 70% of your immune system reside in the gut. And so it's very important that you have diversity of your organism, microorganism inside your gut. Loss of proteostasis. So basically the quality of protein that you are producing, whether it's for your muscle, for the brain, or whatever organ system that needing the protein. Like the spike protein is being produced. That is a very abnormal protein, but our body will produce proteins for different needs, even your hormones. So if that is affected, then your body is not going to function. So you have to remember all this. This process is very important so that you can stay alive and healthy as an organism. Okay, next slide. We're going to go through this very fast. So general detoxification, you have to remember that our body has an intrinsic mechanism of clearing the toxin. Different organs will have the ability to actually, intrinsic ability to clear the toxin. But before I go into that, there's actually, next slide, Francis. These are actually, I don't even have to emphasize it. These are practical things that you can do. There are 8 things that I enumerated, the very first thing that you have to do is focus on your nutrition. It's very important to eliminate processed food, but there's another one actually that I didn't put there. I'm not because the the cabal or these elites, they want to eliminate our meat, right? They don't want you to eat meat, but they are correlating it with the climate crisis. But what they're doing is they're doing some geoengineering. So our soil is actually contaminated. So even if you raise your own cows, there is this doctor, Dr. Mihalsha. She's the one looking at the blood of unvaccinated and of the cows that they're being raised in a very healthy way, and they're still contaminated. She's using a dark field microscopy, and we mentioned earlier that we see the contamination in the vaccine, which are, the nanotechnology, the product of nanotechnology. And what do I mean by that? It's the nanoplastic and then the graphene, but more of the nanoplastic, because once it's inside your body, it self-replicates, self-assembling units. And it's very, very bad for us. They accumulate in our blood vessels. There was a study that was done, I think it came out like 2 months ago. They biopsied the plaques of people having heart attacks, and a whopping 90% was positive for nanoplastic. Nanoplastic, they're very tiny, it's in your blood vessel. So it's an endothelial disease, just like the vaccine. It accumulates in your blood vessel. That's why there's a widespread vasculitis or endotheliitis or formation of the blood clots, because it's in the blood vessel, whether it's in the big ones or micro ones, the little capillaries, then that's where they stay, the toxin, whether it's the vaccine or the nano particles or nanoplastic. So that's very bad. So number two, your breathing is very important. Like, you don't have to do strenuous exercises all the time. You just have to keep the body moving, like exercises. You have to drink clean water, especially, you have to drink like alkaline water. The body does not develop disease if you have an alkaline environment inside. The more acidic your body is, then the more that you go through, or you head towards autoimmune disease and cancer. And all these toxins that we're getting, including, of course, the COVID vaccine and the spike protein, they tend to acidify the internal environment of your body. And so it becomes very susceptible to diseases. Prioritize sleep. Why is it very important? Because it's only with sleep that your body, your brain actually detoxify your brain. There are certain substances, especially the byproducts of your neurotransmitter, that you have to get rid of. It's only during sleep that you can do that. So it's number 5. It's very important to sweat. Sometimes I cannot exercise, physically exercise. So I have some steam and sauna, and so I just spend like 15, 20 minutes, whatever, how much you can tolerate, and also the temperature. And number 6, reduce your stress. Everybody is saying about this. Practice mindfulness. This is a spiritual battle that we are facing. So it's very important to meditate, and actually you do it for yourself. And then the power of prayers. I know there are so many people in the Philippines, group of people there, they call themselves prayer warriors or something. And so that is very good. It is good not only for your soul, our own individual thing, but as a collective, it becomes very powerful. So I encourage that. So you have to minimize the exposure. to toxins, and of course that's including alcohol and nicotine and smoking, drugs and chemicals that we use in our own, like yung makeup. Ang daming, everybody's using makeup, and you have to look at the things that you use, even yung baby powder, maraming toxins doon. And then obviously practice positivity. We always encourage people to love one another. But the first thing, and to be kind to one another, but the first thing that you have to do, I agree with Attorney Spock's thing, that you actually have to love yourself first. Can't give anybody anything if you don't have it yourself. Next slide. So general ano lang po yan, and then you can, but this is what I'm talking about. Our body has an intrinsic ability to detoxify, and then you have it in your organ system. I didn't put the brain there, but because the brain, once you sleep, and then you have enough sleep, it can detoxify itself. But the major detoxification center in the body, kidneys, the urine is a very good avenue. The urine detoxifies you actively every single day for so many hours. You can only contain your urine for so many hours, but you have to let it go. Colon, because the fecal material, that's where you get rid of your garbage, toxin through the feces. The liver is a very big detoxification center. And so we need to do something about the liver. It's like a very big wastebasket and then a big incinerator of garbage. And so it is very important that you stay healthy, to have a healthy liver. And there are so many things that you can do naturally to maintain the liver. Lungs, breathing, and then the skin. The skin is the biggest organ that we have. It covers you, and so by sweating, you get rid of the toxin. But it requires, proper hydration so that you can, get rid of your toxins through the skin. And next slide. Let's see. I'm not gonna read all this. You have the handouts. You guys have to read that. I don't have any drugs. These are actually natural. These are, what do you call those? The herbs and plants and stuff. You can read the things that you can do. The bowel cleanse, that's very important. This is the one that addresses your microbiome. Unfortunately, just because of our exposure, we tend to get contaminated or infected by harmful bacteria, and you have to kill them every now and then because they have the ability to invade other tissue aside from just staying inside your gut. And the problem with that is this harmful bacteria, when they're outside of the gut, it makes you very sick. So the hygiene is very important. I would recommend a bowel cleanse at least twice a year, but you can do it more often, but you have to have at least 2 to 3 months in between. It's very easy to do, and you have to do it for 7 days. If you look at the ingredients, they're all natural, and you have to do this for 7 days. What about the kidney cleanse? I would recommend to do the bowel first and then do the kidney cleanse, and you have to do them separately. Don't do them like one after the other. The kidney cleanse, that's the ingredient. I think you have to do this, I believe, 6 weeks, and then you really are going to have a cleansing, what do you call this? Cleansing, a strong cleansing activity on this organ. And it's very important so that the urine flow is good. You also balance your electrolytes, because whatever you don't need, the kidneys will eliminate that. If you have excess sodium, if you have a normal kidney function, it should not stay in your body and affects your blood pressure. No. And then, so just read that. It's very clear. The printed material that Attorney Tanya distributed to you, that's very clear. It's very easy to follow. Okay, next slide, Francis. Next slide. So the next slide is actually the liver cleanse, and there are two parts to this. Actually cleansing the liver, because there's your gallbladder. A lot of people accumulating and forming gallstone or sludge. You need to clean. It's very easy, but you have to prepare the liver. There's what's the name? The dandelion tea is very strong, but I will show you the combination of the herbal stuff for the liver that you can actually do 2 weeks before you actually flush your gallbladder. Gallbladder, and you can do that, again twice a year. But if you want to do it more often, there has to be 2 to 3 months in between. And then what is that? Next slide. This is the vaccine detox. We're gonna go into that because that's very good, and I want to emphasize something. So this is the liver herbs that you can put, like you can boil and stuff. There's a very simple instruction there. I'm pretty sure Doc Romy, I think, is very familiar with this. He's an herbalist, so, and he gave me a list of things for anti-cancer, but this is for the liver, okay? So it's very easy to follow. You can boil that and you can take it like 2 weeks before the actual flush. Okay, next slide. Let's see. Okay, so the spike protein protocol. Okay, next slide. This is, these are I just want to show you all the diseases that I've been seeing in my population. And again, the center of the universe here is the acute and chronic inflammation. So when you are detoxifying or treating whatever toxin it is, you need to reduce the inflammation. That is the main goal, whether it is the vaccine or the spike protein or whatever toxins you have that you get from your food. It's always, the goal is always reducing the inflammation, because it will produce all these diseases that I'm enumerating here. You see, you don't want that turbo cancer. I'm seeing a lot of turbo cancer. There was a time, when was that? I think last month, I went on vacation or something, that 2 weeks, not even 2 weeks, I saw like 12 cancer, 12 in less than 2 weeks. That was a lot. Okay, next slide. So it's just, this is another reason why everybody should be detoxifying. I put that in the first hour. But the shedding, we are exposed to one another, whether you are vaccinated, you're exposed to your pets, you're exposed to your to the animals, especially, unfortunately, the beef, the cow, the pork, they are all contaminated. I'm sorry to say, and that's the very bad news. And even if you are the one raising them, if they're on the soil, just because of the geoengineering that they are doing, they are contaminated. And that's why you need to detoxify like on a regular basis. So shedding, all the vaccinated people, there are 5.7 to 6 billion people on planet Earth that were vaccinated. So they are the potential source of the toxin. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the actual, I simplified this because there are so many other protocols coming from FLCC, coming from Dr. McCullough, coming from AAPS, coming from WCH. I mean, this is the one that I put together, you know, but if you compare this to the other ones, there are a lot of similarities, you know. So basically, this is your basic, the foundation, and this is the only one with the prescription medication or drug that I include because you use ivermectin. So I also want to take the opportunity to thank Dr. Doc Alan for introducing or pioneering the ivermectin in the Philippines. And I agree. I think who mentioned it, I think it's Nick Perles was the one who mentioned that the in the study of the Department of Defense, which is actually DARPA. That was the recommendation. Number one is ivermectin is the treatment actually for the virus and the hydroxychloroquine. But the way I use this, I use them together, especially if the patient has autoimmune. The hydroxychloroquine, it's working. You know, I give that to everybody with autoimmune. It's working. I'm seeing it now. Like this week, I saw all the autoimmune ANA, the one with lupus, the one with rheumatoid, the one with autoimmune hepatitis, the one with autoimmune thyroiditis. They kind of coexist. They are happening all at the same time. And so I use both of them because I think ivermectin is more superior in you know, taking care of the spike protein. But the hydroxychloroquine is very good when you give that to people with autoimmune. And I emphasized it earlier. There is an explosion of autoimmune disease, and it's very important that you treat that, because if you allow it to continue, the next thing that's going to happen for you is cancer, especially in this kind of setting wherein you have the vaccine and the spike protein. I always see it. Once there's already an autoimmune, the next thing that's going to happen is your cancer. Okay, so combination. Not a kinase. So everybody knows this is the protocol. It's basically a combination of two enzymes, the nattokinase, bromelain, and I use the one with quercetin, okay, twice a day. And then NAC and curcumin are kind of antioxidant, anti-inflammatory. Augmented NAC is not available yet, even here in the US or in the Philippines. The augmented NAC is being produced by the Italians. You know, it's actually a very simple formula. Augmentation of this NAC is just a matter of combining a terpene, which is a citrus one. So it smells very good. That's what I take, but I have to order it somewhere. They usually use you don't order it from Italy. It goes to Switzerland and then it comes here or something. So I'm using augmented NAC. What's the advantage of augmented NAC? Because the regular NAC supposedly is only removing the spike protein between 15 to 30% of the time. But when you use an augmented NAC, it removes 85 to 90% of the spike protein. So that is the advantage. And the Italians did, they have papers on that, they have studied, but I haven't read them. I just read it on the headline. And then it's very important, you have to do intermittent fasting. Why? The intermittent fasting is stimulating your autophagy, and autophagy is very important so that you can get rid of the garbage inside the cell. Those cells that you don't need, they should go out. Okay, and so intermittent fasting and activation of the autophagy is one way that you can reset your immune system. The immune system cells are very active, and they are high requiring high energy requiring system. And so you want cells that are renewing all the time so that it can protect you, it can fight for you. So the microbiome, again, I cannot overemphasize the importance is it's the center of your immune system, of the universe. And it's very important that you have diversity of the microorganism or of the bacteria that you have in your gut. And then these are the other supplements that you have to do. The vitamin D, zinc, and vitamin C. The vitamin D is very important for the immune system. If you look at the vitamin D is more, it's affecting the adaptive immunity, the one that is producing the antibodies, whereas the innate immune system needs a lot of vitamin C. The innate immune system is it's like your front line. Once the offending organism or you have a cancer coming out, then you need a very strong innate immune system, because they are the first line killers. They will kill the infection. It will neutralize whatever it needs to neutralize. So the vitamin C, and then the rest, the lactoferrin. I'm taking on all this, but the colostrum, no. The CoQ10 is a natural blood thinner. The main thing is, I'm going to tell you the they call this the hypercoagulable state of that the vaccine or the spike protein induced is sometimes, the regular drugs that we use to thin your blood doesn't work all the time, and so you have to resort on this non-drug intervention. And as part of the spike protein detox, you guys you have to do your liver, colon, kidney detox as part of that. So this is going to be your lifestyle. You have to do this on a regular basis, just because it's not just the vaccine that's giving you the toxin, but everything else that they're doing in our environment, that what they're doing here on Earth, what they're doing with the Earth, our home. And so, there are some people that are not ready to really. There's an idea of transhumanism that's part of that, but not everybody, I guess, is ready to listen to that. And that might even be another topic that everybody should be aware of, or should be looking into and should be discussing, because the future is heading that way, unfortunately. Transhumanism, right? Okay, next slide, probably that's the last one. Oh, I just want to go through this a little bit. So I am giving you an overview how I'm working the patient up, because the detoxification is just like the tip of the iceberg, or the a small part of it. Your detoxification is going to be the mainstay and the foundation. Francis, go back to the. I go back. So go back. I want you to see this. I made this chart. This is how. This is actually changing, and I just put the most important thing. I could be as sophisticated as I can when I see the vaccine injured patient, and they have the autoimmune, they have the immune deficiency, they have all that reactivation of whatever latent infection or dormant infection. They're very symptomatic. So I do lots of things. And to tell you honestly, for the doctors who are listening right now, you have to prioritize what will give the patient relief, because they're very symptomatic. And you have to give the patient relief. And all these disease processes are going on all at the same time. And so you have to choose which one is going to make the person, more comfortable, or actually when they're feeling so bad, they are losing hope and they get so depressed, and then it's kind of difficult. And it's not, the depression and the anxiety are not only because of the situation they're in or the condition, but it's the actual effect or side effect or complication of the vaccine itself and the spike protein. Okay. Okay, next. So take a picture of that. We can even next. Okay, I want to emphasize this because this is what's working. Okay, Dr. Allen has been teaching the doctors of the that he's teaching chelation and the high dose vitamin C. They work. They're working. I give all this. I give high dose vitamin C and then IV glutathione. They are in the office like every week, twice a week. And then if you combine it with chelation, it will probably it will chelate some, and even the nanoplastic. But once it's established in your blood vessel, the nanoplastic is very, very difficult to remove. The nanoplastic, once it gets bigger or self-replicate, it becomes the hydrogel. That's what it is. Okay? And then once it's big, so just imagine if it clogs up your circulation to the brain, then you're going to have a stroke-like presentation. If it's in the heart, you're going to have a heart attack. And they are the hydrogel or the nanoplastic, the spike protein together, plus the fibrinogen, they form the white clots. That's why they cannot respond to the regular or conventional blood thinners because of the composition. The blood thinners that we have, the prescription, the drugs, that will only work on the actual blood clot, the red one. No, because most of these blood thinners, the drugs, they are antiplatelet. But this one, the clots, the white clots that we see in the vaccinated, they are suddenly dying. And then when the embalmers kind of, they do their thing, and then they see all this gummy white. It's not even about blood clot. It's actually, it has also an amyloid component to it. That's why when you try and grab it, it's like gummies. You can, like rubber bands. Okay, so I want to highlight that because they work. Okay, probably the IV, the poly MVA, it's a special mix that I think is only available in the US, but I use that also for cancer patients. And then IV peptides, these are the sequence amino acid. It's very good for the autoimmune disease, but it's a little bit costly. We have big compounding pharmacy here, but I think it's also available in the Philippines, like from the big compounding companies. There are different kinds of peptides that they're all injectable. Okay, next slide. So remember that works, all the highlighted ones. And then I just want to throw this in. I'm putting everybody on low dose naltrexone. This is one of those substances that is too good to be true because it's antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-cancer, name it. Whether it's some working, probably not, but it's just such a versatile molecule that I cannot resist using it. And then one thing that is not here is the use of methylene blue. It's kind of effective to the lungs because I have all these lungers and chronic lung diseases patient, and they come in and can't breathe and all. And for my chronic lungers as well, I use a lot of nebulized, usually 20% NAC. So aside from the oral, I give that to them. Also to break down the mucus. They're producing a lot of mucus, and so I use that, and they use it twice a day. And then there is this ASEA. It's actually a saline water, and I was talking to the one of the bigwigs of the involved, or the company's boss, redox molecule. I mean, theoretically, or when he was explaining to me, he was presenting to me a lot of studies and all. It's another too good to be true, but I started using it. I just started using it, and it seems to be working by nebulizer, or you can also drink it. And then obviously the other ones, when they're short of breath, I use a lot of what do you call this? Non-invasive ventilatory support. I've been giving a lot of oxygen because they come in, they're hypoxemic. And that's just that. You don't have a choice. You just have to support them, respiratory wise. So I do a lot, or I use all that. Okay, next one. Next slide, Francis. I think that's it. And if you have any question, we'll be answering question. Maraming salamat po, at saka yung mga naunang nagsalita. Yeah, everybody is very good and addressing, all.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doc Vic.
Kailangan magsama-sama tayo. And we can come up with the solution, whatever.
Doc Vic, pwede na po kayong matulog.
Thank you.
Good morning po.
Francis, tapos na ako.
Ayun. All right, thank you very much, Doc Vic. We can finally let Doc Vic go to sleep. Buti na lang Saturday morning. There is no huddle for those who are listening. It's been a very long day, but a very fruitful one. And let's give a big hand to our last set of speakers. Very powerful testimonies po. And they've given us a lot of very practical tips on what we can do moving forward. I know that this was supposed to be a conversation, but we have time constraints pala. We have to vacate by 7 o'clock, so we apologize for that, but 7 p.m. Pero ito po, I just like to, can we just give a big hand po to our tech team? Can we please? So VA Francis, si Mabel, si Dempster, si Alif, and ano yung pangalan ng kapatid mo? Alamin. Okay. Yan. Thank you very much to our suppliers who provided the audio, the TV. Maraming salamat. To our JD volunteers. Maraming salamat. Ayun, for the volunteers from the Flyering and Freedom Convoy teams, the Patriots. Maraming salamat. This forum has really been a group effort talaga. And we're really very grateful to all of you for being here. And siguro we just like to announce, no? So I'm sure you have a lot of questions pa. There are a lot of conversations that we need to have. Let's continue this over our live broadcasts. No? So as you know, every Saturday we broadcast. We alternate with CDCPh at more or less the same time slot. So we can continue there. And the good thing is that officially today, we have launched the Lunas Pilipinas platforms. So today we were live streamed on, I think, 10 platforms. So CDCPh platforms, Doc Marivic Villa's platforms, Juan Dakila's platforms, and Lunas Pilipinas. So hopefully we reach more people. And then yun, so in subsequent broadcasts, we will be hopefully broadcasting on those different platforms so we can continue the conversation. For those in the groups, we hope that you will continue to organize and meet. Hopefully you've made new friends today. You don't feel alone. And you've made new friends, and we can continue to meet each other. Yes, Miss Joy? Okay. Oh yes, can we thank the constitutionally compliant businesses because they helped put this forum together. They helped with the food, they helped with the setup, they helped imagine the space, and this is a prototype of a future community fair that we will be having. We plan to have something bigger. We plan to do like an ukay sale na we call the elephant in the room sale. We plan to do fundraising. We had some vendors today who are promoting their products. They're still here, so baka you can drop. We want to encourage people to have a healthy lifestyle, you know, and so we want to support vendors who promote healthy lifestyle. We want to support our doctors. We will have future health fora. Kanina over lunch, we were already talking about a prospective venue na hindi na tayo magbabayad. A doctor who has a space where we can have more of like Dr. Avila's talk, Doc Alan, Doc Ron, talking about their detox protocols or how to stay healthy, you know. So marami ho tayong gagawin, hindi ito yung huli nating pagkikita. And maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Please give yourselves a big hand for lasting the whole day. Thank you very much. And as we conclude, so we started with a prayer. And I'd also like us all to end with a prayer. It has been a very prayerful and grace-filled session. Clearly, the Holy Spirit has been at work, has been moving amongst us. And dapat may meditation tayo kaninang after lunch, di ba? Oo. Can I invite everyone to observe a few minutes of silence lang? Can I invite everyone who's in conversation? Can we observe a few minutes of silence? Cecile, magme-meditate tayo. Yan, sorry. So, we just like to remember today the people who have sacrificed so much for what we are fighting for. We had a memory tree. Sayang we just didn't have time to populate it. But the intention, we will be launching an initiative online where we will be collecting the names of the Vax martyrs. We call them the Vax martyrs, those who've died because of the vaccine. We also remember the COVID martyrs, those who've died because of the maltreatment of the hospitals, the bad diagnosis, the non-early treatment, the non-prevention. And those people like Doc Iggy Agbayani, who was honored by Tito Nick Perlas, Dr. Oclarit, who also lost his life, and he really spoke out. He was really such a threat that they probably assassinated him, because if more people listened to him, probably more people would be awake by now. Let's remember them in our prayers. We invite people to submit the names of your loved ones so that we can all pray for them. Nakwento kanina ni Janine at ni Attorney Aaron yung they were collecting names at pinapabasa sa mass intentions. We would like to do that on a more formal basis. We want to remember them. And ultimately, this is really a Noah's Ark operation, as my husband would say. We are here to save souls. You know, we may not save everyone physically. Maybe there are some people who are really going to die. But at the very least, let's bring them to the right destination. It's not too late to save people. Let's hold out for them. And even if they won't wake up, if even the last thing we can do for them is to pray for them, then perhaps that will be even more than enough. We trust that God works through our prayers, and they work very powerfully if they come with a pure and sincere heart. And so as we close, can I invite you to close your eyes? So Doc Marivic mentioned in her detox protocols, meditation, mindfulness. And part of what the cabal wants is to have us imprisoned in fear. And that's why the pandemic was so powerful. It's because it preyed on people's worst fears. And yet, God tells us that perfect love casts out all fear. There is no reason for us to be afraid if we know and believe that we have a God who loves us, who loves us enough to create us in His own image and likeness, who loves us into existence with every breath that we take, and who is always giving us freedom to choose love. It is said that the human race is a very special race among all peoples in the universe because we are one of the few who have been given free will. And we have the free will to choose God or to choose to go another way. The prayer is that all of us will choose God, that we will all realize that we belong to Him and that we are meant to return to Him. That this earthly journey is an experiment, an education, that we are meant to develop our souls, to grow in grace, wisdom, and love, and to remember that this earth is just transitory, that we are actually on our journey home. And so I'd like us to end with a song. We started with a song this morning and we'll end with a song this evening. And earlier I mentioned a very powerful spiritual technology in the teachings of Jesus. And that spiritual technology is distilled in the prayer of Saint Francis of Assisi. We know that prayer. We are reminded that what might seem absurd or crazy in the wisdom of the world is actually the way of the kingdom of God. We are called to be different. We are called to be radical because we are to be in this world but not of it. We are called to create the kingdom of God here and now in our bodies and in our communities. May this song, please listen closely to the words of this song, allow it to wash over you, and may it touch your hearts and move you to act in love.
Il Signore mi rende uno strumento della il Signore mi rende uno strumento. Make me an instrument of your peace. Dove c'è odio, lascialo seminare l'amore. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Dove ci è ferita, dove ci è due
As we go forth on this eve of Pentecost, may your hearts be inflamed with love for God, for your neighbor, and for our beloved Philippines and for all of humanity. And may you remember that you are not alone, that we are many, and that we are guided by God, and that for as long as we do God's will, it will all turn out well in the end. And so we say, glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Maraming salamat po, Pilipinas. Alalahanin po natin, may Lunas Pilipinas. Thank you, everyone. That's a wrap. Magandang gabi. Good night. Gusto po ba niyo mag-group picture? Can we have a group picture?